Chapter 320. Back in Chuhua City, Zheng Tan felt much more comfortable. He slept soundly, probably because he was less stressed. Ho Junyi's treasure chest, Zheng Tan, was under little Pomelo's bed. The room was too small, so there wasn't much space to put it, so he had to put it under the bed. 2 days after returning to Chuhua City, Zheng Tan secretly turned on his computer and surfed the internet when no one was home. He looked up news about Gong Zixiao and found that there weren't many reports about this person recently. There were only 2 entertainment programs that originally invited Gong Zixiao, but later changed the host, which caused dissatisfaction among Gong Zixiao's fans. However, it seemed that there weren't many real reports about Gong Zixiao yet. Most people probably didn't know that Gong Zixiao had been taken away by the police. Moreover, Zheng Tan speculated that Gong Zixiao's acting career would probably come to an end. In addition to surfing the internet, Zheng Tan also paid attention to the newspapers that the Jiao family subscribed to. Although there weren't any specialized entertainment newspapers, some of the current affairs newspapers had 1 or 2 pages of entertainment news. Zheng Tan also paid attention to the news over there. However, Zheng Tan was only free for 2 days before he was kidnapped to the pet center by a Xiaogua. Looking at Xiaogua's dark circles, Zheng Tan didn't get angry at Xiaogua's kidnapping this time. It wasn't easy. Previously, Zheng Tan had been away for a month to shoot a documentary, and 2 cats had been borrowed from the pet center to shoot a movie. When the pet center was shooting the Christmas special, they found that not only was Zhang Zian absent, but even the 2 important supporting roles were also absent. The effect was definitely much worse. Many people had already complained on the internet, and there were all kinds of speculations. However, because they had signed a confidentiality agreement, the people in the pet center couldn't tell the truth before they got permission from the film crew. Therefore, the gossip became more and more intense. Some people even came to the pet center to find Xiaogua. Mr. Gua hadn't slept well for a long time. Because of this, when he knew that Zheng Tan was back, he immediately rushed over. This was the result that the Jiaopa had concealed for 2 days. Otherwise, Xiaogua would have kidnapped Zheng Tan the day he came back to clear the rumors. Fortunately, a few days before shooting the New Year special, the cats in the movie were almost ready. Xiaogua took them over to shoot with him. This way, those who wanted to see the world burn could shut their mouths. In addition to shooting the New Year special in the pet center, Zheng Tan had something on his mind. The bag of diamonds was hot. He was just a cat now. What did he need these diamonds for? Although it was worth a lot of money, to Zheng Tan, it was a hot potato that could not be taken out in public. Giving it away would only bring trouble to others. Therefore, Zheng Tan was thinking about when to return the bag of diamonds. Anyway, the Jiao family's living conditions were not bad. Zheng Tan's salary had increased because of the documentary and the New Year special in the pet center. As long as it was enough, Zheng Tan would not be able to use it. Keeping the diamonds would make him feel uncomfortable. After making the decision, Zheng Tan thought about how to get the diamonds to Tang Mo yesterday. Zheng Tan heard Xiaogua talking to Tang Mo on the phone. He knew that Tang Mo was living in a hotel. When Zheng Tan was away, Tang Mo also went abroad. He had just returned a few days ago. Zheng Tan also knew about the 5-star hotel that Xiaogua mentioned. It was not too far from Chuhua University. Zheng Tan could accept it. Xiao was said on the phone that he would go over to discuss the cooperation with Tang Mo at around 7 o'clock on Friday night. This time, the New Year special would broadcast a jewelry advertisement of Tang Mo's company. As for the details, Xiaogua would go over to talk about it in detail. Tang Mo would return to the hotel around 6 o'clock on Friday night. On Saturday morning, he had to fly to the other side of the ocean. There was an urgent matter there, so time was tight. Friday, which was tomorrow. Since he knew the approximate time, Zheng Tan thought about how to return the diamonds. Should he throw them away together with the bag? Zheng Tan did not want to because the bag was stained with the cat fur that Zheng Tan had dropped. If he returned them just like that, Zheng Tan did not know if they would find out that he was the one who stole the diamonds. Just as she was thinking about it, Zheng Tan suddenly heard a sound. She turned to look and saw that it was the sound of a paper bag being blown against a tree trunk by the wind. Paper bag? Zheng Tan walked over. It was already nighttime, and there were not many people walking around. No one would notice Zhang Tan in the bushes. It was the paper bag used by stalls at the school entrance. Zhang Tan had seen similar ones before. This paper bag did not have any oil stains on it. It was obvious that it had not been used before. The first line on the paper bag read, "Domestic pizza." The second line read, "Wotaro sesame cake." Zhang Tan stared at the word Thai for a long time. Was this a F*King counterfeit? There was a sudden gust of wind today, and many plastic bags were blown away. This paper bag might have been blown here too. After walking towards the school gate for a while, Zhang Tan found a few more paper bags that had not been used before. This confirmed Zhang Tan's guess. Zhang Tan found the cleanest paper bag that was not stained with water and took it to the old tile-roofed housing area. It was nighttime anyway. As long as Zhang Tan was careful, no one would notice this two-legged cat running away. He took the paper bag back to the house in the old tile-roofed housing area where the diamonds and cell phones were hidden. He carefully poured the bag of diamonds in and looked to make sure that there was no cat hair left. He shook the paper bag with the diamonds so that the diamonds fell into a corner at the bottom of the paper bag. He folded the rest of the paper bag and carefully rolled it around the bottom corner to prevent the diamonds from easily piercing the paper bag and falling out. Finally, he folded the extra part of the paper bag into the crevice. After thinking about it, Zhang Tan came out of the house and ran to the houses where the student clubs often held activities. There was a house with a window that was not closed. Zhang Tan climbed in and looked around. He found a small piece of pencil that he had not used for a long time. He did not find anything else that he could use, so he climbed out of the house and returned to the place where the diamonds were placed. He bent his paw and held the pencil to write a few words on the paper bag. It was not easy for a cat to hold a pencil with its paw. Zhang Tan had not written for a long time, so he could not bear to look at it after he finished writing. The next day, which was Friday, Zhang Tan did not wait for dinner at home. He wore his vest and sneaked out with the diamonds. Night fell earlier in winter. It started to get dark at 6 o'clock. When Zhang Tan ran to the hotel through a few hidden paths, the sky was completely dark. Zhang Tan did not know what time it was. He thought that if he did not meet anyone today, he would have to wait for the next time. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tan's luck was pretty good today. When she arrived at the entrance of the hotel and hid behind a flower bed, she saw a car slowly stop in front of the hotel. Tang Mo came out of the car with two people beside him. They were probably bodyguards or something. Seeing Tang Mo walk towards the entrance, Zhang Tan quickly took out the things in his vest and threw them at Tang Mo. After throwing it away, Zhang Tan quickly changed her hiding spot. She hid behind a pine tree and looked in that direction. Before the things Zhang Tan threw could hit Tang Mo, they were blocked by one of the people beside Tang Mo. The things fell to the ground not far away from them. One of them stood guard beside Tang Mo and looked around cautiously. The other person walked over to take a look at the things Tang Mo threw at him. He poked a hole in the paper bag and saw a corner of it. The person's expression changed, and he quickly brought it to Tang Mo. "Boss, look." Tang Mo took it. He did not need to look at the whole thing. He only needed to see a corner. Even though the lighting was not good, he could tell that this was probably what he had lost. Other than that, Tom took a closer look at the paper bag that could be considered to be of poor quality. The paper bag was folded, and the words "Wu Taro Sesame Cake" could not be seen yet. However, the words on the bag were clearly written in crooked pencil. "Don't ask who I am. Please call me Red Scarf." Tang Mo was speechless. Tang Mo felt that since he came to Chuhua City, he had encountered many strange things. Zhang Tan watched Tang Mo walk into the hotel with the things before leaving. Before Tang Mo's bodyguard noticed him, Zhang Tan had already left. The bodyguard who was ordered by Tang Mo to look for the person who threw the things would never have thought that it was a cat who did it. In the next few days, Zhang Tan paid attention to the surroundings of the school, especially the sesame cake seller. Previously, Zhang Tan did not think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, he wondered if it would bring trouble to the sesame cake seller. After paying special attention, Zhang Tan managed to find out some information about the person selling sesame seed cakes. He had always thought that the Thai in Wu Taro was a typographical error or someone who specialized in selling pirated sesame cakes. Later, when he overheard the peddler's gossip, he found out that the sesame cake seller was called Wu Tai. He was a laid-off worker with a slight limp. He was a good person and was quite honest. The peddlers and students who sold sesame cakes had a good impression of him. Sometimes, when someone gave him too much money, he would limp over to get the extra money back. He did not know how his leg was injured. When he walked, it was obvious that he was limping. It was said that the injury had been there for many years. It could not be cured, and there was no money to treat it. It was also said that Wu Tai's wife ran away with someone else, leaving behind 2 older children. With a meager subsistence allowance, he looked like he was in his 40s despite being in his 30s. Wu Tai learned how to make sesame cakes from others. He heard that the business around the university was good, so he reluctantly gathered some equipment and set up a stall to do business with the students. His skills were good, he was a good person, and the ingredients he used were solid. The business was good. Then, one day, Wu Tai suddenly disappeared. He disappeared for 2 days straight. Many students felt that it was a pity. It was rare to find a sesame cake that was to their liking. Zhang Ten also wondered if Tang Mo was looking for trouble with Wu Tai. He wanted to ask around, but 2 days later, Wu Tai appeared at the school gate again. He was not injured and looked very energetic. It seemed that something good had happened to him. Since Wu Tai was fine, Zhang Tan thought that there was nothing unusual on his side. He also went to the pet center and did not hear anything unusual. So he was relieved. When he walked back briskly, Zhang Tan accidentally heard a conversation between 2 middle school students who had just returned from school. I heard that Gu Yuzi, who got first place in the midterm exam, knows someone from the underworld. No way. I heard that her boyfriend is from the underworld. Zhang Tan wanted to eavesdrop more, but the 2 students had already gone far away on their bikes. Underworld? Boyfriend? Why didn't I know? What the hell happened when I was on a business trip in Beijing for a month? Chapter 321. It had been a while since Zhang Tan last visited little Pomelo's school. After returning from Beijing, he had slept in for a few consecutive days. He hadn't accompanied little Pomelo and Jiaoma out in the morning. Now that he thought about it, it had been more than a month since he last visited. More than a month was enough for many unexpected things to happen. As Zhang Tan ran home, she pondered over the events of the past few days since she had returned from the capital. Something wasn't right. Little Pomelo didn't seem to be acting strangely these few days. After returning home, she spent most of her time doing exercises. After all, it was almost the end of the semester. It was understandable that she didn't have any abnormalities in her eating and sleeping schedule. If what the 2 junior high students had said was true, then Jiaoma wouldn't have been completely unresponsive. However, Zhang Tan had a nagging feeling in his heart. Jiaoma might not know. After all, some rumors between students might not reach the ears of teachers. At night, Zhang Tan deliberately observed little Pomelo, but he still didn't find anything unusual. Therefore, Zhang Tan decided to wake up early the next morning and go out with Jiaoma and little Pomelo. This year's winter seemed to be colder than usual. Zhang Tan shivered after leaving the house, then jogged after little Pomelo and Jiaoma. It didn't feel as cold when he jogged after them. Jiaoma rode her scooter to school first, while little Pomelo met up with her classmates in the Western District courtyard. Then, the 3 of them rode to school together. The 3 girls wore hats, scarves, and thick gloves, but the cold didn't dampen their mood to chat. Zhang Tan ran not far behind them, perking up his ears to eavesdrop on their conversation. At first, they were talking about a TV series. Zhang Tan had watched a few episodes, but he didn't think it was very interesting. However, the male lead was very popular with the girls. When they were almost at school, Xiaxian thought for a moment and said to little Pomelo, "Pomelo, are we really not going to care about those rumors? I think the rumors are getting more and more ridiculous." Zhang Tan was looking elsewhere, but after hearing Xiaxian's words, his ears perked up. He stopped looking around and stared at little Pomelo. "Don't worry about it. Let them spread it." Little Pomelo's attitude was rather cold, as if she didn't care at all. This made Zhang Tan feel a lot better. It seemed that it was just a rumor. According to what Xiaxian and the others said, it seemed that someone was not convinced that little Pomelo was the top student in the midterm exam, so they spread some rumors. However, Zhang Tan glanced at little Pomelo. Unknowingly, the little girl from back then had become a young girl. She was good-looking, and most importantly, she was good at her studies. In high school, people with good grades were always particularly favored by the opposite sex. After pondering all the way to school, Zheng Tan watched as little Pomelo and the others parked their car and walked into the school building to sit down. Although little Pomelo asked Zheng Tan to go back quickly, as it was cold outside, Zheng Tan did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood on the wall near little Pomelo's class and watched for a while. He noticed that a few of the boys were looking at little Pomelo with a gaze that made him want to beat them up, but none of them were particularly close to little Pomelo. He could tell just by looking at little Pomelo's attitude. The glass windows were gradually blurred by the steam. Zheng Tan did not stay there and walked along the wall. He wanted to wait until class was over to see if the other classes were paying attention to this. Zheng Tan walked along the wall, past the school building area, past the cafeteria, and then to the field. At this time, there were not many people on the field. Especially now that the weather was cold and it was nearing the end of the semester, there were even fewer people running outside. There were not many students and teachers. As he walked, Zheng Tan's head was hit. It did not hurt, as it was thrown by something like a paper ball. After the paper ball hit Zheng Tan's head, it jumped to the ground, bringing with it the smell of fried buns. Looking in the direction where it was thrown, Zheng Tan saw a familiar person. Black charcoal. After the person saw Zheng Tan, she ran over with a bright smile. Then, she squatted at the foot of the wall and waved at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan's eyes widened. Why was this girl here? Wasn't she still in primary school last month? Now, she was in middle school. The person who came was little Gio, who followed the blind old man, Master Cohen. However, Zheng Tan always thought that little Gio was still in primary school. Because of her tragic experience, this child came to school late and should be behind little Pomelo by quite a bit. 2 months ago, she was still in primary school, but now she was wearing this middle school uniform and carrying a bag. Jumping down from the wall, Zheng Tan sat beside little Gio and listened to the girl speak. The current little nine looked much more cheerful. She had a short haircut that reached her shoulders and wore a pink butterfly hairpin on her head. She usually looked very obedient, but those who had seen her fight would know that this girl was very fierce. Zheng Tan had once met little nine at the bridge. They had been walking for a while. Along the way, they had met a peddler with an evil voice. He didn't sell real things and wanted to cheat the children of their money. However, when little nine pulled a long face, the peddler didn't even dare to look into little nine's eyes. Perhaps because of her past experience, little Gio's attitude towards things was different from her peers. She had always been very satisfied with Master Cohen's arrangements. Back then, the blind old man, Master Cohen, might have taken a fancy to little Gio's fierceness, which was why he agreed to let little Gio go. As expected, many blind people were blind in the eyes, but not in the heart. After little Gio saw Zheng Tan, she became very talkative. She was often the one who kept talking while Zheng Tan listened by the side. From little Gio's words, Zheng Tan knew that little Gio was indeed reading primary school books last month. However, now that she had passed the primary school advancement test, there was no need to wait for another half a year. Thus, the other side arranged for her to go to a middle school here. Other than little Gio, there were 2 other people who were tutored together in this school. They were in the 2nd and 3rd grades, respectively. However, they did not usually go to school together, so no one knew that they knew each other. With Master Cohen's ability, it was not difficult for him to send little Gio in at this time. As for little Gio, as a transfer student, she entered this school not long after Zheng Tan left Chuhua City. It was no wonder that he did not know. Little Gio also talked about little Pomelo. Because they were in different classes, one on the 1st floor and the other on the 2nd floor, little Gio did not take the initiative to look for little Pomelo. This was because she did not know which class little Pomelo was in at the beginning. After finding out, she beat up a few girls who spread the rumors the next day. It was not good for her to immediately look for little Pomelo. She had to observe those people for a period of time. Otherwise, she was afraid that it would bring trouble to little Pomelo. Little Gio was very fierce when she fought. Zheng Tan could imagine how little Gio looked when she beat up those girls. When little Gio beat them up, she did not say that it was because of little Pomelo. Those people probably did not think that little Gio and little Pomelo knew each other. The rumors they spread were just made up. However, in reality, they were half right. She did not have a boyfriend, but she did have a problem girl. Little Gio decided to wait until the final exam was over before looking for little Pomelo and telling her about it. Now, she would not let little Pomelo worry. Tomorrow, I'll talk to the other guys who spread the rumors. Little Gio rubbed her fists and said, during middle school, there were many people who fought behind their backs, regardless of whether they were boys or girls. Boys fighting would be a little bloody, but girls fighting would mostly be slaps and hair pulling, Zhang Tan thought. However, if little Gio made a move, it would be hard to say. Little Gio was not the kind of person who liked to bully others. If she really made a move, those people would definitely be very hateful. Moreover, Zhang Tan believed that little Gio knew her limits. This girl followed Elder Cohen and would not act rashly like those hooligans. On the contrary, most of the time, they were more low-key. Otherwise, little Pomelo would not have not known that little Gio was in the same school. During the period of Young and Dangerous, for middle school students, the gangsters of the underworld were much more influential than Mr. Perfect. This was especially true for middle school students. When a gangster was mentioned, they would directly imagine him as a powerful figure in the underworld. It was all kinds of awesome. Although it had already faded, and it had been a few years since that era, the potential influence was still there. When it was mentioned, people would have a feeling of disdain and reverence. If it was related to the top students, there would be more gossip. It was no wonder that those students would choose to spread the rumors about the underworld. Zhang Tan originally wanted to personally teach those who spread the rumors a lesson, regardless of whether they were male or female. However, now that little Gio was there, Zhang Tan did not have to waste time looking for them. It's almost time. Class will end in 5 minutes. I have to go to the classroom during the break. Little Gio carried her bag and threw it towards the wall. Then, she took a few steps back and increased her speed. Using a tree that was closer to the wall, she jumped over. Zhang Tan's eyes twitched. One look, and he knew that she was a repeat offender. When Zhang Tan jumped over the wall, he found that on the other side of the school wall, there was a person standing not far from where little Gio landed. He had a cold face and an armband. It was obvious that he was the teacher on duty. He was there to prevent those disobedient students from jumping over the wall or doing bad things in the school. Cough. Good morning, Teacher Wang. Little Gio lifted her bag and patted the dust off it. She obediently bowed to Teacher Wang, who was standing not far away. Teacher Wang's face twitched. There were 5 days of school every week. On 4 days, this girl would enter the school on time. On the remaining day, she might be late or early. Why did he say might? Because there were a few times when the teacher was late. The person on duty at the school gate did not record it. If it was a boy, then it would be easy to handle. There were many problematic boys in high school, and there would be ways to deal with them. However, this was a girl. During class, other than being late, she was still well-behaved. She was a transfer student. He heard that her grades were not good, but she was not at the bottom of the class either. She was just below average. She was not the main target of the teachers. However, it was this girl that made the people on duty feel helpless. Teacher Wang considered his words and thought about how to teach her. This morning, he was on duty. He did not expect to see a bag being thrown in from the other side of the wall. The next moment, a small figure nimbly jumped over the wall and steadily landed on the ground. After seeing who it was, Teacher Wang's eyelids twitched. Before Teacher Wang could speak, little Gio lowered her head and said, "I was wrong." She admitted her mistake so straightforwardly that Teacher Wang had to swallow back his words. What was wrong? Teacher Wang asked seriously. I shouldn't have jumped over the wall, little Gio said. And Teacher Wang stared at little Gio. Why are you late again? The word again made Zhang Tan's beard tremble. Little Gio tilted her head as if she was thinking. Then she said, "Oh, I saw an old granny get hit by a car this morning. I sent her to the hospital. That's why I was late." Teacher Wang and Zhang Tan. Could she be any more fake? But in the next moment, little Gio took out several certificates from her bag. There were certificates from the hospital, the police, and the patient's family. The stamps and hospital certificates proved that little Gio was telling the truth. Zhang Tan thought about it carefully. Little Gio did have the smell of the hospital. Chapter 322. With little Pomelo around, Zhang Tan wasn't afraid of those ignorant people bothering little Pomelo. He also felt more assured about the school. As for little Pomelo, although she didn't plan to immediately fight back against those rumors and taunts, she was holding back her energy and waiting for the final exam to get a good result to slap those people in the face. This was the best way to fight back. After New Year's Day, the atmosphere in primary and secondary schools was more tense. They were preparing for this semester's final exam. If they didn't do well, they might not be able to have a happy new year. Zhang Tan looked at the calendar in the living room. The old one had been replaced by the new one. This was the 5th year since Zhang Tan came here. According to the conversion of the age of a cat and a human, Zhang Tan was a middle-aged uncle. The good thing was that Zhang Tan felt that his body parts were quite resilient. There wasn't much difference from the past few years. In Zhang Tan's heart, he always felt that he was a handsome young man in his 20s. At noon, they ate at Jiao Wei's small restaurant. Jiao Wei's parents had already discussed when to buy a ticket back to their hometown. Of course, Jiao Wei's time was the norm. They had to let Jiao Wei finish the exam before buying a ticket. They were all in the province, and there weren't many trains there. If they went to the bus station to buy a ticket, they could go there with their luggage whenever they wanted to go back. They didn't need to book a ticket in advance like other people. Walking on the street in front of the school gate, Zhang Tan found that a new store had opened. The previous store that sold clothes was gone and replaced by a big Wu Taro sesame cake sign. The store wasn't big, but there were many people buying the cake. The line of people formed a Z shape. The smell of the sesame cake made passers-by look over. Those who were impatient waiting in line wanted to come back when there were fewer people, but foodies were always very patient in this regard. Zhang Tan went closer to take a look. The busy boss was the one who had pushed the stall earlier. He was the one who had trouble walking. No wonder this person was so happy when he reappeared a few days ago. It seemed that he had rented a shop. The place where the sesame seed cakes were made took up half of the entire shop. The other half should be a rest area. Zhang Tan saw 2 small children walking to the front of the shop from a small door inside. They hugged the boss's leg and said something with a coquettish smile. After that, they went back inside. They should be the 2 children of a sesame seed cake shop owner. After looking around, Zhang Tan walked towards the school gate, intending to go home. It was a little cold outside, and Zhang Tan was not in the mood to stroll around. After a few steps, Zhang Tan spotted a man. He had seen him before when Zhang Tan was still a diamond. He was one of Tom Mo's bodyguards. Now, he was standing beside a delicatessen not far from the bakery, watching the crowd. What was this person doing here? When Zhang Tan looked at the bakery, another person walked into the shop. After a short while, he came out with 3 sets of sesame seed cakes. There was no queue, and the bakery owner was very polite to him. Zhang Tan followed that person and walked a little further. There was a black car parked near the road. It was Tom Mo's car. After that person got into the car drove away. Zhang Tan looked at the car driving away, shook his head, and jogged back home. On the other side of the car, Tom Mo took the sesame seed cake from his subordinate and sniffed it. It was quite fragrant. He took a bite. It tasted not bad. There is still nothing unusual over there. The people who went to buy the sesame seed cakes are the nearby vendors and some teachers. Most of them are still students. That person reported to Tom Mo. Tom Mo grunted and did not say anything else. After the diamond was returned by the unknown person, he sent someone to investigate the sesame seed cake seller. After all, there were many people selling Wu Turung sesame seed cakes, but there was only one Wu Turung sesame seed cake shop. The investigation did not find anything useful. Thinking of the pencil words on the paper bag, Tom Mo was more inclined to believe that the person who returned the diamond was a young student. Tom Mo even asked Xiao Guo if anyone else had heard him on the phone. The answer he got was no. When Xiao Guo made the call, he was alone in his room. Of course, there were 2 cats, Li Yuanba and Zhang Tan. Normal people would not think too much about the cats. Tom Mo and the others promised a sum of money when they asked the bakery owner and got enough information. Most of the information was about the person who went to buy the sesame seed cakes, but until now, they had not found the person they were looking for. The person who sold the sesame seed cakes used his savings and the money Tom M.O. gave him to rent a shop. He had made quite a lot of money in the past few days. Don't underestimate this kind of small snack. Judging by the way the bakery owner could not stop laughing, it was obvious that he had made a lot of money. Zhang Tan would never have thought that a paper bag he picked up would lead to such a result. The person we are looking for is not him, the woman beside Tom M.O. said. Tom M.O. nodded. I know, but let them continue to observe. Ask Wu Turung to cooperate. He will not be short of money. Yes, boss. After Zhang Tan returned home, he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he turned on his computer and browsed some forums. There were many people talking about Gong Zhongxiao in the entertainment section. It started when an official channel reported that a famous movie star Gong Zhongxiao had been detained. When the official channel officially announced that he was detained and under investigation, it meant that he had been convicted. Just like Fang Xiaokong said, there was no way he could get away with it. Gong Zhongxiao's original surname was Zhao. After the news was broadcasted, it caused a lot of discussion. All kinds of conspiracy theories were flying around, and the fans were spitting on each other. The topic of Gong Zhongxiao only stopped when the weather was getting worse. In the middle of January, it snowed heavily in Chuhua City. In the beginning, there were people who said that a good snowfall meant a good harvest. Many people played in the snow outside to relax from the tension and fatigue brought about by the final exams. It was not until the exams were over and everyone was about to go home that they started to worry, especially those who lived far away from home in the south. Some people were lucky and bought tickets on the 2 days when the weather was better, so the journey home was relatively smooth. However, some people bought tickets on the day when the weather was bad. It was windy and snowy, and many places were frozen. The highways were closed, trains were delayed, and flights were delayed. Many people who bought tickets on the day before could only get on the train the next day. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo stayed at home. They were not in the mood to play in the snow. They were obediently doing the homework assigned by their teachers during the winter break. Grandpa Zhao had also called a few times to ask about the time they were going to go back to their hometown. He repeatedly reminded them to be careful when they were driving. He would rather drive slowly than play in the snow. The television said that this was a once-in-50-year snowstorm. Many drivers in the south were not used to driving in the snow and ice. They did not take proper precautions, and many accidents happened. It was said that some drivers from the north were transferred over. Jiaopa had to stay at the university for a while. This morning, he heard that a student who was on his way home had an accident before he could leave the city. He was now in the hospital. The faculty of genomics called for an emergency meeting. All the head teachers, graduate students, and doctoral supervisors were in charge. Jiao Pa had a lot of graduate students under him. He had to wait for all his students to leave the university before he could go back to his hometown. According to the meteorologists, this snowstorm would not end for the time being. At the end of January, the students left the university one by one. It did not matter if the process was difficult or not. That night, Jiao Wei's father came to visit and told him about their plans. Jiao Wei's father knew someone who was now a driver at a bus station. He used to do business in the north and drove in the north. He could handle this kind of snow and ice. Many drivers in the north would not be able to handle the icy roads, even if it was sunny and not snowing. But that person was able to handle it. He had chatted with Jiao Wei's father yesterday. It was rare that the weather would calm down in the next 2 days. A few highways would be temporarily unblocked. So, he called Jiao Wei's father and asked him to get a few tickets for them. The tickets could not be direct. They could only go to the county. As for the journey from the county to their hometown, they would have to transfer buses. Jiao Pa decided to let Jiao Ma bring Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo back with Jiao Wei and the rest. He had to stay at the university for a few more days. When the time came, he would drive back with Zhang Tan. After all, it was not convenient for Zhang Tan to follow them in the bus. In the past, Zhang Tan did not pay much attention to this disaster. At that time, he was probably busy looking for fun. News? What was that? He never had the patience to read it. But now that he was in the middle of it, Zhang Tan had a different feeling. especially on the day when Jiao Ma and the rest took the bus back to their hometown. Zheng Tan watched some of the current affairs news on the provincial TV station. He also watched the rolling real-time news below the TV. He also turned on the computer to look at the news on the internet. For example, a highway was temporarily closed, an accident happened on a road, a riot happened somewhere, etc. When he received news that Jiao Ma and the rest had arrived safely, Zheng Tan finally felt relieved. Black charcoal, it's just the two of us left. Jiao Pa looked out the window and said. Now, only the Jiao Pa and Zheng Tan were left at home. It was cold and quiet. Jiao Pa was basically not at home during the day. Zheng Tan followed the Jiao Pa to the staff canteen for 3 meals. At other times, Zheng Tan stayed at home alone and watched the news on the TV. On the TV, the experts used their profound academic language to analyze the cause of the snow disaster. They also used some meteorological terms that Zheng Tan did not understand at all. Many people were going crazy. This was not what they wanted to hear. They wanted to know how long the weather would last, when the traffic would be restored, and when they could get on the bus after buying a ticket. Every day, when Zheng Tan turned on the TV, regardless of whether it was the city's TV station, provincial TV station, or CCTV station, most of them were talking about the snow disaster in the south. There were many migrant workers and students stranded in other places during the Spring Festival. From the images on the TV, the bus stations of some provinces and cities were densely packed with stranded people. Counting the days, many people became more and more irritable. The price of some unlicensed buses doubled again and again. The price of food also skyrocketed. As for the superstar child Xiao, other than a few people, no one paid any attention to him. In this area, the traditional Lunar New Year was on the 24th of December. Although the Lunar New Year had passed, the bus stations of some provinces and cities were still the same. Every day, they would hear about the places that were seriously affected by the disaster, the economic losses, and the number of casualties. At night, some people who were stranded in other places would go online and complain about not going home for the Lunar New Year. But some people did not. I worked so hard outside to save so much money to go home for the Lunar New Year, to reunite with my family, and improve the lives of my wife and children. How could a mere snow stop me? Dream on. Even if they could not get a ticket or a bus, they could think of other ways. Therefore, Zheng Tan could always see all kinds of opinions and suggestions on the internet. There were also people who walked across provinces to go home. 2 days before the Lunar New Year's Eve, the Jiao Pa had finished his work. The weather had also temporarily eased. Looking at the scenery of the campus from the top, there were still many places that were white. The temperature was not high, and driving was still not easy. Chapter 3:23. Zheng Tan sat in the back seat and looked at the scenery outside the window. Unlike the usual bustle before the new year, this year seemed to be quieter. Perhaps it was because the temperature was lower than usual, coupled with the impact of the snow disaster. Such a change occurred. However, compared to many places and some villages and mountain areas that were more seriously affected by the disaster, the situation in the city was much better. The most common complaint of the citizens was probably the water pipes that froze and cracked a few days ago. As for the rest of the people who did not have to worry about traveling and did not have any direct financial conflicts, they were just spectators. It did not affect their normal lives. They only discussed it with others when they watched the news every day. The Jiao Pa kept the traffic radio on. The weather had eased a lot in the past 2 days, and many people who stayed in the city were rushing to leave. There were quite a lot of illegal cars and so on. They probably wanted to take advantage of this period to make more money. In order to avoid a traffic jam, the Jiao Pa deliberately got up early and set off. Unexpectedly, there were many people who had the same idea as the Jiao Pa. There were many cars on the road early in the morning, and there were several small-scale traffic jams on the road, especially at the crossroads. Looking at the long line of cars in front of them, they felt particularly annoyed. When they finally got out of the city, it had been an hour and a half. This was the first time Zheng Tan had encountered such a situation. He was dizzy from the constant stopping. According to the usual driving route, after leaving the city, they would go directly to the highway. The highway was closed a few days ago, but it was lifted in the past 2 days. However, when they were about to reach the highway, The traffic radio reported that there was an accident on the highway. They hoped that the cars driving there would change their route. No one knew how long the traffic jam would last because of the accident. The Jiaopa had no choice but to change their route. They did not take the highway and change to another route. When they passed by a few bus stations, Zhang Tan glanced over there. There were still a lot of people around. The waiting hall was full, and there were also some people waiting outside the door. There were also armed police there to maintain order. Zhang Tan also saw taxis, buses, and private buses outside the bus station. Some people were holding signs with the names of various counties and cities, shouting as they walked, pulling passengers. This was probably what some people called a black car, but at this time, people no longer cared about whether it was a black car or not. It was fine as long as they could sit in the car. When it came to crowded cars, there weren't many people who would give way to vulnerable people, such as the old, the weak, the sick, the disabled, and the pregnant. When it was time to squeeze, they still squeezed. After leaving the city, Zhang Tan was unfamiliar with the route. He looked at the buildings on both sides and recorded the new route information. The road was still a little frozen, but it was much better than before. The Jiaopa could still control it if he drove slowly. However, some cars were speeding as if they were in a hurry. They kept squeezing forward as if they were afraid of falling behind. Twice, they almost collided with Jiaopa's car. Just as Zhang Tan was cursing the two guys who overtook him, a motorcyclist suddenly cut in between Zhang Tan's car and the one in front. Then, he quickly passed through the gap between the car in front and the other car. Zhang Tan was shocked. Was this person too confident in his driving skills, or was he in an emergency? About 10 minutes later, the car stopped again. Zhang Tan stood up and looked forward. The line of cars had formed again. There was a traffic jam again. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. The Jiaopa opened the window for some air. It was very warm in the car. His nerves were tense when he was driving, and now the cold wind cleared his mind. Black charcoal, are you cold? The Jiaopa looked at Zhang Tan in the back seat. After the window was opened, the cold wind poured in, dispersing the warmth in the car. Many northerners were not used to the humid and cold weather in the south. Zhang Tan, who used to live in the south, had gotten used to it after a few years. Even if it was exceptionally cold this year, Zhang Tan felt fine. The vest he was wearing today was a winter model given by Xiaogua. Xiaogua gave him two, one black and one army green. Not only could the vest be used to store things, but it also had to be thicker to keep him warm. It was also said that it was waterproof. Seeing that Zhang Tan did not seem to feel cold, the Jiaopa did not ask any more questions. The driver of the car on the left was smoking outside the car. There were children in the car, and it was not good to smoke in the car, so he came out. When he saw the Jiaopa open the window, he started chatting. He had been driving for nearly 20 hours. Although there was a 5-hour break in the middle, the driver's driving skills were not good. He almost had an accident, so he was driving most of the time. Now that there was a traffic jam, he came out to smoke to refresh himself. The driver of the car in front also joined the conversation. He was privately soliciting customers. Yesterday was quite smooth. The traffic jam didn't last long. Today's bad luck. We were stuck for half an hour in the morning, and now it's starting again. Can we leave in 10 minutes? The driver of the car on the left asked. It's difficult. There was a car accident in front. A motorcycle, 2 private cars, and a truck all crashed into each other. Fortunately, no one died. 3 people were seriously injured and have just been sent to the hospital. The remaining people in the 2 private cars are quarreling. No one moved. I heard that the car was quite expensive. It also broke a telephone pole, in addition to the overturned cars and the truck's belongings on the ground. I think it will take at least 20 minutes for the traffic to open. According to the privately soliciting driver, it was even more difficult to drive a few days ago. Usually, it would only take a little more than 2 hours. Previously, it took more than 10 hours to drive through the snow. Moreover, the car could break down anytime. Only those who had driven it would know how difficult it was to drive. It was no wonder that the fare had doubled. Usually, the fare was 50 renminbi. Now, it was 100 to 150 renminbi per person. A few days ago, the fare had skyrocketed to 200 renminbi. As they were chatting, another person came to the front of the convoy. He asked the 2 drivers and the Jiaopa to go to the front to help. There were not enough people, and there were many obstacles. If they wanted the traffic to open quickly, it would be faster if there were more people. Otherwise, they would have to wait for a while. The driver of the car in front shook his head. He was not going. He had to look after the car. He did not know the passengers in his car. What if someone took the chance to drive away when he went to help? What if they took something valuable? What if the people in the car made a scene? The driver of the car next to him did not think much of it. He smoked and walked to the front with the jiao pa. The car door was not locked, and the windows were closed. Soon, the temperature in the car rose. Before the jiao pa left, he asked Zhang Tan to look after the car. Therefore, Zhang Tan was not napping. He was paying attention to the people around the car. Soon, Zhang Tan noticed that someone was walking over from the front and looking into the car. With one glance, Zhang Tan could tell that it was one of the guys who had evil intentions. When the guy saw the laptop bag on the passenger seat, his gaze paused for a little longer. There was a flash of joy in the man's eyes. Then, he walked to the car door and opened the door of the passenger seat. Then, just as he was about to reach for the computer bag on the seat, a black shadow flashed by. He felt a sudden pain on his face and was kicked out. He lost his balance and sat on the ground. That person's eyes were filled with disbelief. He saw that there was no one in the car and the door was not locked. He ignored the cat in the vest. He had done this many times, and the whole operation did not take long. He just needed to open the car door and open the laptop. Even if the car door was locked, he could do it. However, he did not expect that what he thought was a simple task would be so different from what he expected. The person touched his nose and looked at the blood on his hand. Then, he looked at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan narrowed his eyes. This person was still not giving up? Was he looking for a kick? He jumped up and kicked him again. That person raised his hand to block, but he underestimated Zhang Tan's strength. Although he reacted quickly and raised his forearm to block Zhang Tan's kick, the force of the kick made him fall back. His head hit a private car next to him and made a thud. At the same time, Zhang Tan also grabbed the person's down jacket. The wind blew, and the duck feathers flew everywhere. Zhang Tan found it hard to understand why that person was stealing when he was wearing a branded down jacket. However, there were many people like that. A few days ago, he saw someone complaining on the internet. He did not expect to meet someone like that today. The driver of the private car on the right heard the noise and rolled down the window. He looked at the person on the ground and then looked at Zhang Tan. "Hey, what are you doing?" Before he could finish, the rear window was rolled down. Two children in their teens looked out the window. The little girl said, "Uncle, this person must be a thief. He must be a thief." The little boy added, "The cat in the vest is teaching the thief a lesson." The person on the ground looked a little embarrassed. There was blood on his face from his nose to his mouth. Because he touched his face with his hand, there was some blood on his face. There was a long tear in his jacket, and some of the duck feathers inside was blown out by the wind. Seeing that the situation was not good, the person did not care about the nosebleed and the torn-down jacket. He immediately got up and ran away before the people around him looked over. He ran too fast and stepped on something. He slipped and fell, but he did not care about the pain. He got up and continued running. When the jiao pa came back, the person had already run away. The driver of the car on the right told him what had happened. The jiao pa smiled at the driver's questions and did not say much. "I think your cat is not bad. Is it a male or female?" The driver asked. "Male." "Oh, that's good. I also have a female cat with folded ears. Do you want to skewer her?" Zhang Tan's face twitched. "Screw you." Seeing Zhang Tan turn around and get into the car, the jiao pa smiled at the driver. "My cat is just a stray cat. It's okay. I don't mind." The man waved his hand and said casually. The jiao pa was speechless. Fortunately, the traffic was cleared up quickly, and the cars began to move slowly. The jiao pa said a few perfunctory words and got into the car. The jiao pa did not say much about what had happened to Zhang Tan. He just smiled at Zhang Tan and gave him a thumbs up. Although the first half of the journey was bumpy and there were several traffic jams, it was much smoother after that. Because there were many cars coming and going, there was no snow. The temperature was slightly higher during the day, and there was no ice on the ground. Therefore, the second half of the journey was quite smooth. As usual, the jiao pa arrived at the county first. He had a meal, rested for a while, and then made a phone call to let his family know that he was safe. Then, he continued to drive to his hometown. There were a few sections of road in the Jiao Pa's hometown that were not easy to walk on, but after a slow drive, it was much better. Grandpa Jiao was already waiting at the entrance of the village. He knew that the Jiao Pa was driving alone, so he did not dare to call to ask about it. He was afraid that the Jiao Pa would be distracted. When he saw the Jiao Pa's car, he immediately smiled. Chapter 324. The next day, Jiao Pa was still resting in the morning. He didn't have much time to rest these days. He had to pay attention to his students at school and work on projects. He was also tired from driving back to his hometown. After he arrived, he relaxed and had a good night's sleep. Many people in the village had already woken up early in the morning. Only some children and some people who had gone out to work were still resting in their houses. Although Zhang Tan was still a little sleepy, little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan were already awake. When they heard that they were going to help Grandpa Jiao at the orchard, Zhang Tan thought that since he had nothing to do, he might as well go and take a look. Jiao Ma and the old lady were busy preparing for the new year. Zhang Tan couldn't help much even if he stayed. The orchard didn't belong to Grandpa Jiao, but Grandpa Jiao was familiar with the people there and had helped a lot. This was one of the reasons why the Jiao family never lacked fruit. Because of the snow disaster, Grandpa Jiao went there every day to help. Even Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo, who had nothing to do at home, went to the orchard for a few days. Even if they couldn't help much, they could at least take a look. The orchard wasn't too far from the old house, but because of the weather, the road wasn't easy to walk on, and it was cold in the morning, so they took the donkey cart these days. Another reason why Zhang Tan followed them was because of the donkey cart. Whether it was when he was a human or when he was a cat, he had never taken a donkey cart before. At first glance, it was quite refreshing and full of rustic vibes. The donkey's family was not far from the old house. After walking for about 5 minutes, they saw a tile-roofed house. Behind the tile-roofed house was a newly built bungalow. However, the tile-roofed house was not completely demolished during the construction, so a part of it remained. This family's surname was also Jiao. Jiao Pa called the old man fifth uncle. Logically speaking, Jiao Yuan should have called him fifth granduncle, but he wasn't used to it. Instead, Jiao Pa asked the two children to call him Grandpa Jiao. It was more intimate that way. Grandpa Jiao heard that on the day that Jiao Yuan and the others came back, he planned to ask the donkey cart to help them if they couldn't get a ride from the county to here. Fifth Grandpa was old and couldn't drive the family's farm cart, but he was good at driving donkey carts. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were led into the house by Grandpa Jiao, but Zhang Tan did not follow them directly. His attention was on the donkey shed next to them. Yesterday, he heard from little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan that the donkey was only a little over a year old. He heard that fifth grandpa met the donkey when he went to the mountains. At that time, it was still a small donkey. No one knew where it came from, but after seeing fifth grandpa, it followed him back. At first, fifth grandpa's family wanted to raise the donkey and sell it. There were many people who ate donkey meat in the county, and the price of donkey meat in restaurants was not bad. But one day, when the old man saw the donkey running with his son, who was riding a motorbike, he had an idea. Later on, he got a donkey cart. At that moment, the donkey tied to the cart was looking at Zhang Tan with its two long ears protruding. Its eyes were wide open, and there was a circle of white around its eyes. Zhang Tan was wary of donkeys with a circle of white around their eyes. Although he knew that many donkeys looked like that, when he looked at the donkey in front of him, Zhang Tan couldn't help but think of the stupid bird in the courtyard. Shaking his head, Zhang Tan felt that he was thinking too much. As he was thinking, Zhang Tan saw the donkey walk to the low wall next to the donkey shed. There was a cotton mat on top of the low wall that was exposed outside the donkey shed. It was probably for the driver. Not far from the low wall was a two-wheeled wooden cart with a similar mat on it. However, at that moment, there was a yellow and white cat lying on top of the low wall. People in the village raised cats to protect them from mice. They were not as particular as raising cats in the city, and they rarely bathed them. The cat had rolled around somewhere, and there were some dust and grass stains on its white fur. The cat didn't seem to care about its surroundings. It was kicking its paws, lying on the cotton mat with its head tucked in and its eyes closed. The donkey wasn't very tall. It was obviously smaller than a normal horse, but when it raised its head, half of its head could be seen above the low wall. Zhang Tan watched as the donkey slowly walked over to the low wall. It used its nose to blow air at the cat. The cat didn't even bother to open its eyes. Other than the twitching of its ears, it remained the same. Just when Zhang Tan thought that the donkey would give up, the donkey went up again. This time, it didn't blow air. Instead, it opened its mouth and bit on a corner of the cotton mat. It pulled lightly, but it didn't move. The cat on the mat didn't move either. The donkey pulled hard again. Because the cat wasn't prepared, it rolled from the mat to the other side of the low wall. Zhang Tan heard a soft thud from the other side. There was a haystack over there, and the cat happened to land on it. That was why it made such a sound. The donkey let go of the cotton mat and wagged its tail. It opened its mouth and cried out, "Ang, ang, 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 ang." Zhang Tan didn't know what to say. His first instinct was right. Just when the donkey was feeling smug, a shadow jumped up from the other side of the low wall. The tabby cat jumped onto the low wall and supported itself with its two hind legs. It stood up, opened its two front paws, and slapped the donkey's face twice. While the donkey and the cat were fighting, Grandpa Jiao came out with his men. An old man came out with him. He was probably the fifth grandpa that the Jiao Yuan and the others called. The old man's back was a little stooped, but he was in good spirits and walked steadily. He had been helping out in the orchard recently. Seeing the situation on the other side of the low wall, the old man walked over and patted the donkey's head. Then, he started to organize the things on the wooden cart. As for the conflict between the donkey and the cat, he was already used to it. After tying the reins and checking the donkey's head, he put the bags on the wooden cart and called for the others to get ready to leave. On the rugged mountain road, the donkey cart bumped and squeaked. The donkey didn't look like much, but it was surprisingly good at pulling the cart. It didn't look like it had a hard time carrying 4 people, a cat, and a few bags. The two old men chatted along the way, talking about the recent news from various TV stations and radio stations. The total losses from this disaster were huge, especially for the forestry industry. The forestry industry in the affected areas accounted for more than 50% of the industry's total income. The snowstorm not only greatly reduced the income of the forestry industry in the affected areas this year, but it would also affect their income for the next 3 to 5 years. According to some official TV stations, the losses from the forestry industry in several southern provinces accounted for 40% to 60% of the total losses from the disaster. Seedlings, bamboo forests, and new plantations were seriously affected. Just like Grandpa Jiao had been lamenting, it was common for seedlings to freeze to death. The area of bamboo forests in the province accounted for 80% of the total area of bamboo forests in the province, and 75% of the fruit trees in some areas that had been converted to forests were damaged. According to the results of the investigation, most of the affected areas were the areas with the fastest and most vigorous forestry development. They were also the areas with the best forest resources. This would have a serious impact on the country's ecology. There were many things that couldn't be salvaged, even with money. Every time they talked about it, Grandpa Jiao's face would be full of worry. After about 20 minutes of driving, they arrived at the orchard that Grandpa Jiao had mentioned. This orchard didn't only plant a single type of fruit. Citrus was just one of them. There were also many new varieties that had been promoted. However, Zhang Tan looked at the people working in the orchard and saw that they all looked worried. Some varieties of autumn leaves had turned brown from frostbite on the edges and back, then curled up. The tender tips had turned brown from frostbite and dried up, while some other varieties had fallen off after being frozen and curled up. There were also some fruits that had been left on the tree for the winter. Some of them had frozen a while ago. After the snow melted, the fruits would quickly lose water and dry up. The juice cells would shrink, and there would be less juice and no taste. All kinds of situations would be recorded one by one. They would clear the ice in time, tie up and cut off the broken branches in time. Some pruning couldn't be done, yet to prevent further frost damage. Jiao Yuan and Little Pomelo followed Grandpa Jiao and the others. Although they didn't have many opportunities to help personally, they didn't slack off. Sometimes, They would take the initiative to pass the tools and do some cleaning and other small chores. Moving around would make them feel warmer, and they'd also learn a lot. After the frost passed, they would be even busier. After the frost, there would be pruning and fertilizing. During the year of the frost, the autumn leaves of the citrus plants would be frostbitten. One of the effective measures to ensure that the citrus plants would bear fruit was to replace the autumn leaves with spring shoots. The so-called spring shoots were the new shoots that sprouted in the spring. The new shoots that sprouted from August to October were known as autumn shoots. Different varieties would be treated differently. Different methods would be used for those that could withstand the frost and those that couldn't. Zhang Tan originally thought that pruning would be a very simple task in the future, but after listening to those people, he realized that there were a lot of things to be done. Some pruning would be done below the branch joint, and some tree bark would be cut several centimeters below the crack when it froze. The cutting also needed to be done. Some would be wrapped and sealed with nylon or smeared with lime paste on the wound. When the young trees were severely frostbitten, they would split above the grafting area, leaving 1 or 2 buds to be cut. At the same time, they would pay attention to keeping the spring shoots and recultivating the canopy, etc. Zhang Tan felt dizzy just listening to all this. He realized that he wasn't cut out for this at all. Thus, Zhang Tan decided to walk around by himself. After all, little Pomelo and the others would be staying here for a long time. It could be half a day, or it could be dinner time. No matter what, Zhang Tan just had to be back before lunch. There were more people in the orchard, so Zhang Tan decided to walk a little further away. The people who were busy in the orchard looked at Zhang Tan curiously because Zhang Tan was wearing a vest. After arriving at the old mansion yesterday, Zhang Tan moved some of the things in the vest. Now, there was nothing else in the vest except for a bag of pork jerky stuffed in by Jiao Ma. It was more relaxed this way, and he wasn't afraid of being checked. In the past, Zhang Tan wasn't willing to wear a vest often, but yesterday afternoon, when Zhang Tan was walking outside, an icicle fell vertically on his back. Fortunately, the icicle wasn't thick and Zhang Tan was wearing a vest, so he only felt a little pain and didn't get hurt. Therefore, Zhang Tan decided that if he went out for a walk, he would wear a vest. It was safer this way. After jogging for a while, Zhang Tan didn't see anyone around, so he strolled slowly until he reached the edge of the orchard. It was surrounded by barbed wire. There was a door, but it was locked. Zhang Tan looked at the tall barbed wire and turned to walk in another direction. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and moved his ears. He heard a sound. Because he wasn't sure, he tried to distinguish it himself. It sounded like a person, but it wasn't clear. Should he go over and take a look? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Tan climbed over the barbed wire and went in the direction of the sound. There was an open space outside the barbed wire, and then there was a forest belt. The sound came from there. As no one had cleaned the snow here, the snow on the ground hadn't completely melted. Listening to the sound, the person who made the sound wasn't in a good situation. Zhang Tan quietly jogged over. Chapter 325. The surroundings were very quiet. The 2 men were tied to 2 trees in a standing position. Their mouths were taped shut, and they could only make noises through their noses. The sound Zhang Tan heard came from one of them. As for the other man, he didn't make a sound. His head was moving slightly, and he seemed to be in a worse condition. Fortunately, the 2 men were wearing down jackets. Otherwise, they would probably freeze to death if they were left here alone. Zhang Tan approached the 2 men from behind and looked at the rope tied to them. The ropes were too tight, too secure, and there were dead knots. Zhang Tan didn't bring his card knife today, so it was difficult for him to untie the ropes. Good people? Bad people? They must have been tied up here for a long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so cold. The marks around them didn't look like they had just been done. Zhang Tan slowly walked out from the side and looked at the man who made the sound. He was about the same age as the Jiao Pa. When he saw Zhang Tan, he was filled with sadness, anger, and anxiety. Suddenly, he was filled with hope. He didn't look like a bad person. Moreover, when the man looked anxious, he looked at the other man who was tied up a few steps away. Obviously, he was worried about the health of the man next to him. As for the second man, he was younger and was also a man. Zhang Tan felt that this man was quite pitiful. He had obviously been beaten up. The first man had at most a bruise at the corner of his eye, but this man was beaten up like a pig's head. There was blood on his forehead, and he wasn't very conscious. There was a dirt road about 50 meters away from here. There were no cars passing by, and even if there were, the doors would be closed. It was hard to hear the noise outside. If it weren't for Zhang Tan, who knew when the two of them would be discovered? Perhaps they would already be dead by the time they were discovered. After Zhang Tan looked at the two men, he ran towards the orchard. He quickly climbed over the barbed wire fence to find the Jiao Yuan. The Jiao Yuan was helping someone take out a toolbox. He moved his wrists and was about to move on to the next one when he felt someone tugging at his trouser leg. Zhang Tan tugged at Jiao Yuan's trousers and looked in the direction of the two men. He looked at Jiao Yuan and tugged again. Jiao Yuan frowned and said to Grandpa Jiao, who was chatting with someone not far away, "Grandpa, I'm just taking a walk." "All right, be careful." Grandpa Jiao didn't mind too much. There wasn't much danger in the orchard. The children couldn't stay idle and wanted to look around, so he let them be. Zhang Tan didn't intend to let little Pomelo follow him. She was still young. What if she met someone with bad intentions outside? He did not expect little Pomelo to follow him after noticing him. After bringing the two men to the barbed wire fence, Zhang Tan directly climbed over it. Jiao Yuan asked little Pomelo to stay here while he went over to take a look. This was also what Zhang Tan wanted. Jiao Yuan had always been obedient in front of outsiders. He was a good student in the eyes of the teachers. However, in reality, this guy in Xiong had done a lot of bad things. Even though he was in high school now, he was still doing the same, or even more. Climbing over the fence and climbing over the fence, Zhang Tan knew that Jiao Yuan was familiar with it. After bringing the Jiao Yuan to the forest, the man who was about the same age as the Jiao Pa saw Zhang Tan and the Jiao Yuan. His eyes were filled with joy and tears. Jiao Yuan tore off the tape on the man's mouth and asked, "Who are you?" The man's voice was trembling, but his voice was very clear. "My name is Song Ting, from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. When I came here yesterday, it was already nighttime. My phone was out of battery, so I didn't call my friends here. I wanted to take a taxi to the experimental base, but I didn't expect to be robbed. When we arrived here, the other two men and the driver tied us up here. They had knives and sticks in their hands, and they took our phones and wallets. Our IDs were in our bags, and they took everything away. The young man next to us should be from around here. He came back from work. He resisted and even took a few hits for me. He's not in good condition right now, and he needs a doctor." Jiao Yuan did not immediately believe the other party's words. Although he felt that the person in front of him was a good person, he had seen many situations where people were bitten after saving people. Now, he was only a high school student, and no one else could help him. 2 days ago, the news reported that after saving people, he was hit into the snow by the other party with a stick. He had to be vigilant, so he needed to prove this person's identity again. Therefore, Jiao Yuan didn't continue to ask about the man's identity. Instead, he quickly asked him a few questions about the anti-freeze care of fruit trees. He had learned a lot about this from Grandpa Jiao over the past few days. Song Ting's eyes lit up. He didn't think too much and answered casually. Whether he was an insider or not, he could tell from the way they spoke that they had their own way of using words. Many villagers working in orchards didn't know how to use professional terms. After confirming this, Jiao Yuan didn't waste any more time. He took out a universal knife from his pocket and untied the man and the other man. He asked Song Ting to wait here while he quickly ran back to the barbed wire fence. He briefly explained the situation to little Pomelo, and then little Pomelo ran back to call for help. Looking at the two men, they were tired, hungry, and in the cold and wet environment. They had been outside for too long, and it wasn't easy for them to walk. Jiao Yuan alone couldn't carry them. Little Pomelo had been to the orchard a few times, so she was familiar with it. She wasn't afraid of getting lost, so she quickly ran to call for help. Zhang Tan was helping Jiao Yuan to prevent any suspicious people around. What if the car robbers from last night appeared again? Jiao Yuan was just a high school student, and he couldn't handle those professional robbers. Not long after, people came from the orchard. They drove a small cart specially used by the orchard and opened the gate near the barbed wire fence. They carried the two injured men into the cart and went to the town hospital. Because of this incident, they originally planned to stay in the orchard until dinner, but now it seemed that they had to change their plans. When it was almost lunchtime, Grandpa Jiao directly took the children back on the donkey cart. Before getting on the cart, Zheng Tan saw the donkey wagging its tail and shouting beside Grandpa Jiao Yuan. It was different from the sound it made after teasing the cat in the morning. When it was in front of Grandpa Jiao Yuan, Zheng Tan felt that the donkey sounded a little coquettish. Donkeys also knew how to be coquettish. It was said that the two men who were rescued were quickly transferred from the town hospital to the best hospital in the county. This incident was quite big, and it was said that several leaders had ordered a strict investigation. It was rare for the Academy of Agricultural Sciences to take the initiative to send an expert to guide the anti-freezing and post-disaster recovery work of the fruit trees. They didn't expect to encounter such an incident. If this incident wasn't resolved, which expert would come and guide them in the future? There were many experts now, but it wasn't easy to find authentic experts. Why did they say authentic and good experts? Because there were many experts who were hired with high salaries or directly sent by the higher-ups. Not to mention how much real talent they had. Not only did they have to put on airs and come to guide them casually, they also had to eat a feast, take a few red packets, and leave immediately. But this time, the one who came was quite famous in the industry, and he was also famous for being a good person. They didn't expect to encounter a black cart robbery as soon as they came here. It was simply F***ed up. Although many things were not explicitly said by the higher-ups, some smart people could infer some hidden information. Song Ting had such great achievements at such a young age, and he was also very famous in the industry. Other than his own ability, it could also be seen that there was someone behind him. Otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't have taken action so quickly. Song Ting's parents were experts in this field of the older generation, and they had contributed a lot to the country. Even though they were old, they still hadn't gone offline. The old man had students all over the world, and he had high prestige in the circle. As an agricultural area with an experimental base, it was inevitable to deal with experts, and it would be inevitable in the future. Therefore, as long as one wasn't stupid, one would know that this matter had to be treated seriously and couldn't be careless at all. Although Song Ting said that there were no confidential documents in the lost things, it was better to find them as soon as possible. Perhaps the robbers didn't expect that the higher-ups would still take care of them when they were busy with disaster relief. They also didn't expect that Song Ting and the others would be discovered so quickly. The robbers planned to do a few more robberies in another town, but they didn't expect to be pulled out of their beds early in the morning on New Year's Eve and handcuffed. This wasn't the first or second time that this group of robbers had done this. They moved from place to place, and if it wasn't for the fact that the operation this time was swift and decisive, and that someone had taken the initiative to report them, they might not have been caught so quickly. As for the other person who was kidnapped, he was indeed from Jiaopa's village. He had just turned 20 years old, and his reputation in the village wasn't very good. It wasn't that this person had done many things that harmed the villagers, but this person didn't go back to school after graduating from junior high. He wasn't interested in studying, and he didn't want to farm either. He always hung out with people outside, and even got into fights before. But at the root of it, this person's character wasn't bad, and he had done things bravely for a just cause a few times. Later, under the suggestion of his family, he followed a few people in the village to work in a garment factory along the coast. He hadn't been home for 2 years, and when he came back this year, he encountered a snowstorm, which caused a lot of trouble. When he was almost back in the village, he was robbed and was beaten up. If it wasn't discovered in time, his life might have been in danger if he had waited for half a day. But now, he was much better. He was even joking around with his family in the hospital. But Zheng Tan didn't care about that. On New Year's Eve, Zheng Tan didn't sleep. He saw Grandpa Jiao buy some red packets yesterday. They were simple red packets with the words New Year's gift bag printed on them. He wrapped them up tonight and was waiting to give them to the children tomorrow. In fact, most of the time, the villagers were more casual and didn't wrap their gifts in red packets. They just gave it to the children directly from their pockets. But Grandpa Jiao was fashionable and specially bought some red packets. Zheng Tan took 2 red packets and put the money he brought with him into the red packets after little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan fell asleep. Zheng Tan knew that the 2 old people in the Jiao family always gave out 100 yuan as their New Year's money. This was the most red packets given in the village, followed by 50 yuan, 20 yuan, 10 yuan, and so on. According to the village's custom, Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma wouldn't give the children any red packets. So, Zheng Tan planned to give more red packets to Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo this time. This way, he would be the one who gave the most red packets this year. Thinking about it made him feel a little proud. Zheng Tan stuffed 500 yuan into each of the 2 red packets. This was the overtime pay he earned from Xiaohua. It was difficult to withdraw money from the card, so he could only use this. After folding the red packets, Zheng Tan thought for a while. He got some oil from the braised pork that he didn't finish tonight and smeared it on his hand. Then, he printed it on the back of the red packet. On the back of the red packet, there was a blurry oil stain in the shape of a cat's paw. This way, it wouldn't be mixed up with other people's. Chapter 3:26. Early in the morning, Zheng Tan heard the voices of Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan. The elderly were used to waking up early, and they were even more diligent during the new year. No one slept in today. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan woke up very quickly. They still had a lot of work to do, and there would be guests at home. However, when little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan woke up, their vision was still blurry. They were yawning when they smelled the smell of red braised pork. Breakfast was usually bland, so the 2 kids wondered if it was red braised pork for breakfast today. When they put on their clothes, they found a red envelope on the bedside. They picked it up and saw that it was obviously much thicker than usual. On the back, there was a greasy cat paw print with the smell of red braised pork. It was obvious who it belonged to. What surprised Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo even more was the 500 yuan in the red envelope. Zheng Tan had a lot of private money. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo knew that. Jiao Yuan had even borrowed money from Zheng Tan. However, borrowing money was one thing, and receiving a red envelope was another. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo felt very strange and complicated. After all, in their eyes, Zheng Tan was much younger than them. Plus, there was 500 yuan in the red envelope. For a student, that was a lot of money. Jiao Yuan looked at the red envelope in his hand with a complicated expression. He actually wanted to yell F***CK to ease the impact of the red envelope, but obviously he couldn't. If he yelled, he would definitely be scolded by the 4 elders at home. He didn't want to be scolded on the first day of the new year. When Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan saw Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo coming out of their rooms, they smiled so widely that their eyes narrowed. Before the 2 kids said anything, they quickly took out the red envelope they had prepared and handed it to them. As Zheng Tan expected, Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan gave out 100 yuan each. It was obvious from the thickness of the red envelopes. Zheng Tan couldn't help but feel proud. It didn't even give as much as it did. Ah, black charcoal, and yours. Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan took out their red envelopes again. It was the same as in previous years. One of Zheng Tan's red envelopes contained pork jerky, and the other contained dried fish fillets. However, this year, Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan gave him more red envelopes. In previous years, each red envelope only contained 1 bag, but this time they gave him 2 bags. It was double the amount. There was a reason why Zheng Tan gave them double the amount of red envelopes. The biggest credit for what happened the day before yesterday was Zheng Tan. Although many people thought that the credit was given to Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo, Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan knew that the key person was Zheng Tan. Because of this, several village leaders came over to thank Grandpa Jiao. Even 2 town officials came over to talk to Grandpa Jiao. This gave Grandpa Jiao a lot of face. In the past, when he talked to Jiao Ma's old Master Gu often showed off. Grandpa Jiao's reputation depended on his face. Now, Grandpa Jiao felt that he could show off more the next time he met old Master Gu. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo did not tell Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Yuan about the huge red envelopes that Zhang Tan gave them. They were afraid that it would scare them. Jiao Yuan pulled Jiao Pa into the room when Jiao Pa was free. With an expression that said, "What the F asterisk CK?" Jiao Yuan told Jiao Pa about the red envelopes that Zhang Tan gave them. Jiao Pa pondered for a while, then said, "Then accept it. According to the age of cats and humans, black charcoal is already middle-aged. You are still a teenager. He probably thinks of you as his junior." Jiao Yuan said, "You can't say that. This is black charcoal's appreciation. Besides, black charcoal is now a high-earning person who has worked for a few years. You are still a middle school student. His monthly salary is equivalent to half a year of your living expenses. Oh, and he made more money at the end of the year for the documentary." Jiao Yuan was speechless. That was a blow to him. There were many examples of cats from other families giving gifts, such as dead rats, incomplete grasshoppers, or other gadgets, etc. However, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were probably the only ones who had the experience of being given red envelopes by their own cats. Only they could understand the complicated and tangled feeling of being given red envelopes by their own cats. In the morning, when Zhang Tan came back from visiting the grave, he found a person sitting in the old house. It was the person named Song Ting. Grandpa Jiao was smiling like a chrysanthemum blooming. He called Song Ting Expert Song enthusiastically. Compared to when he was kidnapped, Song Ting looked much better now. The bruises at the corners of his eyes had faded a lot. Fortunately, the robbers did not directly take away their down jackets. Otherwise, they might not have been able to safely wait for rescue. Song Ting did not become depressed because of what had happened that day. He looked very energetic, and his complexion was much healthier. When Song Ting arrived, Jiao Pa had just left with Jiao Yuan and the others. Grandpa Jiao had said that it would not take long, so Song Ting had been sitting there waiting. Seeing Jiao Pa and the others come back, Song Ting's eyes flashed with a smile. His gaze first fell on Zhang Tan, who was wearing a vest, then on Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. Finally, he looked at Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma behind them. After saying his New Year greetings, Song Ting reached into his pocket. Zhang Tan's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, the next moment, he saw Song Ting take out 2 exquisite red packets from his pocket. They were twice the size of Zhang Tan's. Moreover, the red packets were very thick. Jiao Pa and Grandpa Jiao could not sit still when they saw this. They stood up and wanted to reject the red packets. But in the end, they could not resist Song Ting's insistence. They nodded and let the 2 children accept it. "Ah, Mr. Song, you are too polite." Grandpa Jiao felt a little pressured. Their village had never directly given 1,000 Chinese New Year's money. After Jiao Yuan received the red packets, he went back to his room to take a look. Then, he secretly gestured to Jiao Pa and Grandpa Jiao to let them know how much was in the red packets. In fact, many of Song Ting's relatives gave their children a lot of red packets. It was normal for them to give 1,000 or 2,000 Chinese New Year's red packets. However, this was also a process of exchange. No matter how much you gave your children, they would give your children in return. They would send red packets to each other. If they could not give their children any Chinese New Year's red packets, they would put on other things and add it to the Chinese New Year's red packets. Song Ting did not like to do these so-called reciprocal gifts. In the past, it was his wife who prepared the red packets. However, now that his wife had gone abroad to study for a doctorate degree, the old man was not around to give advice. In the end, he decided to follow the traditional way of giving red packets between relatives and gave each child 1,000 Chinese New Year's red packets. Song Ting wanted to give more red packets. He was sincerely grateful to the 2 children. It was the first time in many years that he had encountered such a situation. Fortunately, the 2 children and the cat had helped him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He could have given more red packets, but in the end, Song Ting's friend stopped him. Generally, in the village, giving too much red packets would be too stressful. If they wanted to express their gratitude, they could do it in other ways. Therefore, this 1,000 Chinese New Year's red packet was the result of Song Ting's friend's persuasion. As for Zheng Tan, when Jiao Yuan went back to his room to look at the red packets, he hurriedly followed him. After seeing the red packets, he cursed in his heart. Along with the alpaca, he did not look at Song Ting in a good light. He had originally planned to give the highest red packet this year, but in less than 2 hours, his plan was broken. Zheng Tan was so depressed that he wanted to flip the table. At the same time, he was thinking of saving more cash next year to give the red packets. At that time, the red packets would be more exquisite and beautiful. Someone came to look for Grandpa Jiao, so he asked the Jiao Pa to stay here and talk to Mr. Song. After the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were called away by Jiao Ma, there was only the Jiao Pa and Song Ting left. Both of them were professors and were about the same age. Although they were engaged in different fields, they were not completely unrelated. They could also talk about common topics. Zheng Tan was sleepy listening to the profound academic topics. When Zheng Tan woke up after a short nap, the Jiao Pa and Song Ting talked about the loss of the orchard after the snow disaster. They even talked about donating. Zheng Tan had always been a simple-minded person. He had no interest in donating. He did not feel that he should give the money he earned to people he did not know. He also did not need to rely on donating money to earn his reputation. He would rather give it to the Jiao family and his friends. Therefore, when the Jiao Pa and Song Ting were talking about donating, Zheng Tan ran out and planned to take a walk outside. This year, the festive atmosphere of the spring festival in the village was not as strong. Because of the snow disaster, many people who made a living from the land were having a headache. The same was true for those who cultivated and raised crops. They were not optimistic and only wanted to try their best to recover some losses. There were also fewer children playing with firecrackers outside. Most of them were helping their families. The income of their families was directly linked to their future education and marriage. Therefore, they gave up playing with firecrackers and went to work. Zheng Tan squatted on a big rock beside the muddy road and looked at the villagers who were scurrying away. 2 old men walked past the muddy road in front of him. They were talking and did not notice Zheng Tan. Listening to their conversation, it seemed that they were all donating money to a family. The family was not very well off. There were many problems with their tile-roofed house. It was not reliable, and half of it collapsed during the snow disaster. Fortunately, they were fine. They barely survived the New Year's Eve with the help of some people. Otherwise, they would have been cold and hungry. Some people in the village wanted to raise money to help them repair their house. Otherwise, they would have no place to live. According to what the 2 elders said, their family conditions were not very good. They were just passable. Their son and daughter-in-law did not agree with donating money, but the elders thought that by doing some good deeds, they could accumulate more merit for their son and grandson. This way, they could leave in peace in the future. Many people, the older they got, the more they believed in some mysterious things, such as doing good deeds and accumulating good deeds. It was said that good people would be rewarded and evil people would be punished. Zheng Tan used to be very disdainful of this, because in society, there were all kinds of people who cheated, killed, robbed, and stole. They lived in luxurious houses, drove luxury cars, and hooked up with high-quality girls. They lived better than anyone else. On the contrary, some good people lived miserable lives. The failure of education, the increasing pressure of life, and the increasing gap between the rich and the poor made people breathless. Doing good deeds and accumulating good deeds? No, they were more and more convinced that money was above all. As for the process, what did it matter? However, Zheng Tan suddenly began to feel confused again. He used to think, was it because he had done too many wicked things that he suddenly became a cat? There was a vegetable garden on the other side of the muddy road. Some of the vegetables had frozen to death, but some were still alive on the other side of the fence. Yellow flowers bloomed on the vegetable stalks. They swayed slightly with the wind, adding some vitality and hope to the garden. Zheng Tan looked at the vegetable stalks and gradually became entranced. Then, a donkey's face suddenly appeared, accompanied by a rather sudden donkey's honking. Zheng Tan was so shocked that he almost jumped up. The donkey turned its head and wagged its tail as it followed the fifth grandpa. Watching the man and donkey walk away, Zhang Tan stretched and ran back to the old house. Chapter 327. It was a bank card that the Jiaopa had specially made for Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan's salary and remuneration were all deposited into it. Zhang Tan hadn't checked the amount of money in the bank for a long time. Last time, when the Jiaopa checked online banking, Zhang Tan was very happy when he saw the amount of money in the bank account. Before the Jiaopa went abroad, he gave the card to Zhang Tan. Now that he had been back for a long time, he didn't ask for it back. It was still hidden in the drawer of the cat tree by Zhang Tan. When he left Chuhua City this time, other than some cash and a card knife, the only thing he had in his vest was this bank card in case he needed it. From the beginning until now, the Jiaopa hadn't used the money in the bank card much. The money in the bank card might not be less than the money in his own salary card. However, the Jiaopa didn't expect Zhang Tan to bring the bank card out. What was the meaning of this? Putting the newspaper aside, the Jiaopa wasn't in a hurry to leave. He closed the door and dragged a chair over to sit down. Zhang Tan pushed the bank card that his hand was stepping on in front of the Jiaopa. The Jiaopa was puzzled. "You want to withdraw money?" Zhang Tan turned his head and looked around. He looked at the newspaper that the Jiaopa had just put on the table. The newspaper was brought over by Song Ting. It was a provincial newspaper. The headlines on it were about the snow disaster and disaster relief funds. The Jiaopa followed Zhang Tan's gaze and looked at the newspaper. He raised his eyebrows and said with a strange expression, "You want to donate money?" Zhang Tan nodded and pushed the card in front of the Jiaopa again. It was inconvenient to not be able to talk. Fortunately, the Jiaopa had already gotten used to this kind of communication. He had even pasted a small note on Zhang Tan before. If other people knew about this, their jaws would probably drop. The Jiaopa was silent for a few seconds. Then he smiled and patted Zhang Tan's head. He sighed and looked out of the window. He didn't say anything for a while. Zhang Tan waited for a while. Seeing that the Jiaopa didn't say anything else, he was about to remind him. However, the Jiaopa turned his head and said, "Are you really going to donate money?" Zhang Tan's eyes widened. How could this be fake? Before I change my mind, take the card and donate it. It was rare for him to make a donation. Seeing the look in Zhang Tan's eyes, the Jiaopa chuckled. "You little brat." When the Jiaopa and Song Ting had discussed the matter, they had already decided to donate money. Their village was also in the disaster area. There were also some villages further away on the other side of the mountain that were in worse conditions. Old Master Goo's place was also in the disaster area. In order to prevent any shenanigans, Song Ting had asked a few of his friends to participate in the donation and monitor it, so that those who wanted to make money from the donations would give up early. It was precisely because of this that the Jiaopa felt at ease donating money. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel safe donating money. These days, there were also shenanigans in charity organizations. If Zhang Tan wanted to donate money, he could only donate with the Jiao family. He couldn't use another name. Zhang Tan didn't care about this. Did he want everyone to know that he was the one who donated the money? Someone would definitely think about it. Besides, Zhang Tan didn't have such noble sentiments. He only donated for peace of mind. After all, when a completely normal person suddenly turned into a cat and returned to the past, Zhang Tan felt uneasy just thinking about it. When he was sad, he would stare at his cat paws that were completely different from a human's. After the donation, it didn't matter if other people knew about it or not. If it was really like what the old people said, that doing good deeds and accumulating good karma would bring about good karma, then when would he be able to return to his human form? Zhang Tan thought optimistically. This was also what Zhang Tan had been thinking about when the Jiaopa came in just now. "How much do you want to donate?" the Jiaopa asked again. Although the Jiaopa had a plan in mind, he wanted to know Zhang Tan's opinion. When he asked, he raised his hand and took a large calculator from the table. He turned on the power switch and put it in front of Zhang Tan. This was the kind that the Grandpa Jiao and Grandma often used. When they bought it for the convenience of the two old people. It was the type with the big buttons that could be seen clearly. Zhang Tan stared at the calculator in front of him and raised his hand to press the button on the calculator. Normally, donations were in round numbers, so Zhang Tan pressed one, then moved to the 0 button and planned to press 4 zeros. However, when he pressed the button, Zhang Tan's mind wandered. He was still thinking about something when he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a lot of things happening in the past year, especially the incident in May. After pressing the button, Zhang Tan retracted his hand and realized that he had pressed something wrong. He raised his head and looked at the display on the calculator. Sure enough, there was an extra 0. Zhang Tan was speechless. It really was a mistake. Earlier, he had seen a donation news article in the newspaper. Many celebrities had donated 10 to 20,000 yuan on the spot. He had thought that it would be enough if he donated 10,000 yuan. However, when he was pressing the button, his mind suddenly went blank. He was not focused and accidentally pressed an extra button. Before Zhang Tan could regret, the Jiaopa had already taken the calculator and looked at it. Seeing the 100,000 on the monitor, Father Jiao was surprised, which was rare. He knew that before the new year, when his cat was working at the pet center, the overtime pay was only 50 yuan. He had to get 100 yuan. Xiaogua had joked about it several times when he called him. He did not expect this guy to be so generous. Compared to corporate donations, private donations were much less, especially from ordinary people. 100,000 yuan was a huge sum of money for many people. For this large-scale snow disaster, Zhang Tan's donation was even more than some of the celebrities' donations listed in the newspaper. Zhang Tan had a lot of money in his card. In the past, because of him, Yihao had transferred a lot of money. This amount of money still accounted for the majority of the total amount. In the past few years, because of various reasons, Yihao had also transferred a lot of money. Every time, Yihao had been very generous. Are you really going to donate this much? I was going to donate 100,000 yuan. I didn't expect you to do the same, said the Jiaopa, thinking about the New Year's money that the Jiao Yuan had told him. The Jiaopa smiled and shook his head again. His cat was really... Zhang Tan hesitated for a moment. However, when he thought about the money in his card, he decided that he would just donate 100,000 yuan. He would not change it. Pushing the card back to the Jiaopa, Zhang Tan jumped off the table and left. A few days later, Song Ting came again. The young man who had been kidnapped with him last time was discharged from the hospital today. He asked the driver to send the young man over. After all, the young man had helped a lot when they were kidnapped. This time, the young man had almost lost his life. After Song Ting learned about the young man's family situation, he recommended a food processing factory along the coast to let the young man work there when he recovered. The young man's family was very happy about the good pay. Taking advantage of this time, Song Ting also chatted with the Jiaopa and brought over the relevant donation certificate. The Jiaopa meant that the 200,000 yuan was a family donation. When he told Song Ting about it, he specifically said, "The money that my cat earns is also included in the donation." Song Ting smiled. He only thought that the Jiaopa was joking. However, he did have a good impression of Zhang Tan. If it were not for Zhang Tan, he did not know when he would have been discovered. In addition, on Yuan Zi's side, the Jiaopa would also participate in the company's donation. He did not only donate this amount of money. Because of the disaster in his hometown, he also experienced a lot this time. Moreover, Yuan Zi also wanted the company to make a good impression in front of the public. While the Jiaopa was chatting with Song Ting, Zhang Tan looked outside. The car that sent Song Ting here was a private car with a driver. However, the driver was not only a driver, but also a bodyguard. He was afraid that something would happen to Song Ting on the way. However, from Song Ting's words, it could be seen that he had a good impression of this village. He had said a lot of good things about this village. The young man's surname was also Jiao. However, he was also related to the Jiaopa. Most of the people in this village had the same surname, and some families had the same surname. This was also the reason why the Jiaopa, who was also surnamed Jiao, addressed the donkey cart driver as fifth uncle instead of fifth uncle. However, when it came to the Jiao Yuan's generation, it was much simpler to address people as uncle or grandfather. Zhang Tan and the others would not be staying here to celebrate the Lantern Festival. Little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan still had to go back to report. Before that, the Jiaopa's work had to start in advance. Many graduate students would return to school around the 10th of the first lunar month, especially those who were busy with more research projects. The winter break was only a week or two away. The school's official website said nothing. This was an internal rule that would not be announced publicly. On the day they returned to Chuhua City, Song Ting was at a fruit tree experimental base not far from here. When he heard that the Jiao Pa and the others were leaving, he ran over to see them off and brought some fruits. What made Zheng Tan angry was that when Fifth Grandpa led the donkey over, the donkey even leaned in front of the car and made a few strange noises at Zheng Tan. Its mouth was even moving, and its eyes were slightly narrowed, as if it was mocking Zheng Tan. The day before, when Zheng Tan was squatting on a tree and enjoying the winter scenery of the countryside, Fifth Grandpa led the donkey past. When it saw Zheng Tan, the donkey walked under the tree and pooped in the direction of the tree trunk. It pooped right under the branch that Zheng Tan was lying on. After it pooped, it looked at Zheng Tan. Its long ears twitched, and it wagged its tail and followed Fifth Grandpa away. Now that the donkey was acting like this again, Zheng Tan was so angry that he wanted to rush up and slap the donkey's face a few times. If little Pomelo wasn't holding him, Zheng Tan would have already slapped it. Looking at the proud donkey, Zheng Tan gritted his teeth. "Just you wait. When I come back for the new year next year, I'll beat you to death." Zheng Tan still had a red packet in his vest. He took it from Grandpa Jiao. Zheng Tan didn't have much money on hand now, so he planned to give another one to Zhuo Xiao Mao when he went back. In fact, Zheng Tan also wanted to give one to little Gio, but after considering the blind old man behind little Gio, he decided against it. It would be troublesome if it attracted too much attention. Anyway, little Pomelo would definitely bring a lot of food for that girl. After the 15th day of the first lunar month, the primary and secondary schools all started school. The kindergarten also opened its doors as the parents started work. Zheng Tan already had a plan for Zhuo Xiao Mao's class. He found an outdoor class time. Zheng Tan put on a black vest, put the red packet in, and ran to the kindergarten. Just like before, after seeing Zheng Tan, Zhuo Xiao Mao went over. The children in the class were used to it and didn't have much curiosity. "Brother Hey, Happy New Year!" Zhuo Xiao Mao ran over happily. It was obvious that this child was in a good mood. Zheng Tan turned sideways to Zhuo Xiao Mao and nodded at the zipper of the vest pocket, indicating for Zhuo Xiao Mao to open it. Zhuo Xiao Mao's eyes lit up. She quickly put the crayons in her hand in her pocket, then opened the zipper of the vest and took out the red packet inside. Seeing the red packet with the words New Year's Gift Package, Zhuo Xiao Mao smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed. She knew these 3 words. She had also received this kind of red packet during the New Year. Just as Zhuo Xiao was enjoying herself, Zheng Tan heard a commotion. She turned around and saw a grayish-black figure rolling out from the bushes after a few meows that signified a cat's battle mode. Chapter 328. The cat that rolled out of the grass was a little bigger than Zheng Tan. It had short, grayish-black fur, and if one looked closely, they could see some black spots. At this moment, after the cat rolled out of the grass, it looked around vigilantly. It was probably aware of a lot of strange smells and sounds around it. When it looked at Zheng Tan and the others, it was stunned. It pulled its ears and then lowered its vigilance. But the next moment, it seemed to have suddenly heard something, and it jumped up high. The next moment, a yellow and white figure rushed over from the grass. The 2 cats covered their ears, arched their backs, and looked at each other with a look that said, "I'll scratch you to death." Their mouths made the kind of whining sounds when they were on guard for a fight. Zheng Tan looked at the clear sky. The weather was getting warmer, and the season of spring was coming soon. The war between males and nature had begun again. Of the 2 cats confronting each other, one was Candy Peanut, whom Zheng Tan had watched grow up, and the other was Tiger, who had been adopted by Feng Baijin, one of the tenants of the lakeside villa, who had rolled out of the bushes awkwardly just now. Tiger, whom Zheng Tan had also watched grow up, was adopted by Feng Baijin, a tenant of the lakeside villa. Now, although Zheng Tan didn't often go to the lakeside villa area, he could hear a lot of embarrassing things about this guy when he went there a few times. It was still the same old saying, "I still remember when it was young and fresh. When it grew up, it was all troublesome. The little guy that Zhang Tan had picked up from the alley in the old residential area was now bigger than Zhang Tan. It couldn't be helped. This guy had inherited the good genes of its mother, the leopard cat. When it was young, it was not obvious, but when it grew up, it felt different from ordinary cats. Obviously, it was two different kinds of cats. When Mao and Qin Tao talked about the leopard cat's tragic experience, it seemed that before Mao gave birth to Hu Zi, it was bought to a cat fighting arena. The cats there were all fierce, and Hu Zi's father was probably one of the cats in the arena. Because Hu Zi was too restless, Feng Baijin didn't keep Hu Zi at home, and it couldn't. After Hu Zi grew up, it began to wander around its territory, and Peanut Candy was even less docile. After Mao took Black Rice away for the time being, Peanut Candy would go to the eastern courtyard and bark a few times. The rest of the time, it would patrol its territory and fight. Now, the territories of the two crossed, and the intersection was in the vicinity of Tsinghua University. Therefore, Zhang Tan would hear two different meows from ordinary cats from time to time. According to what Zhang Tan had seen and heard a few times, Peanut Candy usually won when the two fought. Hu Zi, this guy, was often injured, and the more he was defeated, the braver he became. Every time he recovered from his injuries, he would run out and continue to fight. Moreover, every time the two of them fought, there would be no other cats within a certain range. Many children also developed a sense of fear when the two of them fought. Not to mention children, even some adults would panic when they heard it. In many people's eyes, a cat's cry should be a kind of coquettish meow, as well as a kind of unique cat howl in the middle of the night during certain rippling seasons. This kind of cat was something that no one wanted to encounter for fear of being affected. That claw coming over was not a joke, let alone a child. Sensing that Zhang Tan was here, Peanut Candy quickly looked in Zhang Tan's direction. Then, she continued to confront Hu Zi, as if she was waiting for a moment when the other party was not paying attention to her, so she could attack with her paw. It was not a good idea for the two to continue growling at each other. The teachers of the kindergarten had already noticed this. Although their defense against Zhang Tan had decreased a lot, it was different for other cats. This was a kindergarten. It was not good to hurt children. Even if they did not scratch them, it was not good to scare them. In the end, the two would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Zhang Tan jumped down from the concrete platform of the guardrail. The landing sound was not loud. It was difficult for people to hear, but for cats, it was enough. The two cats who were confronting each other heard the sound. They did not even look in Zhang Tan's direction. They ran away. If they did not run faster, they would be beaten up by Zhang Tan. In the past, if the two fought in the wrong place, Zhang Tan would rush up and slap them if he saw them. If they wanted to fight, they had to go somewhere else. Even if they wanted to fight, they had to look at the place and the situation. Seeing the two cats run away, Zhang Tan did not plan to chase after them. He let them continue to fight. He turned back and walked to the side of the fence. He jumped onto the concrete platform of the fence and looked at Zhua Kitten. The child seemed to have been about to say something, but she was interrupted by Hu Zi. Zhua Kitten did not continue to think about the two cats. She did not have any special thoughts about other cats and dogs. In her opinion, Zhang Tan was her brother, and the other cats were just cats. That was all. Although the new year was over, it did not affect Zhua Kitten's mood when she received the New Year's money from Zhang Tan. She carefully hid the red packet in a small pocket inside her coat. Then, she began to talk about things as usual. This time, she talked about some things during the New Year holidays. Because she did not have other relatives by her side, Zhua Kitten was brought by Lord Zeng during the New Year. After a simple explanation, Zhua Kitten happily said to Zhang Tan, "Brother, hey, my mother is coming back." Zhang Tan was too surprised to hear the news. Xiaozhua had been away for a long time. From what he knew, Xiaozhua had gone to do some scientific research for the country that would not be made public in the short term. Moreover, after joining the project plan, it was different from the project applied at the school. Moreover, the project that Xiaozhua participated in would probably cause great harm to the body, or even life-threatening. Zhang Tan did not know the specifics, but he could guess some of the situations. Just like the researchers at the school, Sometimes he could hear the students gossiping about who had thinned hair again, who was in poor health, who was a student who got sick because of some kind of experiment. Last year, he heard from the Jiaopa that a few graduate students in the animal medicine field of a provincial agricultural university were infected with brucellosis. There were many similar incidents. Every year, the relevant school would specially host a report on the safety of the laboratory. The Jiaopa also often emphasized the safety of the laboratory to Exian and the others. Fortunately, the laboratory here was separated from the student study room. After the graduate students finished the experiment in a laboratory, they washed their hands, took off their lab coats, and went back to the student study room to rest. They would go to the laboratory when it was time to do the experiment. However, some schools and research groups were not like this. When Exian and several other brothers and sisters had dinner in the small restaurant of the Jiao Wei family, Zheng Tan had heard that in some schools, the laboratory and the student study room were in the same room. Page, polyacrylamide gel electrophoresis, which was often involved in nucleic acid and protein experiments, was being done on the experiment table, while the students on the other side were either reading books or staring at the computer, busy and seeking death. In chemical and physical experiments, some experiments were also very harmful to the body, such as toxic reagents, heavy metal infections, and radiation problems that many people knew. Now that Xiao Zhuo could come back safely, it was indeed a happy thing. No wonder Zhuo was in such a good mood today. Although he had several opportunities to have remote video calls with the mother and son in the past few years, each time was not long. Moreover, meeting on video was different from meeting in real life. Zheng Tan was happy for the mother and son when he heard Zhuo continue to say, "But I have to wait until I'm in the first grade." Zheng Tan. It turned out that it was not time yet. With Zhuo current level of knowledge, there was no problem at all for her to be in the first grade, but she was too young. Moreover, this was not a problem that could be solved by him directly in the first grade. It was mainly on Xiao Zhuo's side. However, according to Zhuo Xiao Zhuo would come back in the second half of next year. It was only more than a year, and it would pass quickly. After listening to Zhuo complain for a while, "Why can't I be in the first grade now?" Zheng Tan gave her a handshake and left. It was time for Zhuo and the others to go to the classroom for outdoor activities. Zheng Tan planned to go outside the campus to relax, so he went to the old street. He looked at the entrance of Little Pomelo's school for a while, then continued to walk. He slowly walked out of the old street and came to Hengwu Square. It was almost noon. Some of the snack shops were emitting the tempting aroma of food. Zheng Tan thought that at this time, he was too lazy to go back to school and go to Jiao Wei's restaurant to eat. He went to Hengwu Square with familiarity. Looking at the two big words food, he found that there were already many people sitting in the shop. He wandered to the back of the shop and climbed up to a window on the second floor. The window was not locked. The anti-theft net at the window was not dense. Zheng Tan could squeeze in from here, open the window, and jump indoors. Boss Kai was not in the room, but looking at the temperature of the tea in the teacup, he knew that Boss Kai had returned from Nanxing. He was still in the lounge just now, and probably went out at the last minute because of something. The computer on the desk was on, and there were a few documents in front of the computer. Zheng Tan jumped on the desk and looked at the documents on it. Boss Kai would not leave anything that involved business secrets here. There were too many people here, and it was not safe. Therefore, the things that were left here were not too important. Otherwise, Zheng Tan would not go up and look. He was not interested in peeping at other people's business secrets. After all, the more he knew, the more dangerous it would be. On Boss Kai's desk were a few price lists and some descriptions that made Zheng Tan dizzy. Looking at the prices of various dishes on the list, and then looking at the price list of previous years on the computer, Zheng Tan was speechless. When he ate with Jiao Pa in the cafeteria, and when he ate at Jiao Wei's for free, he did not think much of it. Looking at the numbers on the list, he realized that the prices of dishes had increased so much. With the increase in cost, the price of the dishes in the store should have increased as well. Despite the increase, there were still so many customers, which also proved that taste of food was indeed popular. Zheng Tan walked along the old street and saw many restaurants. The people in those restaurants might not be as popular as Taste of Food. He had to admit that Food's dishes were indeed good. Below the price list, there were several wholesale prices listed by suppliers. Zhang Tan just raised his hand and glanced at the top piece of paper. He did not continue to look at it. He was waiting for Boss Kai to come back. Then, Zhang Tan's lunch could be solved. Zhang Tan did not have to wait for long before the sound of a key unlocking the door rang out. Boss Kai came in with a folder in his hand. However, he seemed to be troubled as his brows were furrowed. Following behind Boss Kai was the store manager, a somewhat plump middle-aged man. Seeing Zhang Tan, Boss Kai smiled. "Yo, Black Charcoal is here. Happy New Year." Boss Kai walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and handed a sorted document to the manager. "Follow this first." "Oh," and asked them to send 2 servings of food later. "Yes, boss." The manager had long been used to Zhang Tan's presence. After the manager left, Boss Kai sat on the computer chair, pinched the bridge of his nose, and said to Zhang Tan, "It's good to be a cat. I don't have to worry about anything." Chapter 329. It was obvious that Boss Kai had been very busy recently. That was why he said something like that. For Boss Kai, he was not afraid of being busy. However, with the same amount of time, he could stay in the kitchen for a few days in a row to think about dishes. He was not willing to deal with those written business contracts. When he was in South City, he had asked for help. But now, there were not so many helpers. The work that was shared with Boss Kai would be heavier and take up more of his time. Boss Kai probably did not have many opportunities to complain to others after the new year, so he could not help but say a few more words to Zhang Tan. Although he did not say much, Zhang Tan could understand how the boss felt. Boss Kai had originally planned to spare some time to think about 2 more dishes. In terms of personal preferences, thinking about dishes could satisfy Boss Kai's interests. In terms of the store's performance, he had to keep introducing new products to attract more customers and retain them. Just as Boss Kai said in a document on the table, customer satisfaction and financial performance are significantly positively correlated. Employee satisfaction and customer satisfaction are significantly positively correlated. Customer satisfaction completely mediates the relationship between employee satisfaction and financial performance. After settling the customers, the rest was not a problem. The competition at Hengwu Plaza was very intense. Everyone was trying their best to figure out how to get the young people around them to fork out more money. As the owner of the restaurant, Boss Kai was naturally doing the same. After all, this could directly reflect the satisfaction of the people at his restaurant. Even though Taste of Food was very popular now, he could not afford to be careless. He had to seize the opportunity to spread his name. Now, some customers who could not find a seat or were in a hurry would order takeout packages in advance. After all, there was no takeout service here. After lunch, Zhang Tan did not leave immediately. He watched Boss Kai drink some tea and then continue working. He opened a file on the computer. It was a new dish that would be launched after the new year. Zhang Tan's lunch just now was one of them. It tasted good and could satisfy the appetite of the people here. The other document contained the names of some restaurants that could be found all over Chuhua City. This seemed to be Boss Kai's diary. Some of the restaurants had related records behind them, such as, what dishes did he eat at XX restaurant in XX year, XX month, XX day, XX month, XX day, 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 XX day. This was one of Boss Kai's interests. He had this habit since a long time ago. He always had a notebook with him, and after recording, he would organize it and keep it together. In addition to tasting food everywhere, Boss Kai seemed to be planning to hire a few chefs. In short, he was busy enough. After staying in Boss Kai's lounge for a while, Zhang Tan decided to leave. He didn't take the stairs. After all, this was a restaurant, and there were many customers in the restaurant. Zhang Tan couldn't take the stairs. Besides, it was more convenient and faster to go through the window. Looking at the black cat sneaking out of the window, Boss Kai smiled and shook his head. He then continued to deal with the documents in his hand. He knew that some people in the restaurant privately complained that it was a waste to give such good food to a cat. Besides, this cat was not the boss's own cat, so it couldn't catch mice in the restaurant. It was simply a scam. Boss Kai didn't explain the reason. Some things didn't need to be known to others. Besides, he thought that the black cat was quite good. He didn't think that the black cat couldn't taste good food like the employees complained in private. It was very sensitive to the subtle changes in the expression of others when they were eating. It could infer whether the other party was satisfied with the food or not. The black cat also had some subtle changes in its expression when it was eating. It was very similar to humans, but other cats didn't. Just as Yi Hao and the others had said, this black cat was different and could not be judged by common sense. While Boss Kai was analyzing Zhang Tan's expression when he was eating the new dish, Zhang Tan went downstairs through the window. He didn't expect to hear someone calling his name after just a few steps. He looked back and saw Feng Baijin coming out of the food taste. After school at noon, Feng Baijin came to the food taste for lunch. He liked the food very much. He ordered it too late, so his order number was at the back. He came and waited for a while before he got the food. He didn't have any classes in the afternoon, so he could afford to wait. He didn't eat here because the seats were already full. He didn't expect to see the familiar cat when he came out with the food. He shouted to confirm, and it was really the cat. Feng Baiji knew that the black cat often came here and had many acquaintances, so he didn't think much about it. He put the food in the trunk of his scooter and was ready to go back. He looked up and saw the black cat running towards him. Feng Baijin's first thought was that the food in the trunk had attracted the cat's attention. However, when he saw Zhang Tan jump on the scooter but didn't scratch the trunk, he didn't say anything. He understood that the cat wanted to hitch a ride. After eating, Zhang Tan was a little lazy and didn't want to leave. He wanted to walk slowly back, but since he met Feng Baijin, he didn't want to continue walking. He wanted to hitch a ride. Feng Baijin rode the scooter into Tsinghua University. Since the cat behind him didn't get off, he took a detour to the eastern courtyard. When he passed by a road, 2 cat meows came from the forest. Zhang Tan knew which 2 cats it was as soon as he heard it. Feng Baijin obviously knew as well. Feng Baijin stopped the scooter and shouted towards the forest. "Huzi, time to eat." Why didn't he shout, "Time to go home"? Because Feng Baijin knew that the attraction of time to go home was definitely not as attractive as the words time to eat. As long as he shouted, "Time to eat," even if Huzi was in the middle of a fight, he would come over immediately. Sure enough, as soon as Feng Baijin shouted, the aggressive cat meows stopped. Zhang Tan had already jumped off the scooter. It wasn't far from the eastern courtyard, so there was no need to take up space. Whoosh! A gray shadow jumped out from the grass. Compared to the appearance Zhang Tan saw in the morning, Huzi now had 2 more scratches on his body. Originally, his attack power was slightly lower than peanut candy. His fur was also short, so he didn't have much defense power. This was why this guy lost 9 out of 10 times. Feng Baijin looked at the wounds on Huzi's body and felt helpless. The wounds weren't deep. He just needed to rest at home for a few days. Huzi's recovery ability was very strong. This was the first time Feng Baijin had raised a cat. The experience of raising a cat was full of tears. He didn't care about it scratching tables, doors, and smashing things. As for the fact that many people said that cats would give gifts, Feng Baijin would definitely laugh. Can you imagine the feeling of waking up early in the morning and finding a fat mouse that was played to death next to your pillow? That feeling was simply F***CK. A mouse in the house. The house was cleaned very well, so there shouldn't be so many mice. Aunt Lee, who was in charge of housework at Feng Baijin's place, was still puzzled. Until one day, when she was walking in the neighborhood, a resident saw her and greeted her with a smile. "Your cat must be very patient. It caught all the mice in my house." While Feng Baijin was thinking, Huzi had already jumped onto the scooter's trunk and meowed. Go back and eat your cat food. It's not suitable for you. The taste is too strong. Phone Jean picked up the cat on the scooter's trunk and put it in the basket in front of the scooter. Huzi also cooperated. He squatted in the basket, put his chin on the side of the basket, and looked down at Peanut Candy, who jumped out from the grass. Peanut Candy stared over there and wagged her tail vigorously. The meaning of a cat wagging its tail was different from that of a dog. A dog wagged its tail when it was in a good mood, but a cat wagged its tail when it was happy. There were many meanings in a cat's tail wagging. Different amplitude and strength reflected different emotions. It could be thinking about something, or it could be angry. For example, Peanut Candy was wagging her tail for the latter. Phone Jean was talking to Zheng Tan and Huzi about not eating dead rats. As soon as he saw Peanut Candy, he didn't say anything and just drove away. Every time Phone Jean saw Peanut Candy, he would take a detour. He couldn't help it. His cat attracted hatred, and he also suffered. Peanut Candy could chase cars for a long distance. The few claw marks on Phone Jean's scooter were made by Peanut Candy. Phone Jean's family always thought that it was Huzi, or else they would be even more worried. Peanut Candy didn't even care about Xiaoqua, let alone Phone Jean, who had no relationship with him. Every time he saw Peanut Candy, Phone Jean was scared witless. However, probably because Zheng Tan was here, Peanut Candy didn't chase after him this time. After Phone Jean and the others left, Peanut Candy was no longer that unapproachable. It became a harmless and well-behaved cat again. It walked in front of Zheng Tan and wanted to rub against him. Zheng Tan ignored it. He brushed Peanut Candy's long fur and didn't see any wounds. As for Phone Jean's warning about not eating dead rats, Peanut Candy really didn't seem to have touched them. He hadn't touched them since he was young, so he didn't know if he could smell something wrong. Speaking of dead rats, in the early years of the Jiaopa, in order to prevent Zheng Tan from dying like the two cats in the yard who ate dead rats, the Jiaopa trained Zheng Tan. From several types of rodenticides to dead rats, Zheng Tan knew a little bit about them. The Jiaopa also dissected several dead rats that had been poisoned by different types of rodenticides. Zheng Tan watched the whole process, but it was still disgusting. Later, when he found out that Zheng Tan never ate rats, the Jiaopa didn't worry about that anymore. There were many people who raised cats in the countryside. Cats, dogs, and even children were raised half-free. In order to prevent accidents, not many people used rodenticides. However, in the city, there were many people who used rodenticides. The density of the residents was high, and relationships weren't that good. If one family didn't use rodenticides, other families would have plenty of them. Who would care if one family raised a cat? Therefore, many people who raised cats were worried about the problem of poison rats. However, the good thing was that it seemed that almost no one in the yard used rodenticides. The poison cats were only poisoned after they ran far away. This day, Zheng Tan walked to the smell of food again at noon. He climbed through the window and entered Boss Kai's lounge. Boss Kai was sorting out a document. He was staring at the computer screen with his fingers tapping on the keyboard. When he heard the sound, he looked over. "Yo, Black Charcoal is here." As he spoke, Boss Kai tidied up some of the printed documents on the desk to make some space. Zheng Tan was going to jump over to the desk, but when he was about to jump, he suddenly stopped. He took back his foot and sniffed the air hard to distinguish the smell in the room. Boss Kai looked at Zheng Tan strangely. In the past, when the cat came in through the window, he would jump directly on the chair or the table. What was wrong with him now? Zheng Tan sniffed at Boss Kai's desk and other places. He stepped back a little and squatted on the windowsill to think. No matter what Boss Kai said, Zheng Tan didn't go in. Chapter 330. Black Charcoal, what's the matter with you? Boss Kai couldn't help but stand up from the computer chair. He walked to the window and looked outside. There was nothing special. He then looked at the black cat on the windowsill. It was still staring at the room as if there was something scary in the room. Black Charcoal, Boss Kai shouted again. The uneasiness and impatience in his voice grew deeper. He couldn't help but think of some things that happened in Southern City. The business world was like a battlefield. There were so many unscrupulous things. He wasn't good at that. Most of the time, he relied on his friends there to help him. Later, there were fewer things. Until now, when the strange situation happened again, Boss Kai recalled some of the things that happened in the past. He didn't have any helpers now, and the security in the store needed to be strengthened. During the new year, he went back to Southern City and asked some friends to introduce some reliable people to him, but it would take some time before they could come to work. What was going on? Boss Kai always thought that animals were more sensitive to danger than humans. Besides, he knew that this black cat was different, so he trusted him more. Because of this, he couldn't help but feel nervous. The unknown danger made it hard for people to calm down. Zhang Tan didn't want to ignore Boss Kai. He was just thinking. He stayed on the windowsill and didn't even go over the window. He smelled something, but from Boss Kai's reaction, he didn't seem to notice it. This kind of smell wasn't strong, and it was difficult to distinguish. People couldn't smell it with their sense of smell. Even though Zhang Tan's sense of smell was much more sensitive than that of ordinary people, he could only smell a little bit of it. Besides, Zhang Tan had never smelled this kind of smell before, but it was familiar. He should have smelled something similar before. No matter whether he had smelled it before or not, it made Zhang Tan feel danger. It was the kind that made him turn around and run away, as if he was afraid that he couldn't avoid it. While he was thinking, Boss Kai saw that Zhang Tan didn't respond, so he reached out to poke Zhang Tan to wake Zhang Tan up. But when Zhang Tan looked up and saw the fingers coming closer and closer, he hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, there was no space behind him, and he slipped and almost fell from the second-floor window. If it wasn't for his quick reaction and holding onto the edge of the window, it would be hard to say what would have happened. Seeing Zhang Tan acting like this, Boss Kai looked at his hands and felt even more uneasy. Although this cat was not very approachable, it was okay to poke it occasionally. It was not like this cat was avoiding the god of plague. He didn't know if he was overthinking things, but his growing uneasiness was real, and he couldn't calm down to think about many things. After a few seconds of silence, Boss Kai called the manager of the store and told him that the store would be closed in the afternoon for internal renovations. The customers who made reservations in the afternoon would call the store one by one to apologize. Those who wanted a refund would get a refund. Those who didn't want a refund would get additional compensation or an extension of time. The manager definitely knew what to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be the manager. After the call, Boss Kai made a few more calls. Zhang Tan listened and guessed that Boss Kai was going to ask someone to come over and check on the store. In fact, Boss Kai could also secretly ask someone to check on the store first and keep the store open. But he was afraid that if something happened, the store would be ruined. The loss would be much more than the profit he made in the afternoon. The store was his years of hard work. Of course, Boss Kai wasn't worried about the food. Because he had been framed in Nanjing City, he had put a lot of effort into the cleanliness of the kitchen. Whether it was the purchase of the food or the purchase of the food, there were people in charge of it. After the food was delivered, there were also people in charge of testing for pesticide residues. Even the tap water was checked. There was no way that the food would be poisoned. When he called just now, Boss Kai asked the person in charge of the testing in the purchasing department again. He confirmed that the recent troubles were only limited supply and high prices. Other than that, there were no other problems. If it wasn't the food, then what was it? Was it because of the food or because of himself? Boss Kai knocked on his forehead and thought of all kinds of possibilities. He wasn't as smart as others and couldn't think of a solution. He planned to go out for a walk. When he reached the door, he stopped and looked back at the windowsill. Black charcoal, can you do me a favor? Zhang Tan stood on the windowsill and hesitated for a moment. He could roughly guess what Boss Kai wanted him to do. He had planned to sneak back to Tsinghua University and go to Jiao Wei's small restaurant for a meal. But when he heard Boss Kai's words, Zhang Tan hesitated. Speaking of which, Boss Kai was really nice to him. Every time he came over, he would give him good food and drinks. Even if Zhang Tan slept on the sofa for the whole afternoon, Boss Kai wouldn't say anything, nor would he chase him away. Thinking about it this way, Zhang Tan felt that she would be too heartless if she were to slip away. Since the other party was so nice to her, it was only right for her to help out now that she was in trouble. Besides, this favor was not a big deal. Zhang Tan didn't leave the room. Although nothing would happen if he left, Zhang Tan just couldn't get over it. He jumped down from the second floor and followed Boss Kai to the front door. It was the peak hour in the restaurant. People were coming and going. Some of the customers knew Boss Kai, but not many of them. They just greeted him when they saw him. Boss Kai felt that the muscles on his face were stiff from smiling. No one knew how uncomfortable he was in his heart. When he saw the black cat not far from the door, Boss Kai was slightly relieved. It was good that the cat didn't leave directly. There was a sign on the door that said it was closed in the afternoon. Many people asked about it, and the manager explained it with a polite smile. Everything was normal. Boss Kai led Zhang Tan into the restaurant and walked around from the side. At this time, many people were eating happily. Some were staring at the menu in their hands, and some were chatting with their friends while waiting for their food. Zhang Tan walked against the wall. With Boss Kai blocking him, few people noticed him, and few were interested in looking at him. Zhang Tan didn't care about the people around him. He carefully identified the smell in the room. He didn't know if it was because the smell of the food was too strong or if it wasn't there in the first place. In short, Zhang Tan couldn't smell the kind of smell in Boss Kai's lounge. He walked around the hall on the first floor and then went up the stairs to the second floor. There were many small rooms on the second floor. People sitting in the small rooms wouldn't notice Zhang Tan. Only people walking around in the corridor would notice him. At this time, Boss Kai didn't care about those things. Someone he knew asked Boss Kai why he let a cat walk around here. Boss Kai made up a few excuses, and the other person didn't really care about these things, so he didn't ask more. Zhang Tan walked around the second floor. Just like the first floor, he didn't smell that kind of smell. He thought that the smell was too faint to distinguish, and it was probably suppressed by the smell of the food. Besides, there were so many people walking around, and all kinds of smells were mixed. It was reasonable that he couldn't recognize it. Thinking that maybe he didn't recognize the smell, Zhang Tan suddenly stopped and looked at a table next to him. Boss Kai saw that Zhang Tan didn't have any special reaction from the first floor to the second floor, and he relaxed a lot. This meant that there was no problem with the place where he ate and the customers wouldn't be affected. Was it only his room that had a problem? Was there really someone who wanted to deal with him? Boss Kai started to think again when he saw the black cat. He suddenly stopped and looked at the table next to him. This table wasn't close to the dining area on the second floor. Sometimes, it was placed here to make it easier to collect the tableware. Most of the things placed here were the staff's, and it was also close to the staff lounge. Was it the staff's problem? Zhang Tan also thought that maybe one of the staff had a problem with Boss Kai and deliberately set him up, but he didn't smell that kind of smell when he walked to the staff lounge. He even followed Boss Kai into the lounge. The two staff who were resting were so scared that they stood up immediately, afraid that their boss would think that they were slacking off. Staff lounge, no problem. In that case, after walking out of the staff lounge, Boss Kai looked at the small room next to him. It was the resting place for the cleaners. Because there weren't many waiters, it wasn't big. Opening the door, Zhang Tan followed Boss Kai into the room. At this moment, there were only two middle-aged women waiting for their shift. There were all kinds of cleaning supplies on the shelves. Every cleaner had their own cabinet, where the cleaning supplies were placed. Different people were responsible for different places. If there was a problem, they would go to the person who was responsible for that place at that time. Seeing Boss Kai, the two cleaners were very restrained. They didn't look like the kind of people who were good at flattery. They did a good job in the last few months at the end of last year without any problems. Moreover, they had a lot of experience in this field before and hadn't been reprimanded by their previous boss. It could be seen that they had done a good job in cleaning before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been retained until now. There was no change in the number of cleaners this year. Boss Kai smiled stiffly and talked to the two cleaners. He knew that one of them was the one who cleaned his room this morning. If he looked carefully, he could see a bit of guilt in this person's eyes. However, Boss Kai didn't think that this person would harm him. Some people would try to get some benefits in private. As long as it was within the acceptable range, Boss Kai wouldn't pursue it. This was also a kind of balance. While chatting with the two cleaners, Boss Kai also paid attention to Zhang Tan until he saw Zhang Tan stop in front of a cabinet. Whose cabinet is that? Boss Kai pointed at the cabinet and asked. Boss, it's mine. The one who was responsible for cleaning Boss Kai's room in the morning said. He looked very nervous. No matter how good Boss Kai's temper was, he couldn't hold back a smile now. Open the cabinet, Boss Kai said. The two cleaners thought that Boss Kai was checking on them, so it was reasonable for Boss Kai to do a spot check and check the equipment. However, when they saw the look of panic on the cleaner's face, Boss Kai's calm face darkened. The cleaner opened the cabinet and showed Boss Kai the cleaning tools inside. At the same time, she took the initiative to admit her mistake. She sold the cleaning agent in the store and used the cheap cleaning agent in her own house. The cleaning agent in the store was of good quality, and the price was much higher than that of ordinary cleaning agents. Many cleaning agents outside cost 3 to 5 yuan for a 500g bottle, but the cleaning agent in the store cost 30 to 50 yuan for a bottle. Zhang Tan looked at the middle-aged woman who tried her best to admit her mistake. What she said should be true, but Zhang Tan did smell that kind of smell from here. This person's cabinet smelled different from other cabinets, so he didn't want to go near it just now. Zhang Tan looked at the middle-aged woman's hands. It was a pair of hands that had worked hard. They were old and wrinkled, indicating that this person often did low-level work. At the same time, Zhang Tan also noticed that the cleaner's fingers, which were tugging nervously, had white stripes on them. They were different from the half-moon marks on a normal person's fingernails. Chapter 331. In fact, when Zhang Tan came in, he smelled the smell that made him very uncomfortable. It was slightly stronger than the smell in Boss Kai's lounge, and the source of the smell was the nervous cleaner. Looking at the cleaner's fingernails, Zhang Tan didn't know whether this Annie knew she was in a very dangerous situation. In addition to the cleaning tools, the store distributed cleaning clothes and shoes. The cleaner at work would put her clothes in the wardrobe. Zhang Tan could smell the stronger smell from the wardrobe. Of course, it was only relative. People might not be able to recognize it with their sense of smell. Zhang Tan couldn't tell Boss Kai in detail. Moreover, Boss Kai had realized that there might be something wrong with the bottle of cleaner, so he took action quickly. In the afternoon, the food flavor store was closed and the door was closed. When people outside walked past, they could hear some knocking and the sound of an electric drill. Looking at the renovation sign hanging outside, they didn't think much about it. Many stores would renovate on weekdays so that they could make a better profit on weekends. In the food flavor store, there was indeed work going on. Boss Kai had noticed some places that needed minor repairs, and the layout also needed to be adjusted slightly. After all, people had different habits in different places. This was a good opportunity to tidy it up. His lounge was the main place for the renovation, and it needed to be completely cleaned and redecorated. Zhang Tan didn't go back in the afternoon. He stayed there and watched Boss Kai look for help. Boss Kai's hands were shaking when he received the test results. The several highly toxic heavy metals made him panic. The test results showed that some of them were insecticides. Nowadays, many people didn't use those heavy metals to grow vegetables or kill insects. Many countries had even reduced or stopped using them, but some places still use them. As for how the insecticide got into the cleaner's bottle, even the cleaner herself didn't know. If they really wanted to harm you, they wouldn't spray this kind of cleaner. That way, the toxicity would be reduced a lot, and the effect would be slower if they sprayed it here. To achieve their goal, it's better to spray the insecticide directly. The friend who helped Boss Kai with the test said to Boss Kai. According to the cleaner, she felt that Boss Kai was a good person. She felt bad for taking advantage of Boss Kai in private. When she was cleaning, she even wiped Boss Kai's keyboard and computer hard. This was also the reason why Zhang Tan avoided Boss Kai's hand, because Boss Kai's hand had the same smell. Thinking about it, if the bottle of detergent was replaced with the kind of insecticide that didn't have any smell, the computer, keyboard, desk, sofa, window, and other places that Boss Kai came into contact with every day would be covered with poison. Anyone who lived in such a room for a long time couldn't help but tremble. Don't worry, it might be an accident. Anyway, you'd better investigate this matter carefully. Of course, if it's really an accident, I can only say that you're a little unlucky this year. Lao Kai, this is your zodiac year, right? That person just said it casually, but he didn't expect Boss Kai to seriously nod his head. The other person opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only remain silent. Although he usually joked with others that his zodiac year was a little unlucky, he didn't think so in his heart. He didn't believe in those things, because his zodiac year didn't have any big ups and downs. However, it was hard to say for Boss Kai. He even encountered such a thing. Fortunately, he found out in time and didn't make a big deal out of it. Before the lounge was cleaned and renovated, Boss Kai temporarily separated a room on the second floor of food flavor. When the lounge was renovated and ventilated for a period of time, he would tear down this compartment. As for the investigation, Boss Kai didn't have many connections in Chuhua City, and he didn't have any foundation. If he really wanted to investigate something in depth, it was naturally best to find a local. Therefore, Boss Kai went to find Yi Hao. At that time, Chairman Shu specially asked for it, so naturally, Yi Hao had to give some face. Besides, this was just a small matter, and it didn't cost much. The result that Zheng Tan found out a week later was the same as what Boss Kai's friend said. This matter was indeed just an accident. The cleaner's hometown was in the suburbs. Someone in the cleaner's family worked in a factory that manufactured detergent. During the new year, they were given large bottles of detergent. In order to save money, they would specially use a spray bottle to dilute the detergent before using it. Someone had rented a piece of land next to her house to plant flowers. The pesticide was also from that person's family. However, a lot of it was lost in the snowstorm this year, so that person didn't plan to plant flowers anymore. After moving some things away, he closed the door. During the new year, the cleaner's house was also lively. There were many places that the adults couldn't take care of. A child went to the flower bed and found a few bottles. Coincidentally, there was a small plastic factory that produced this kind of spray bottle. The spray bottles used by everyone were similar, but those children didn't know. Seeing that the color was not bad, they thought that it was the same as their own detergent, so they took it back and sprayed it everywhere. As it didn't have a strong smell, no one paid attention to it. Later, when the child didn't play with it, he directly put it on the table. After that, someone mistakenly thought that it was their own detergent and wanted to empty a few bottles to store other things. All of them were gathered into a large bottle and poured out from the large bottle whenever they wanted to use it. At that time, the adults were too busy, so this work was done by the children. The children didn't notice the difference in viscosity between the bottle of pesticide and their own detergent. After pouring it directly into the undiluted large bottle, they ran to play. Because of this, from then on, all the detergents used in the cleaner's house were mixed with insecticides. Although the toxicity of insecticides was reduced a lot, the house, especially the room where the cleaner lived, had been sprayed everywhere by the kid who took the insecticides from the flower bed. Therefore, the toxicity of the insecticides was much higher. This was a slow process of poisoning. Their daily breathing, skin contact, and so on would all poison them. However, during this process, the cleaner didn't notice it. Perhaps there were some symptoms of poisoning, but they didn't care. Sometime after the new year, the cleaner came to the city and also brought 2 bottles of detergent. He cleaned at food flavor for a period of time. Because his family members were sick and he was short of money, he set his eyes on the detergent that was given out by the shop. Each bottle was worth dozens of yuan. A few days after changing the detergent, Zheng Tan came across it. Pesticides and rodenticides were things that the Jiaopa once talked about when he taught Zheng Tan a lesson. That day, when Feng Baiji mentioned the dead rat, it also reminded Zheng Tan of the memory from a few years ago. That was why he was able to quickly recognize the threat when he jumped out of the window. He just wasn't sure what it was. After all, there were many kinds of pesticides and rodenticides. Even if some of them looked the same and people smelled the same, a cat's sense of smell could still distinguish the differences. After learning the truth, Yi Hao talked to Boss Kai inside. That guy always gets into trouble. He's a troublemaker. The guy and troublemaker that Yi Hao mentioned were obviously referring to Zheng Tan. If Zheng Tan had been there, Yi Hao might not have said these things. However, at that time, Zheng Tan wasn't there. Boss Kai didn't think that it was Zheng Tan's fault. This incident was an accident. Since it happened to him, he could only blame it on his bad luck. Even if the poison used in his lounge wasn't very toxic, what if it had been used for a long time? Who could guarantee that he would be safe? Besides, he was running a food store. This kind of store was most afraid of being involved with poison. Even the slightest incident could affect the whole business. It's not causing trouble. It's blocking disasters, Boss Kai said. Yi Hao recalled what had happened in the past. Indeed, he did feel that way. Speaking of which, ever since the taste of food was introduced, that cat hadn't come to victorious return for a long time. If he ran into it again, he would have it walk around and see if it could block any potential disasters. Zheng Tan was completely unaware of Yi Hao's thoughts. After the incident at Boss Kai's, the number of times he went there had decreased. In the past, he would go there for a meal every 2 days. Now, he would go there once a week. It wasn't that Zheng Tan was afraid that the poison in Boss Kai's lounge hadn't dissipated. He had learned from Boss Kai's friend, who was in charge of testing, that the poison in the lounge wasn't very toxic. It was just that the smell at the time reminded him of something bad, and he felt threatened. But now, Zheng Tan didn't go there as often because Boss Kai's lounge was too small. There were too many things piled up, and it wasn't very convenient to eat there. Every time Boss Kai saw Zheng Tan, he would be very enthusiastic. Whenever Zheng Tan went there, he would have someone prepare a meal for him. Boss Kai felt a lot more at ease with this cat around. When the cleaner was fired, Boss Kai saw that there were several people in the cleaner's house who were chronically poisoned, and the medical expenses were high, so he didn't deduct any of their wages or pursue compensation. The cleaner also knew what to say and what not to say. After leaving, he didn't mention the taste of food to anyone. If it were Yi Hao, he definitely wouldn't have let it go so easily, even if it was just an accident. This day, Zheng Tan followed Jiao Pa to the cafeteria for 2 days and stayed at Jiao Wei's restaurant for 3 days. He wanted to change his taste, so he came to the taste of food again. After eating, he didn't stay for long. He planned to go home and secretly go online to see the netizens scolding a certain celebrity with the surname Zhao, who was arrested before the new year. Now, no one continued to call him young master. Instead, they called him hypocrite. During the new year, because of the snow disaster, no one paid attention to this matter. After the incident, a few people who had a grudge against a certain young master started to make waves to make their presence known again. When Zheng Tan was bored, he also went to watch the scolding battle. Unexpectedly, after taking 2 steps, Zheng Tan was stopped by someone again. This time, it wasn't Feng Baijin, but Mao, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Mao officially became a father on New Year's Day. As he wished, he had a daughter. Because she was born on New Year's Day, her nickname was Yuan Yuan. There were even people who teased the father and daughter. One was Mao, while the other was Yuan. If the word money was added, then the price would be 10 times higher. This time, Mao came here to deliver an invitation. It was his daughter's 100th day banquet, so the few families here had to make the trip themselves. Celestine and Jiao Pa also sent an invitation. He had just delivered an invitation from Triumph and bought some food. He knew that the dishes at the Taste of Food were good, but he rarely came here. It was rare for him to come here, so he bought some food. Later, he still had to go to the old lady's place in the lakeside villa, so he bought some food and brought it over to share with the old lady. That great aunt was old, but her appetite was quite good. Black Hole, let's go. Let's go see Great Aunt together. Mao got into the car and waved at Zheng Tan. Chapter 332. Mao had changed his car. It was no longer the ordinary car he used to drive. In the past, Mao drove for his own convenience. Now he had to drive his wife and children from time to time, so he had a higher requirement for safety. After all, he had the money to buy a better car. Zheng Tan saw a lot of children's products in the car. There was also the smell of milk. Mao was in a good mood. He kept talking about his daughter, Yuan, on the way. However, no matter how Mao praised his daughter, Zheng Tan did not say anything as he had not seen her with his own eyes. When they arrived at the lakeside villa area, Zheng Tan did not stay in the car to follow Mao to the old lady's house. Instead, he went to Feng Baijin's house. When Zheng Tan got close to the house, he heard Feng Baijin roaring. "If you bite my cable again, I will throw your tiger toy away. Do you understand? I will throw it away completely." Feng Baijin only had classes in the morning, but he skipped all of them. According to the current arrangement, Feng Baijin had to skip the first 2 classes in the morning. If he chose to skip the last 2 classes, it would depend on how long he slept. According to the rules of Tsinghua University, there were morning exercises for freshmen and sophomores. Feng Baijin basically did not go. He had to do morning exercises from elementary school to high school. Why would he still do morning exercises in university? F***CK. If you want to duck marks, just do it. Phone by Jean had been sleeping in the morning. He played games until late last night, so he could not get up today. When he woke up, he found that the cable on the computer table was bitten again. He originally wanted to download a few songs to his MP3 player, but now it seemed that he had to buy a new cable. As for the tiger toy that Phone by Jean mentioned, Zhang Tan knew about it. Back then, when he fished the tiny Hoozy out of the alley, he was the one who placed the furry tiger toy next to Hoozy. Later on, Hoozy directly treated it as his own toy. Even when he moved out of his nest, he would bring the toy over. Sometimes he would hug the toy to sleep, just like when he was young. Even after he grew up, this habit did not change. Every once in a while, Aunt Lee, who worked as a nanny, would take out the toy to wash it and then dry it on the balcony. Every time this happened, Hoozy would squat on the balcony and guard it. Every once in a while, he would look at the drying rack on the balcony for fear that it would be thrown away. The door of the house was open. Zhang Tan did not climb through the window and walked in directly. Aunt Lee was mopping the floor. When she saw Zhang Tan, she did not say anything and continued to mop the floor. Zhang Tan was already a regular here, so it was not strange. When Zhang Tan went to Phone by Jean's room on the second floor, he saw Hoozy lying in its own nest, its two front paws tightly holding the tiger toy, not letting Phone by Jean take the toy away. After Phone by Jean pulled the tiger toy's head, he snorted and let go. Hoozy hurriedly moved the toy back into the nest. I'll let it go this time. Next time, even if I don't throw your toy away, I'll tear it into pieces. Let's see what you're hugging while you sleep. Do you know about dismemberment? Zhang Tan had heard similar words many times. Every time, it would start with if you, I'll, and after a while, it would end with I'll let it go this time. Next time, there were indeed a few scars on Hoozy's body, but looking at his appearance, he seemed to be in good spirits and would recover soon. It was not that he could not go out, but every time he was injured, he would be watched by the 3 people in the room and would not be allowed to go out. Zhang Tan looked at the computer that Phone by Jean had turned on. On the screen was a game. When Phone by Jean had nothing to do, he would stay at home and make games. Unlike commercial production, Phone by Jean made games based on his preferences. Zhang Tan knew that Phone by Jean made 2 games. One was Cat and Cat. This game was not novel in nature. There were too many cat and cat games. Phone by Jean's game had a lot of downloads. Firstly, the cartoon cat heads in the game were very cute. When they were removed, they had different animation effects and different cat sounds. One of the original cat heads in the game was Hoozy. When the cat head was not removed, it was still very cute. When it was removed, it looked like it had been beaten up. Its sound was also the same as Hoozy's. The second game was called Cat and Mouse. Honestly speaking, it was not novel. In the beginning, catching mice was similar to some small action games. What many people liked was that after catching mice, they would use them to scare people. For example, they would put the mice on the owner's bed, quilt, drawer, bag, and so on. If this kind of thing was placed in a game, everyone would play happily. However, in real life, it was definitely a scam. Phone by Jean had a deep understanding of this. Phone by Jean integrated his own personal experience into the game. However, people who played the game would not know the developer's history behind the Tears and Tears. In fact, Zhang Tan was looking forward to Phone by Jean's future games. These were only his own practice works. Many things were not perfect. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. It seemed that Phone by Jean might develop further in this direction. When he went downstairs and went out, Aunt Lee was sitting on the sofa on the first floor drinking tea and watching TV. She was holding a teacup and wearing a red bracelet on her wrist. It was a very simple kind of bracelet made of red string. Aunt Lee was probably in her zodiac year. Zhang Tan had not seen her wear it before. After leaving Phone by Jean's place, Zhang Tan went to the old lady's place to take a look. He squatted not far away and waited for air Mao. He did not want to go to the old lady's house. Every time he saw the old lady, Zhang Tan always felt strange in his heart. He could not tell what the feeling was, so it was better not to see her. When he came, Air Mao said that they would go to Celestine's place to eat in the afternoon. He had already called the Jiao Pa, so Zhang Tan did not go back. He waited for Air Mao to come out from the old lady's place and hitched a ride with him. Speaking of which, Celestine's son was already 1 year old. His first birthday celebration was close to Air Mao's daughter's 100-day celebration. Zhang Tan did not go to Celestine's house many times. Every time he went, he felt that Wei Xiaobei had changed a lot. The last time he came, Zhang Tan remembered that Wei Xiaobei could only crawl on the foam mat with difficulty. Now he could walk 2 steps. Wei Xiaobei was Celestine's son's nickname. When he was born, he was very fat. Although he did not look like a lump of meat now, he was still a bit fatter than other children of the same age. When Zhang Tan and Air Mao arrived at Celestine's house, Wei Xiaobei was holding onto the wall to walk. We saw Zhang Tan and Air Mao. He was not afraid. Instead, he happily walked towards them. However, after taking 2 steps, he fell down. The floor and the walls were pasted with a layer of soft cushions. The furniture in the house and the hard corners were all covered with soft cushions, so there was no need to worry about him bumping into them. Therefore, Fatty Wei wouldn't be injured even if he fell to the ground. After turning over, Wei Xiaobei did not cry. He continued to happily walk over. This time, he did not walk and directly crawled. This way, he would be faster. Air Mao wrapped up Wei Xiaobei, who had crawled in front of him. "Little fatty, come and call me second uncle. Call me second uncle." Wei Xiaobei laughed happily. Then he sneezed in front of Air Mao's face, causing Air Mao's face to be covered in saliva. Air Mao wiped his face and silently cursed that his daughter was still the cutest. Little fatty was too much of a bastard. Sister-in-law, did Wei Xiaobei catch a cold? Celestine's wife took the child and looked at him. "He's fine." Then she put Wei Xiaobei down. Wei Xiaobei, who had regained his freedom, crawled toward the sofa where Air Mao and Zhang Tan were sitting. "I heard that he can call Mom and Dad now." Air Mao asked. "Yes, but I'm not too sure." Celestine's wife smiled. In the same neighborhood, there was a child who could call out when he was 10 months old. Although Celestine did not say anything, Celestine felt very unhappy when he saw that family being cocky in front of them. However, this cannot be rushed. Different children had different situations. Last week, when he heard Wei Xiaobei speak, Celestine was so happy that he did not sleep until the middle of the night. "Come, calm, brother He." Celestine's wife carried Wei Xiaobei and placed him on her lap. She then faced Zhang Tan's direction and said, after knowing that Zhou Xiaobei called Zhang Tan brother He, Celestine's wife also told Wei Xiaobei to call him brother He every time she saw Zhang Tan. However, Wei Xiaobei did not know how to say it before and had never called him that before. Wei Xiaobei looked at Zhang Tan, and after his mother guided him a few times, he called out haha. He did not say it clearly, but he could hear the meaning behind it. On the other hand, Air Mao made Wei Xiaobei call him second uncle again. Wei Xiaobei's response was pfft. This angered Air Mao to the point that he complained about the difference in treatment. Celestine came back early in the afternoon. He did not have to work overtime today. When he came back, he hugged Wei Xiaobei and called him a few times before chatting with Air Mao. "Here." Air Mao threw something to Celestine. Celestine took it and looked at it. It was a red braided bracelet. It was very simple and did not have any gold, silver, jade, or anything like that. "Isn't it your zodiac year? I took one from my great aunt and gave it to you. She has a lot of these things." Hearing Air Mao's words, Zhang Tan thought about the bracelet in Aunt Li's hands. The 2 braided bracelets looked similar, but Celestine's bracelet should be a man's bracelet. The knot on the string was a bit different from Aunt Li's bracelet. Even without any gold ornaments, it looked a bit more rigid. Celestine originally did not take it to heart, but when he thought about what he heard from Yi Hao about the boss of food flavor, he still wore it. Since it was just a small thing, it was not troublesome. It was just for psychological comfort, so wearing it was not bad. In the beginning, the 2 of them were talking about Wei Xiaopeng's first birthday and Air Mao's 100-day banquet. When they talked about their master, the 2 of them sighed. The old man was getting older and had accidentally fallen down a while ago. Even if he usually looked healthy, he was still old and was forced to stay in bed for a period of time by his disciples. This time, Celestine and Air Mao did not want the old man to travel a long distance to come over. The old man had attended their wedding. Now, the old man could only look at the two of them through the pictures sent by the computer. However, Celestine thought that when they could go over to take a look, the master and his disciples could gather together. Now that the few of them were all fathers, the few of them who attended Mao's wedding said that they would find a time to gather with the old man. After being separated for so many years, they did not meet up often. In the future, they would all be busier, and other things could not be said. I also know that. After the new year, I went over to take care of some matters. The old man's mental state was very good. However, I was thinking that when my heir Yuan is a bit older, we should bring him over to take a look. Right now, heir Yuan is still too young. Heir Mao said, when the time comes, I will bring little Fatty over as well. Oh, Master also said that if we go, we should bring black charcoal over to play with Dashin. Are we really bringing him? Celestine looked at Zhang Tan beside him and thought about Dashin's ferocious appearance. He felt that this was not a good idea. At the end of last year, when he went on a business trip to visit the old man, he saw Dashin biting a rabbit until his face was covered in blood. Zhang Tan was also pondering over the Dashin that Heir Mao and Celestine were talking about. He had long heard of Dashin's name, but he had never seen him before. He was too focused on his thoughts and did not notice. When Zhang Tan noticed, Wei Xiaopeng was leaning on the edge of the sofa, holding Zhang Tan's cattail and putting it into his mouth. Chapter 333. Seeing Wei Xiaopeng grab the cat's tail, Heir Mao smiled and said, "If it was any other cat, it would have already scratched him. Senior brother Wei, you have to be more careful. My wife's relative's child is like this. He's already 3 years old and doesn't listen to anything. The parents won't always keep an eye on him." Once, the child ran to grab the cat's tail and was scratched by the cat. You know, children don't know the severity of the situation. The cat's reflexive claw immediately drew blood. If it wasn't for the fact that the child was wearing a lot of clothes, let alone his hand, his arm would have been scratched. Heir Mao said this while picking up the good news. This kind of thing happened quite often. Scratching the hand or arm was considered lucky, but scratching the face or I would be troublesome. Celestine nodded. He'd have to be careful. He had heard of this before, but the cats he was familiar with were all fine. They had never had this kind of problem, so he had overlooked it. Now that he thought about it, he really had to put more thought into it. He couldn't let his son develop this kind of habit. He had to know what he could and couldn't do. After all, not every cat was a brother black. They wouldn't tolerate it. Thinking of something, Heir Mao smiled proudly. But my 2 daughters get along quite well. The 2 daughters, Heir Mao was referring to were his cat Black Rice and his daughter Heir Yuan. He even took out his phone to show Celestine a picture of the 2 daughters. It looked quite harmonious. With regards to Wei Xiaopeng's naughty behavior of grabbing the cat's tail, Zhang Tan decided to stay away from him before he turned 8. He wouldn't get close to the first birthday banquet either. After eating dinner at Celestine's house, Heir Mao first sent Zhang Tan back to the courtyard. On the way, he even said that he would let the cat's tail off during Wei Xiaopeng's first birthday banquet. Thinking about the scene, Heir Mao couldn't help but laugh. However, he was only joking. Nowadays, many children's first birthday banquets didn't do this. However, since Celestine wanted to do it, Heir Mao wouldn't go and cause trouble. If he really screwed Wei Xiaopeng over, he was afraid that Celestine would also screw him over during his daughter's first birthday banquet. Zhang Tan listened to Heir Mao's complaints and looked inside the car. Compared to when they went there were a few fewer gifts in Heir Mao's car. There was an extra box. The box was not tightly closed. Zhang Tan opened it and saw 2 pieces of woven fabric similar to the red rope he gave to Celestine. Was Heir Mao going to give these away? Black coal, don't destroy the red string. This thing costs $50 each. I've taken the last few today. I'll give them away when the time comes, Heir Mao said. 50 yuan. That old hag was really ruthless. Zhang Tan stared hard at the red rope-woven fabric. There wasn't even a stone strung on it. Why was it so expensive? Hearing Heir Mao's words, it seemed that there were quite a lot of people buying it. This old hag really knew how to swindle people. It was no wonder that before Heir Mao found her, she had been living a good life in a small village without plowing. $50 wasn't a lot. To many people, it was just a small amount of money. However, when he thought about how the red rope looked like it could be bought at a stall for a few dollars, and then thought about the woven fabric that was tens of times more expensive, Zhang Tan couldn't help but silently curse the old hag for swindling people. However, at the same time, Zhang Tan also wondered if he should buy one as well. Little Pomelo was 12 years old this year. Many people in the same grade were older than her by a year or two. In addition, children didn't really care about the term natal year. Therefore, other than the Jiao mob buying some red clothes for little Pomelo, Zhang Tan didn't see anything that deliberately targeted the term natal year. After all, among young people, although there were many who paid attention to this term, there weren't many. Back then, the Jiao Yuan didn't pay attention to this aspect. Zhang Tan had only heard about it from Jiao Ma. The Jiao Yuan didn't care at all. Things like wearing red underwear, the Jiao Yuan didn't do it. After Zhang Tan got home, he rummaged through the drawer where he kept his money. Most of the money he saved before the new year was wrapped in red packets and given out. After the new year, he worked overtime a few times and got some more. Xiaoguo was also generous now. He didn't give out 50 yuan a few times. Basically, he gave out 100 yuan. After rummaging through the money and making sure that he had enough money, Zhang Tan decided to go to the old lady's house to see if there were really a lot of people there like Airmouse said. This was the psychology of people. If everyone bought something, they would buy it too. On a good morning, Zhang Tan went to the lakeside villa area and lay down on a tree near the old lady's house. Although the old lady was always in a wheelchair and didn't usually run around, there were quite a lot of people who wanted to talk to her. Most of them were middle-aged women or elderly people. With Zhang Tan's hearing, he could hear the old lady's voice. Needless to say, the old woman did look like an expert when it came to tricking people. She tricked them into a daze. At least, from Zhang Tan's point of view, the old woman was tricking people. While she was fooling people, the old lady's hands were not idle. She was holding a red rope and weaving something. Even though she was getting on in years and her hands were trembling, her knitting was not slow. Zhang Tan was far away and could not see clearly, but by the time the old woman had finished chatting with someone, she was done. She put the finished product aside and continued knitting. And most of the people who came to chat with her would pay for one or two. Zhang Tan decided to stay in the afternoon and see how many people the old lady could fool. As for lunch at noon, Zhang Tan thought about it and decided not to go back to eat. It was troublesome to run around. If he was nearby, he could go to Feng Baijin's house for a meal. Aunt Li's cooking was not bad. Zhang Tan was planning to go to Feng Baijin's house for a meal when he saw two children about 10 years old running to the old lady's house like thieves. They were afraid of being seen by others. They should be primary school students who came home from school at noon. There was a primary school nearby. Many children in this community and some nearby communities went to school there. It was said that the quality of teaching was good. Naturally, some of the corresponding fees were more expensive. Although it was compulsory education, there were still many other expenses. The two children were holding a bag of bowls in their hands. Those were the bowls they brought to school for breakfast. They would take them back to wash at noon. The little girl was dressed like a child in this villa area, and the little boy was shabbier. He should be from a nearby community. Seeing the behavior of the two children, Zhang Tan was not in a hurry to go down the tree for a meal. He continued to stay here to see what the two children were going to do. Generally, people who went to the old lady either wanted to talk about the 5 elements of feng shui or wanted to buy a red rope out of admiration. These two children shouldn't be the former. As for the latter, these two children wouldn't be looking for a scam, right? It was 50 yuan for a red rope. At this time, no one was there to chat with the old lady. Everyone had to go back to prepare lunch. The old lady had someone to take care of her, so she didn't have to do it herself. She was still in the yard, knitting the red rope. The 3-legged cat was lying at the side, guarding the finished products. Granny Yang, the little girl, stood at the gate of the yard and shouted politely. Zhang Tan heard from Mao that the old lady's surname seemed to be Ouyang, but he didn't know when it became Yang. Mao also said that Ouyang, and Yang had the same surname. Zhang Tan wasn't interested and didn't listen much. However, thinking back, the jade token had the word Ouyang on it. At that time, Zhang Tan only recognized the word Yang. Oh, little Nini. The old lady looked at the little girl standing at the gate and smiled. Her face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were squinted. Granny Young, I brought my classmate here to buy a bracelet. No, buy. The little girl didn't know what it was. She pulled the little boy forward and said, "You can say it." The little boy was a little embarrassed and nervous. However, as the old lady asked some seemingly random questions, the little boy relaxed and answered them one by one. Zheng Tan listened to their conversation and understood that the little boy wasn't buying it for a person, but for a cat. No one in his family was in the zodiac year this year, but the old cat at home was already 12 years old. It was even older than the little boy. The old lady didn't look very surprised. She was still smiling and kind to children. She listened to the little boy talk about the cat at home. At the same time, her hands didn't stop and she was finishing knitting. "Granny Young, can you buy it?" After saying that, the little boy asked with a red face. In many people's eyes, his behavior was a wastrel, doing useless work and foolishly looking for trouble. Could a cat be the same as a human? According to the conversion of the age of a cat and a human, many people said that a 7 or 8-year-old cat was equivalent to a human's 50 years old. For example, the 12-year-old cat at home was equivalent to a human's 60 years old or 70 years old. It was a real old cat. Of course, the old lady handed over the knitted item in her hand. The little girl came over to take a look. "Hey, it's different from the one I saw last time." To make sure, she looked at the bracelets in the box next to her. This one was indeed different from the others. The old lady just smiled and didn't answer. The little boy carefully put the red knitted item in his hand into his pocket. Then, he took out a plastic box of candy from the bag that held the bowl. There was some change in the box. There weren't any 5 or 10 yuan notes, but there were a lot of 1.5 yuan notes. There were also some 10 yuan coins. After counting the money with a red face, the little boy said embarrassedly, "Granny Young, don't mind this, right? It's okay. Just leave it here," the old lady said casually. When leaving, the little boy turned back to look at the old lady. "Granny Young, I heard that the natal year is a hurdle. Will it pass this hurdle? Do you want it to pass this hurdle?" The old lady asked. "Of course. I heard that there was a cat in the north of the city that lived until it was over 20 years old," the little boy said excitedly. "That's good." The little boy was a little confused, but he soon smiled and waved to the old lady. "We're leaving." "Thank you, Granny Young." The two children left the old lady's yard and whispered as they walked. Zheng Tan was curious and wanted to see what the old cat looked like. "I'll pay you back the 20 yuan as soon as I have the money," the little boy said. This was urgent. The pocket money that he had saved for so long was only 30 yuan. It was not enough for 50 yuan. "Don't worry about it. You don't have much pocket money. Besides, I don't need it." Most of the children living in this villa area came from well-off families. The more generous parents would give more. Many elementary school children who play games were rich. "Next week, I should be able to pay you back the next week," the little boy said with certainty. He thought of an idea. "Let's not talk about this first. How's your cat now?" the little girl asked. "It's good. I heard that when a cat gets old, its teeth will fall out. But when I opened it yesterday, my cat didn't lose a single tooth. It has a good appetite, but when I saw it last week, it looked listless. It didn't even jump when I teased it with a wool rope. It looked so lazy." Chapter 334. When they left the neighborhood, there was only the little boy. The little girl lived there, but now she had returned home. Zheng Tan followed the little boy not far behind. After leaving the lakeside villa area, they walked along the main road and turned a corner. There was a neighborhood that had been built 10 years ago, and the child's family lived there. It was Zheng Tan's first time here. Compared to some of the neighborhoods on the old street, there was not much difference. Perhaps the neighborhoods that had been built back then were all similar. The child's family lived on the second floor. Before entering the building, he could see a yellow and white cat squatting on the second floor windowsill. This should be the 12-year-old cat. Compared to Huang and the sheriff, the cat's eyes revealed a calmer emotion. It was unclear whether it was because of its age or because of its personality. The child looked at the cat on the second floor, smiled, and waved at it before entering the building. In the past, his cat could easily jump down from the second floor. It could not be locked up, but now it could not. It spent most of its time at home. At most, it would lie on the windowsill to bask in the sun and look outside. Zhang Tan did not follow. Seeing that the cat on the second floor had returned to the house after the child entered the building, Zhang Tan decided to jump to the second floor to take a look. After all, he was just a cat now, not a person. No one would think that he was a thief. This kind of old neighborhood was easy to climb. Plus, many residents like to install a shelter at the window to block the rain and the air conditioning from upstairs. After climbing to the second floor windowsill, Zhang Tan did not enter. Instead, he squatted on the windowsill. The area of the house was not big. It was about the size of a Jiao family. However, it had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Perhaps the old neighborhood liked to design the bedrooms to be bigger, so the living room was much smaller. This room did not have a balcony. Looking at the picture on the bedside table, it should be the child's parents' room. The door was not closed. From the windowsill, Zhang Tan could see the situation at the door. The old cat was squatting half a step away from the door. When it heard the familiar footsteps, its tail slowly wagged as it looked at the gap below the door. After the sound of the security door opening, there was no sound of the wooden door opening immediately. Below the door, a long green blade of grass stretched out from the crack. This was what the child had pulled from a flower bed in the community when he came back. Zhang Tan was puzzled when he saw this. Why was the child pulling grass? Zhang Tan had only thought that children of this age had bad hands and always wanted to play with something. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. Moreover, looking at the interaction between the two, this kind of situation should have happened more than once. Perhaps it had already been going on for a few years. Tomcat looked at the swaying grass and reached out its paw to grab it. If it were Huang and the rest, they would have already jumped left and right, scratched here and there like crazy people. Even the slightest movement would cause them to act as if they had discovered a new continent. The cat did not jump left or right. Perhaps it was just as the child had said, it could not jump anymore. It did not jump as much as a young cat. Although it didn't jump much, the speed of its claws was still quite fast. After pulling the grass into the house, Tomcat bit it twice and ignored the grass nailed to its paws. It continued staring at the door. This time, it did not stare at the crack of the door. Instead, it stared at the door lock. The wooden door opened, and the child walked into the house. He threw the bowl in his hand to the side and picked up Tomcat to pat its fur before putting it down. The parents were not home, and the child's grandmother was resting in the room. The large room was divided into 2. One was for the grandmother, and the other was for the child. On the dining table in the living room were cooked dishes. They were still warm, and the rice was in the rice cooker. Without eating, the child took out the red rope knitted fabric from his pocket and put on his cat. After being put on the collar, Tomcat was not used to it. It rubbed against the corner of the table twice, but quickly gave in under the child's comfort and stopped rubbing. The child scratched Tomcat's chin and whispered, "Don't run around. Don't fall like last time. It's not good to fall at your age. You're not young anymore, do you know that?" As for the red rope, he did not plan to tell his family the truth. If they asked, he would say that he bought it for $2. If his family found out that he spent $50 to buy something that did not even have a stone as an accessory for a cat, he would definitely be scolded. His small pocket money would also be deducted. He did not know much about the zodiac year. He only heard Nini mention that people in her neighborhood bought red ropes. He also thought about the older cat upstairs and decided to buy one. He did not necessarily believe in those things. Perhaps he was just looking for psychological comfort. While the child was eating, Tomcat seemed to want to jump onto the high stool next to the child. When it reached the stool, it looked at the stool as if it was measuring the height of the stool. It took a lot of effort to jump, but it was not as nimble as Huang and the rest. Perhaps people could not see the difference, but Zhang Tan knew the movements of cats, so he could see the difference. The child picked up a piece of chicken, rolled it in the bowl, and removed the oil and heavy sauce outside the chicken. Then he picked it up and gave it to the cat on the stool next to him. Looking at the cat eating the meat, Zhang Tan felt that although the cat looked old, it would not deteriorate quickly. It was just that she did not know how long it could live. After all, most cats only had a lifespan of about 10 years, and some had even shorter lifespans. When the child turned his head, he found that there was a black cat on the windowsill of his parents' room. However, when he walked over, the black cat had already jumped down from the windowsill. After Zheng Tan landed, he looked at the window on the second floor. He walked to the flower bed next to the building and squatted there. He planned to stay there for a while. He took a nap. When he woke up, it was about 1:30 in the afternoon. Zheng Tan woke up after hearing the voices of the two children. They should be children from the same neighborhood. They came to find the child on the second floor to go to school together. "Hey, Wang Xing, your cat is on the windowsill sending you off again," one of the children said. "Right? How is the cat upstairs?" "It's not good. I heard from my dad that the cat upstairs is already 17 years old. It's 5 years older than my cat. Last month, when it was playing with Furball, it twitched and fell to the ground. Its legs and feet are a little stiff. It used to be so fat, but now it's only 2 or 3 pounds. Yesterday, when I went upstairs, I saw the auntie feeding it water with a needle. It can't even drink water by itself." Wang Xing did not want to talk about this, so he changed the topic and said, "Are you going over there this week?" The other two children obviously knew what Wang Xing meant by there. They nodded. "Of course. Are you going too?" "Yes. Call me if you want to go." "Okay, but don't tell your family." "Of course. I'm afraid that my parents will find out." After leaving the neighborhood, Zheng Tan did not follow the three children. He was hungry, so he decided to go home and eat something first. Zheng Tan saw the child named Wang Xing again on Saturday. In the morning, he went out with the Jiaopa. The Jiaopa went to the courtyard, and Zheng Tan ran around the school. Exercising was a must. When he saw the three children, they were holding a plastic bag in their hands. The bag was already filled with empty bottles, plastic bottles, aluminum cans, and so on. The there they were talking about was Tsinghua University. The consumption of students in the university was huge, so there were a lot of empty bottles. Even though the weather was still cool, there were still many bottles. Zheng Tan followed them not far away, watching them pick out empty bottles from the trash can or the garbage dump. As they picked up the bottles, the three children talked to each other. It should be the first time that the child named Wang Xing did this. The other two children were telling him about their experiences. Other than the mineral water bottles, there were also cans. They talked about which were aluminum and which were iron, which were bought and which were not, which were expensive and which were cheap. It seemed that these two children had done this many times. Wang Xing dragged the bag. This bag was used by his grandmother to store mattresses. Later on, there were a few holes in it, but she could not bear to throw it away. She kept it in the corner of the junk pile. It had been 2 to 3 years, and when he dug it out, the bag was covered in dust. It did not matter if there were holes. Although there were many holes, they were not big. It was enough for him to store the bottles. In the morning, they were able to pick up a lot of bottles. Then, they would drag them to the scrap store to sell. A bag full of bottles could be sold for about 4 yuan after the price was calculated according to the different categories. What happened after they bought it? The two children took the money and went to the internet cafe. They decided to stay there for 2 to 3 hours in the afternoon. Zheng Tan was speechless. So, they picked up the bottles for this reason, but this was also considered as self-reliance. Wang Xing did not go. Although he also wanted to play computer games, he was still in debt. He made an appointment with the two children and took the bag himself to pick up the bottles. Zheng Tan had nothing to do today, so he followed the child to see how many bottles he would pick up. As they walked, they came to the back of the Institute of Biological Sciences. There was a big trash can there. Wang Xing saw a few bottles and wanted to go over. Unexpectedly, when he was about to touch them, his arm was pushed. He looked sideways and saw a black cat. Black cat again? Wang Xing frowned and did not intend to pay attention to it. He raised his hand to pick up the bottles again. This time, he was not stopped by the cat, but by someone. A cleaner who was in charge of cleaning here told Wang Xing that the things in here were very dangerous. He could not pick them up with his bare hands. The garbage here had to be specially treated and would not be mixed with ordinary garbage. Zheng Tan also knew this. It was because of this that he stopped Wang Xing when he was going to pick up the bottles. After the cleaner left, Wang Xing looked at the big trash cans and turned to Zheng Tan and said, "Thank you." He now somewhat understood the black cat's actions. At the back door, there was a person in a white lab coat dragging a big trash can out. Wang Xing planned to leave first. Since the bottles here were more dangerous, then he would change to another place. It was better not to get hurt, just to pick up the bottles. Black charcoal. Wang Xing paused when he heard the voice. He didn't know who the person was calling, but he felt a little guilty for picking up bottles at someone else's place. He planned to leave quickly, but the person over there seemed to be shouting in his direction. Zhang Tan looked at the person and sighed his heart. It could not be helped. He would meet acquaintances wherever he went. The person who dragged the trash can out was one of Jiao Pa's students, the big guy Su Chu. He was now the second in Jiao Pa. After Xian graduated and went abroad this year, he would be promoted to a senior. However, his personality did not change much. For people like him who had a master's degree and doctorate for a few years, their personality would not change much. Compared to people of the same age who had entered society earlier, their personalities were still much simpler. Hey, who is this child? Su Chu looked at the child next to Zhang Tan and asked. Chapter 335. Today, it was Su Chu's turn to be on duty in the lab. The trash can in the lab was full, so he pulled it out. He didn't expect to see the boss's cat when he came out of the back door. The master students under Professor Jiao all knew that the boss's cat had a high status. Don't look down on it, or you'll suffer. Su Chu, who had received a favor before entering the lab, was really grateful to the cat. After a few years, they had become very close. However, Su Chu had never seen the kid standing next to the cat. He didn't look like a relative of the boss. As for the snakeskin bag, Su Chu was tall, so he could see the empty bottles in the bag after a few steps. He immediately understood what the kid was doing. Seeing that the kid was about to leave, Su Chu quickly said, Hey, don't go. I still have a lot of bottles. Do you want them? Wang Xing, who had just taken a step, stopped again. He was too embarrassed to speak. However, Su Chu didn't wait for him to speak. He put the trash can down and said, Wait a minute. Then he ran into the building. Wang Xing stood there and looked at the person running into the building. He then looked at the black cat next to him and whispered, Hey, black cat, is that someone you know? Zhang Tan waited on the side. He once saw a study room outside the window. There were many students who pushed their drink bottles and mineral water bottles in the corner. They didn't necessarily want to sell them for money. Those who drank often didn't lack money. They were just lazy and would throw them away when they accumulated more. Su Chu came out quickly. Behind Su Chu were a man and a woman. They didn't wear white lab coats. They probably came out from other study rooms after hearing Su Chu's words. The three of them were either holding or hugging a pile of bottles. Some were plastic and some were aluminum. Some students weren't used to the boiled water here. They found it smelly and often drank purified water or vitamin drinks. Therefore, there were many bottles of this kind. The three of them put the bottles in the snakeskin bag. They didn't let Wang Xing do it himself. Wang Xing stood awkwardly on the side. He didn't know what to say. He just blushed and said thank you. A student that Zhang Tan didn't know helped Wang Xing organize the things while giving him advice. Little brother, let me tell you something. You probably won't be able to find these aluminum cans in the Hua Institute. There are people there who are doing research on recycling precious metals. You won't be able to find any aluminum cans there, so you don't have to go there. There may be a few places where there may be a lot, but don't go to the old student dormitory area. The area there has been completely divided by several building managers. A kid like you will probably be at a disadvantage if you go there. Also, there are several waste collection places in our school, but the boss of one of them is better. You can sell it for more money. You can go to the small hardware store at the school gate and buy a pair of ordinary cotton gloves that cost 1 yuan. It's safer that way. When Zhang Tan heard, I'm telling you, he knew that there would be a lot of things to say. This person was really long-winded. However, he said in detail. Wang Xing also listened very carefully. Understanding more could save a lot of time and improve efficiency. This person said that he also did this kind of thing when he was an undergraduate. Although the word waste collection was embarrassing, it could sell a lot of money in a day. In the past, he picked up things with his classmates for novelty. The people in the dormitory added a week's worth of meals. Later, he stopped because of his studies. Just like the Environmental Protection Association, there are people who openly ride a 3-wheeled motorcycle in the name of environmental protection and wander around the school all day long to pick up things. I heard that someone used the money from the waste collection to buy a small electric car. That arrogant look. In addition to giving Wang Xing advice, they also told Wang Xing that the trash cans in some places shouldn't be rummaged through. Just like the trash cans in their courtyard, there may be more harmful substances in them. Although toxic and dangerous things wouldn't be thrown here, even if it was just a very ordinary empty bottle, you wouldn't know what was in the bottle, whether it was thrown away by someone, whether there were drug residues in the bottle, and whether there would be other harm. Generally, the trash cans here wouldn't be left for too long. Soon, someone would come and take them away. The cleaner, Annie, just dragged away one, and now she came again. She put down the empty trash cans and dragged away the full ones. Thank you, brother and sister. Wang Xing looked at the bag full of bottles and said, Io, what are you thanking us for? Little brother, when will you come again? We will keep them for you. Sai, if you come over during the summer, there will be more. We don't have summer holidays here. If you want, you can come over during the summer. The woman said. In the school, many children directly called them uncle and auntie. It was rare to hear them call them brother and sister. His mood suddenly became better. After Su Chu and the others entered the building, Wang Xing dragged the bag full of bottles and went to another place that sold waste that the person told him just now. He picked up some more along the way. At the place where he and his classmates went before, not only did the person who collected the waste reduce the price, but he was also very precise. Therefore, Wang Xing decided to try another place. Just like what the graduate student said, although the place that collected the waste was a little far, it was only a little far. This time, Wang Xing sold a lot, so the price was a little higher. He also had more money. The person even rounded it up. Originally, it was 60 yuan, but he directly gave Wang Xing 6 yuan. Wang Xing carefully put the money into his inner pocket. He was thinking about whether he should change to a bigger bag tomorrow. They were all empty bottles, and they were not heavy. He also had the strength to carry them. With experience, it was easy. The first time he was unfamiliar. The second time he was familiar with it. In addition, there were people who gave him advice, so his efficiency also increased. Wang Xing went 3 times in the afternoon. Adding the money he sold in the morning, he made a total of 23 yuan. For Wang Xing, 20 yuan was a lot. He saved for 2 months and only managed to save 30 yuan. Today, he sold more than 20 yuan, which was enough to pay off his debt. He would continue tomorrow on Sunday. If he could come over every weekend, he would not need to pay for his living expenses. He could also buy some things for his family, as long as he could put down his pride. Seeing that it was almost time, Wang Xing went to the internet cafe to find his classmates, and then went back together. After that, as long as there was no heavy rain, Zheng Tan could basically see Wang Xing's figure on campus every weekend. Zheng Tan went to Wang Xing's neighborhood several times. Every time he went, the old cat would squat by the windowsill on the second floor of the building. Whether it could get some sun or not, it would always squat there with a red rope around its neck and squint its eyes. When it saw Zheng Tan, the cat only opened its squinted eyes a little and looked down at Zheng Tan, who was standing downstairs. Cats always liked to squat at high places and look down, whether it was a kitten or an old cat. According to Wang Xing, this old cat was a popular character in this area when it was young. However, Wang Xing did not remember much at that time. Some of it was what he heard from his parents, and some of it he remembered. When Wang Xing was very young, he got into a fight with a kid who was 1 year older than him in the community. His cat even went to help him and scratched the kid. Wang Xing's parents came to his house with gifts to apologize, and they even paid for the injection. Because of this, Wang Xing's parents almost sent the cat away, saying that it scratched people. If Wang Xing had not cried and rolled on the ground and refused to let them send the cat away, perhaps he would not have seen the old cat now. For many children, going home after school was a very happy thing. Other than not having to sit in the classroom and be restrained, they were also thinking about cartoons and TV series. Wang Xing's happiest thing when he went home every day was to pull a weed and squat in front of his house to play with the cat on the other side of the door. In the summer, he would also catch some small insects like grasshoppers for his cat to play with. People who did not have a cat could not understand the feelings of people who had lived with cats for a few years or even 10 or 20 years. Wang Xing was willing to spend a large amount of money to buy a cat some hope that he did not know whether it was real or not. Looking at the old cat on the window sill, Zheng Tan turned around and left. The old cat on the window sill opened its eyes a little. The sun was too strong for it to open its eyes. It squinted and looked at the black cat who was walking further and further away. It yawned and raised its paws to lick them. It did not care if the paws were still sharp or if it could still fight, but it still licked seriously. It was a habit, a natural instinct, or perhaps other emotions. Then it calmly looked at the neighborhood that it could not be more familiar with. The azaleas were blooming, and the sun was still shining. After hesitating for a while, Zheng Tan found some time and went to the old woman with the money in his vest. He did not buy a bracelet. The old woman introduced him to a waist chain with some small stones on it. He did not know what material it was made of. Zheng Tan did not know much about it and had never studied it before, but it looked quite beautiful. However, when the old woman offered a price of 1,000, Zheng Tan could not help but shake his beard twice. Zheng Tan's private stash of money that he had saved up in his drawer was just 1,000 yuan. This old woman had really pinched it well. In the end, Zheng Tan gritted his teeth and bought it. His private stash was basically emptied. If this was the old Zheng Tan who spent money extravagantly, he would have made more than this in a day of picking up girls. However, Zheng Tan's situation was different now. It was not convenient for him to withdraw money from his card, so he could only earn overtime. Hopefully, I can work more overtime next month, Zheng Tan thought to himself. The old woman made the waist chain at the last minute. Zheng Tan squatted at the side and watched, closely observing how the old woman used her trembling hands to quickly make complicated knots. The knots were not all the same. Zheng Tan did not know what pattern was used to weave the chain. Anyway, as she looked at it, she could not figure it out. A third of the chain was finished. She looked at it again and again, and then it was finished. The old woman took out the money from Zheng Tan's vest and put it into the box of money without counting it. Then, she put the waist chain in a small cloth bag and put it into Zheng Tan's vest pocket. Her old face was full of wrinkles from smiling. When he saw little Pomelo happily put on the waist chain, Zheng Tan suddenly felt less distressed about the money. He hoped that little Pomelo would not be as unlucky as Boss Kai. Speaking of Boss Kai, who could be attacked, even when he was lying down, he was in a good mood recently. He launched 2 new dishes, and the restaurant was still very popular. He also took the time to take his wife and children from Nansheng to travel around. Zheng Tan had not seen Boss Kai for a few days in a row. However, although Boss Kai was not there, he had told the manager that when Zheng Tan came over, he only needed to wait in Boss Kai's lounge, and he would be able to eat soon. Zheng Tan suddenly felt a little guilty about stretching out his arms and opening his mouth to eat. However, that was only a momentary feeling. He still enjoyed what he should enjoy. Since he had been forced to become a cat, why couldn't he enjoy some special treatment? On this day, when Zheng Tan went to eat, he met an acquaintance again, Lu Ba and Jean Gue. Chapter 336. Some time ago, Lu Ba had been busy with something outside and was not in Chua City at all. As for the number 46 that he had been paying attention to, every time he called, the phone was turned off. This made Lu Ba think that the person had directly abandoned the number. He even added 200 yuan to the number. Unfortunately, there was no news from the other party until now. Zheng Tan did not know that someone had added money to his number. He did not turn on his phone now. Except for the novelty of holding the phone in the beginning, he was bored later. He could not call others to chat. What would he say if he called? How? There were only so many people he knew. Moreover, he could not talk, so he put his phone there temporarily. When Zheng Tan saw Lu Ba, he had just finished eating and jumped out of the window of Boss Kai's lounge. Lu Ba happened to see him. Hey, the cat is stealing food. Lu Ba shouted at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan, steal your sister. Do I need to steal food here? After glancing at Lu Ba, Zheng Tan planned to ignore him and leave directly. He did not expect that Lu Ba would follow him. After Lu Ba went out and returned to Chuhua City, he was dragged by Jean Gue to eat food. Jean Gue liked food very much. He had recommended it to Lu Ba several times. It was rare for new dishes to be served, so he dragged Liu Ba here. They had just finished eating and planned to go back to Jin Gui's place. However, they did not expect to meet Zheng Tan. Liu Ba changed his mind and decided to walk with Zheng Tan to digest the food. Anyway, he had nothing to do. He came to Chuhua City to have a good rest for a few days. He called that number again this morning, but it was still the same. The other party's phone was turned off. He did not know what to do. It was boring. Should he go to a bar and find a girl to spend the night with tonight? Zheng Tan did not intend to pay attention to the two people behind him. He did not deliberately walk fast. Why should he walk so fast when he was full? Why should he torment himself for the two people behind him? Out of sight, out of mind. He just ignored the two people behind him. However, after hearing what the Golden Turtle said to Liu Ba, Zheng Tan couldn't help but pay attention to their conversation. According to the Golden Turtle, Liu Ba was going to a small city in the northern part of Sichuan province at the beginning of next month. She had probably received another order. It was already April, and the next month would be May. At the beginning of May, Liu Ba would go to North Shu. Zheng Tan couldn't help but think of the natural disaster he had posted on the forum a few days ago when he secretly went online. Back then, Zheng Tan actually didn't pay much attention to the disaster and didn't know much about it. He only had a general idea. At that time, he was still a heartless fool, playing games and picking up girls crazily, wasting away his years in mediocrity. Now, he wanted to tell more people what he knew, but in less than a minute after he posted the post, his account was banned and deleted. The reason was that he was spreading rumors, destroying harmony, and was banned without discussion. Well, Zheng Tan didn't know what to do now. If he was a human, it would be a little easier. However, he was now a cat, and his means were limited. Among the people he knew, it seemed that no one would go there. Zheng Tan had been struggling for several nights. However, now that he heard that Liu Ba was going to North Shu, Zheng Tan had an idea. If he couldn't do it himself, he could ask others for help. He just didn't know if Liu Ba would believe him. After returning to Chuhua University, Zheng Tan rarely checked his phone. It was turned off and had no battery, so he had to charge it. The good thing was that the quality of the phone was good. After leaving it here for so long, it was still in good condition after charging it. There were many messages and prompts. Zheng Tan looked at them one by one and deleted them one by one. He found that there was a message to charge the phone, which surprised Zheng Tan. Looking at the message behind Liu Ba, although it didn't say clearly, Zheng Tan could guess that it was Liu Ba who helped to charge the phone. Zheng Tan didn't contact Liu Ba immediately. Instead, he sent a message to Liu Ba a week later, asking if he would change his account number next month. Liu Ba, who was watching Animal World and yawning in boredom on the sofa, immediately became energetic when he saw the familiar number. He dialed it directly. As usual, the other party refused to answer. However, after reading the message, Liu Ba replied seriously. He would still use this account next month. At the same time, he gave Liu Ba another number. If Liu Ba couldn't get through with this account, he could call another one. There was always one who could. Zheng Tan asked Liu Ba whether he would go on a long trip next month. After a while, Liu Ba replied. He only said that he would go on a long trip, but didn't say where he would go. He couldn't tell Liu Ba many things related to business, as he did with Jin Gui. After getting the information he wanted, Zheng Tan directly turned off his phone. Liu Ba made several calls in succession. Listening to the familiar prompts, he put down the phone and wondered what the other party meant. He always felt that the other party seemed to want to tell him something very important. Liu Ba always kept this matter in mind. On the day he left Chuhua City, he called that number again, but the other party's phone was turned off. Therefore, he sent a message saying that he would leave Chuhua City today. Zheng Tan looked at the wall calendar in the living room at home and counted the time. He turned on his phone almost every day. The time was not fixed. Sometimes it was morning, sometimes it was night. Because of this, he didn't meet Liu Ba. Therefore, when he called, the phone was turned off. After seeing Liu Ba's message, Zheng Tan didn't reply. If he replied now, the other party would definitely start to call him again. There was still a week before the date that Zheng Tan circled. Zheng Tan thought that Liu Ba's situation should be stable and he could talk about it. Therefore, after dinner, he slipped out and went to the old tile-roofed housing area. At this time of night, the old tile-roofed housing area was always very quiet. This could save Zhang Tan a lot of trouble. If there were other noises, Zhang Tan was afraid that Liu Ba would guess the specific location based on the sound. After turning on his phone, he read a few messages. Liu Ba was probably busy during the mission period, so there were fewer messages. They were all unimportant messages. All of them were asking Zhang Tan what he wanted to talk about. After deleting them, Zhang Tan wrote a message asking Liu Ba what she was doing at the moment. He couldn't just call her directly. If he messed up Liu Ba's mission, Zhang Tan was worried that Liu Ba wouldn't cooperate. However, Liu Ba quickly replied, taking a dump. Zhang Tan didn't know what to say. At this moment, in a relatively good hotel in a small city in the northern part of Sichuan, Liu Ba was having dinner with someone. Halfway through, he left to go to the bathroom. He drained the water and smoked to relax. There were too many people coming and going, so he simply found a room and closed the door to sit on the toilet seat. No one would disturb him, so it was convenient for him to think about things and wait for time. A man and a woman had just entered the room next to his. They drank too much, but were in high spirits. They were having sex in the next room and didn't care whether it was a men's room or a women's room. Flirtatious sounds were incessant. There were few people who came to the bathroom. Even though they couldn't see the situation inside, they still whistled obscenely. Liu Ba planned to squat inside and eavesdrop for a while. Anyway, the group of people in the private room over there were drunk. He waited until they were almost drunk before going back. He didn't expect to receive that message at this time. Liu Ba was the one who replied to the text message Zhang Tan received while sitting on the toilet seat. After thinking for a while, Zhang Tan sent another message. I have something to tell you. Okay, I'm all ears. Sitting on the toilet seat, Liu Ba took out a very small earphone from his pocket and put it on. It isolated the noise outside so that he could better hear the voice from the phone when he made a call. Just as Liu Ba was about to dial, a phone call came in. Liu Ba raised his eyebrows. It was rare. This mysterious guy actually took the initiative to call. Did he have something to ask for help? Thinking quickly, Liu Ba pressed the answer button and listened attentively to the voice in the earphone. However, after waiting for a while, he found that there was no response from the other side. When the call was just connected, Zhang Tan almost spat out the dinner he had just eaten. He listened to some sounds on the other side of the phone and didn't say anything for a long time. He could imagine what the situation was on the other side. He deeply doubted whether Liu Ba was seriously taking a dump or watching something that was not suitable for children. After Liu Ba said, hello, twice, Zhang Tan continued to do what he wanted to do. Zhang Tan didn't send a message to tell her about it. Instead, he chose this way. Of course, he had his own considerations. Liu Ba wore the earphone. Although it was very noisy next door, the earphone could clearly hear the voice from the other side of the phone. At the same time, if the call involved confidential information, he could use the voice next door as a cover. He didn't need to be afraid of being heard by others. After all, they would pay attention to the other side of the phone. There was still no sound from the other side of the phone. Through the earphone, there was still a tapping sound. Liu Ba was prepared. When the call was connected, he took out a folded pen and a small piece of paper from his pocket. With the tapping sound from the earphone, a sentence appeared on the paper. It was written in pinyin. Looking at the sentence on the paper, Liu Ba spelled it 3 times. He wondered if he had spelled it wrong and misunderstood the meaning. The other side of the phone had hung up. After the call ended, he received a message. Do you understand? I don't think I understand. Looking at the sentence on the paper, Liu Ba still found it hard to believe. Zhang Tan didn't think that Liu Ba really didn't understand. It was normal for him to be suspicious when he first heard this kind of thing. If you understand, tell as many people as possible. After Zhang Tan sent this message, he directly turned off his phone. He chose Liu Ba to help him purely based on his intuition. He felt that Liu Ba could do things that he couldn't. Moreover, he wouldn't leak the secret and could even do things better. On the other hand, Liu Ba was in a rather complicated mood now. Rationally speaking, the credibility of this message wasn't high. After all, no one could predict the future, let alone this kind of message that made people shudder all over. If it was someone who didn't know anything, it would be fine. However, Liu Ba had experienced a lot of things, including natural and man-made disasters. It was because of this that he could deduce several results from this short sentence. Each result was quite tragic. Putting the earphone back into his pocket, Liu Ba sat on the toilet lid and looked at the piece of paper in his hand, lost in thought. The battle next door was still fierce, but Liu Ba turned a deaf ear to it. He didn't have time to think about other things now. Instead, he carefully analyzed the possibility of the message on the piece of paper being true, or was it a trick of the other party to fool him? When Liu Ba came back to his senses, the person next door had already left. There was no one else in the bathroom, and it was very quiet. The soundproofing effect here was very good, and the noise outside couldn't be heard. Liu Ba tore the piece of paper into pieces and flushed them away in the toilet. In the bathroom, a drunkard had smashed the light with his mobile phone. There was a broken mobile phone on the floor of the bathroom, and two of the lights on the ceiling were broken. It was much dimmer, and one of them was still flickering, adding a sense of strangeness. There was an open window in the bathroom, and the night wind blew in, making it a little cold. Chapter 337. Liu Ba did not know if the other party was telling the truth, but he would still do some things and tell some people. He would also be on guard. As for whether other people believed him or not, he could not control their thoughts. If he was not sure about something, there was no reason to force others to do it. Ever since that day, Liu Ba would call others whenever he was free for the next few days. He would call 4 6s, but unfortunately, the phone was turned off every time he called. Looking at the date displayed on the phone and the time mentioned by the other party, Liu Ba was anxious, which was rare. In the past, even if he accepted a very dangerous job, he would not be so anxious. Although he did not show it on his face, and others could not see it, the feeling of not being able to vent it in his heart made Liu Ba almost go crazy. An earthquake with a magnitude of 8. Was this a joke? If it happened in Chuhua City, there would not be many buildings left standing. In Chuhua City, Zhang Tan still lived according to his daily habits. He looked the same as usual, but when he was alone at home, he would secretly turn on the computer and surf the internet. In fact, it was not considered secretly. Zhang Tan did not pay attention and left some clues behind. That day, the Jiaopa picked up a strand of cat hair from the keyboard and glanced at Zhang Tan. Then, he did not say anything else. There was no other unusual emotion on his face. This made Zhang Tan even more certain that the Jiaopa must have known something. The day was getting closer and closer. On that day, Zhang Tan did not go out. He stayed at home the whole day, opened the internet, and paid attention to a few websites. Zhang Tan did not pay attention to this matter at that time, so the time in his memory was not accurate. He only remembered a rough idea. Therefore, he stayed in front of the computer and waited. The information on the internet should be faster than the news on TV. Moreover, Chuhua City was not in the earthquake zone and was far from the epicenter. There should be no problem. This was also the reason why Zhang Tan stayed at home, even though he knew that there would be an abnormality today. He went out for lunch at noon and came back to lie in front of the computer. After taking a short nap, he refreshed the internet after waking up. Just as Zhang Tan clicked the mouse, he suddenly felt a shake. They're here. Some people in the school sensed it and came out of the building. Some students who were doing experiments in the laboratory quickly ran out after sensing it. However, most people didn't notice it. Some people were sleeping in the dormitory, and some were paying attention to other things. They didn't realize what had happened at all. Zhang Tan refreshed the web page. There were not many reports yet. He wandered around the house and then ran out. When he came to the old tile-roofed housing area, he dialed Liu Ba's number. He couldn't get through. He called again, but he still couldn't get through. Zhang Tan thought about it. He had already told Liu Ba about what had happened. Yesterday, he had specially sent her a text message to remind her to remember what he had said that day. Liu Ba had also replied. She should have been prepared. But now, her phone could not be reached. It might not necessarily be Liu Ba who was in trouble. It might be a communication malfunction. That night, the news, newspapers, and the internet were all talking about the earthquake in northwest Sichuan that afternoon. Many students called their classmates, friends, and relatives over there, but they couldn't get through. There were many situations where the line was busy. Zhang Tan went out and called Lu Ba again, but he still couldn't get through. Perhaps Lu Ba was in a more remote place and not in a big city. If she was in a remote, mountainous area near the epicenter of the earthquake, she would probably encounter a lot of trouble. That night, many people were destined to have a sleepless night. Zhang Tin didn't stay at home the next day. He ran to the old tile-roofed housing area, turned on his phone, and waited. He was eager to know about Lu Ba's situation, how many people had taken precautions, and how many people had survived because of it. While Zhang Tan was waiting in a small town some distance away from the city in northern Sichuan, many of the original residential buildings had collapsed, and there was no road on the ground. Lu Ba sat on the ruins. There was nothing he could do. There were ruins everywhere. He hadn't closed his eyes since yesterday afternoon. At that time, the inspection team he was part of was inspecting a primary school. He spent some effort a day in advance to persuade the leader to have a school-wide meeting in the afternoon on the spacious playground. The playground was very big. When the earthquake happened, a part of the teaching building collapsed. Although there was chaos at that time, most of the buildings survived. As for Lu Ba himself, he had been helping with the rescue with a few people in the team. He only sat down to catch his breath now. If he didn't rest, he would probably fall down directly. His face was covered in dust, his head was dizzy, and his eyes were bloodshot. If this happened in the past, Lu Ba would never have thought that he would risk his life to save people. It was good enough that he could escape. But now he didn't eat. He only drank a few mouthfuls of dirty water. He was in a sorry state as he followed a few people to save survivors from the ruins. There was a person in the team who seemed to be very timid. Lu Ba had always felt that this person was too weak and didn't look like a man. However, this person had been working with Lu Ba and the others since yesterday. His condition was worse than Lu Ba's. He almost fell down just now, so he was forced to rest. In this state, not only would he suffer, but he might also make mistakes when saving people. The aftershocks were still going on. Hero? Bear? Only when one really reached that point could one tell. Perhaps even the person himself didn't know how far he could go. Liu Ba pinched the corner of her eyes with her dusty and wounded hand. She fumbled in her pocket and took out a twisted cigarette. The lighter was gone, but there was a mini lighter on the key string. After lighting it up, Liu Ba took a puff of the cigarette. His hands, which used to be able to untie ropes when he was tied up, were shaking uncontrollably now. Lu Ba had always boasted that he could remain calm in the face of danger. But now, he knew that he had overestimated himself. He looked up at the sky. There was no sunlight, and the sky was overcast. He was reborn, but strangely, he didn't feel much joy. If only he could tell more people. But there was no if in the world. The tobacco softened the stiffness caused by fear and fatigue. It also gave him some strength. Not far ahead, the cracked ground was like a hole that was forcibly torn in people's hearts. They didn't know how many heart-wrenching cries they heard around them. In the face of cruel nature, human life was so fragile. It was gone in the blink of an eye. The greatness and ostentatiousness of the past were also so fragile. He took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket. At that time, all communications were cut off, so he couldn't make a call. He didn't use it. Later, when he was helping to save people, he fell and was almost smashed by the cement board above. Fortunately, the card should still be usable. Moreover, he still had a cell phone in his backpack. Now that communications had not been restored, he still couldn't use it. After smoking a cigarette, Lu Ba felt that he had some strength and his mind was much clearer. He got up and patted the dust off his body. He continued to help save people and carry out those who had already been killed. Zhang Tan received a call from Lu Ba on the third day of the earthquake. After Lu Ba made calls, he received many calls and text messages from people. Lu Ba didn't have any relatives. Most of them were his friends and people he had reminded a few days ago. There weren't many people who could really be considered his friends. Jin Gui was one of them, and he was also one of the few people who knew about Lu Ba's whereabouts. You're really still King alive. Jin Gui hadn't slept for the past 2 days. Every now and then, he would make a call and pay attention to relevant information on the internet. Now, he finally made the call. Lu Ba didn't say much to Jin Gui. Time was tight. After confirming that Lu Ba was still alive, Jean Gui's tense nerves relaxed. After giving some simple instructions, he went to sleep. In addition to Jean Gui, Lu Ba also received a few calls and quickly browsed through the information on his cell phone. Although he was young, he had received a lot of orders and knew some people in this province. There were people from all walks of life, and some of them even held high positions in the system. After the shock, fear, and grief, these people all called Lu Ba to ask about the situation. How did Lu Ba know about this? This was a natural disaster, not a man-made one. It was extremely difficult to be sure. If Lu Ba hadn't reminded them, they might have been buried under the ruins. Lu Ba ignored them for the time being. He changed his SIM card and installed the card in the broken cell phone. Then, he dialed Lu Ba's number. This time, he didn't turn off his cell phone. The call was quickly connected. Lu Ba took a deep breath and suddenly didn't know what to say. There was still an unchanged silence on the other end. The heavy silence lasted for nearly a minute. Then Lu Ba spoke. His voice was a little hoarse. Who are you? There were too many questions, too many whys, and too many inconceivable things. In the end, he only asked this question. Lu Ba had asked this question many times, but he had never been so eager to know the other party's identity. The prophecy had come true. The doubts and suspicions he had when he sat on the toilet seat were now gone. If it hadn't been for the other party, he would have been buried under the ruins with the members of the investigation group. There might not have been so many survivors in that primary school. Who are you? Lu Ba asked again because of the other party's silence. Although his voice was not loud and sounded weak and tired, there was a sense of persistence in his voice. It seemed that if the other party didn't tell him, he would do his best to find out the result. There was another period of silence. Who are you? He asked for the third time. He enunciated each word clearly. The emotion contained in his words was even stronger than the previous one. Lu Ba thought that the other party still didn't intend to tell him after he asked for the third time. When the other party hung up the phone, there was a slight rustling sound on the other end of the phone. Lu Ba didn't have her earphones because they were broken yesterday. Therefore, she pressed the handset against her ear and focused all her attention on it. The tapping sound came from the handset. Lu Ba raised his hand and wrote letters on a cracked wooden board in front of him that was covered with a layer of dust. The skin of his fingers was a little dry. When he moved, the wound split open. Lu Ba seemed to be unaware of it and focused on writing the 5 translated letters on the wooden board. G-H-O-S-T, ghost? Ghost? Before Lu Ba had time to think deeply, the beeping sound of the phone being hung up came from the handset. As soon as he hung up, he received another call. Lu Ba answered the call. At the same time, she wiped the dust on the wooden board with the palm that wasn't holding the phone. The 5 letters disappeared as well. F*CK. Lu Ba, are you okay? I was almost buried under my own house. F*CK. If you didn't remind me. All right, how did you know this? Who told you this? The person who could call out the name Lu Ba directly and in such a tone obviously had a good relationship with Lu Ba. God. Lu Ba took a deep breath and sighed softly. You King Donkey? You can't be like this. Without waiting for the other party to say more, Lu Ba hung up the phone and turned it to silent mode. She looked at the post-disaster town in her field of vision and walked forward. Ghost? God? It didn't matter. Chapter 338. Because of this disaster, the whole country was filled with a heavy atmosphere. There were also students under the Jiaopa who were from there. Although they were not in the disaster area, the Jiaopa still gave the student a break and let the student go home first to have a look and feel at ease. Many departments in the school had organized donations, and there were more or less students in each department who were from there. Zhang basically didn't go out now. Wherever he went, he could hear people discussing the earthquake. The headlines in the newspapers, the daily news, the school's morning broadcast, the campus's fundraising publicity. Zhang Tan didn't pay attention to it back then. Now that he had experienced it, he understood that the reality was much worse than he had imagined. Flipping through the webpage, there was a post that recorded the photos taken by volunteers there. A child with a bandage on his forehead looked at the ruins in a daze. A man who was older than the Jiao Pa knelt on the ground and cried in a mess. During this period, Zhang Tan occasionally met Ah Jin, who had come out for a walk with sunglasses. According to him, they had originally planned to go to the disaster area immediately, but they had been persuaded by their agent. On one hand, it was dangerous. On the other hand, the first 72 hours should be left to the professional rescue team and experienced volunteers. Celebrities like them would not only not be of help, but might even bring a lot of trouble. Just like what some volunteers on the internet said, after they went to the disaster area with passion, they realized that they had no experience. Sometimes, they could not even be of use. Those who had seen a huge disaster rescue scene would feel that they were insignificant. However, they could learn and help as much as they could. A week later, many entertainment websites turned black and white to mourn the victims of the disaster. Xiaoguo's Pet Center's official website also turned black and white. At the same time, Xiaoguo hung a letter on the website's homepage. The content of the letter was that their studio would be closed for a month. In other words, there would be no new advertisements or videos for a month. Xiaoguo himself would also take some of his subordinates to the disaster area. This wasn't originally decided by Xiaoguo himself, but after all, he held an important position in the Green Wings Association, and the Green Wings Association had to send people over to provide disaster relief. They also had to bring some relief supplies over. Since the other associations had contributed, there was no reason for the Green Wings Association to ignore it. Speaking of this, the person who had originally arranged for this mission was not Xiaoguo. After all, Xiaoguo was really too busy. However, the person who had arranged for this mission found an excuse to reject it. That person had heard from some sources that the number of rescue workers who had been sacrificed was much higher than what was reported. Now that there were still aftershocks, it was still very dangerous. So he canceled his original plan of using this incident to give himself more glory. After all, glory was not as important as his life. After Xiaoguo learned about it, he didn't say too much. He chatted with several senior managers for a while, then went back to take care of the pet center. The next day after the meeting, he took people to the disaster area. Zhang Tan browsed the pet center's official website every day, and there were many people's comments. There was a donation record next to the official website's homepage. Although it didn't show the names of real people, every donation was recorded. When the time came, all the money would be donated to the people in the disaster area. Many of the pet center's customers were nouveau riche. Previously, some people had donated through other channels, but they had donated a lot here. Among them, there were some familiar IDs that Zhang Tan could match. Zhang Tan used to dislike a few of them, thinking that they were bad-tempered and pretentious. But now, it seemed that this wasn't completely the case. From their comments, it could be seen that some of them had even volunteered and posted some photos. Armani had become F*King, F*King. Zhang Tan also donated. He gave his card to Jiao and the others had their own trusted channels to donate. After the donation, Zhang Tan's savings directly shrank by half. The donation during the new year didn't account for a large proportion of his savings, but it was different this time. After putting the card returned by Jiao back into the drawer and locking it, Zhang Tan thought that after this incident, he would have to work hard. While paying attention to the disaster relief, Zhang Tan also searched for some information. Now, many people on the internet posted that there were various signs before the earthquake, and some people had already made predictions. Others thought that it was nonsense. The two sides quarreled nonstop. In the end, someone couldn't stand it and attacked both sides. After such a thing had happened, wasn't it messy? If they had so much time to quarrel, they might as well do more practical things and help more people. All they did was stay on the internet and criticize people. Did they really think that they were some big shot? There were many such posts. Zhang Tan couldn't be sure which ones were true, which ones were made up, and which ones were influenced by him. In short, in the end, they were all mixed up by some people. If Lu Ba really told a lot of people that 1/5 of the situations mentioned in these posts were caused by Lu Ba, then it would be considered good, and it would save a lot of people. He just didn't know if someone would investigate further after the incident. In order to avoid those unexpected troubles, Zhang Tan decided not to turn on his mobile phone recently. Zhang Tan took out his SIM card and hid it. Because there was no mission at the pet center for nearly a month, and Xiaoguo and the others were not there, Zhang Tan didn't go there. However, Zhang Tan didn't go there. Instead, a phone call came in. Charlie called directly to Jiao Pa's mobile phone. Therefore, after dinner that day, Jiao Pa didn't go to the courtyard again. Instead, he took Zhang Tan to the pet center. The cats in the studio and the cats adopted by the pet center were not together. For example, the American short-hair prince, who often filmed advertisements, had his cat nest in the studio. Xiaogua did this to let them be more familiar with the atmosphere of the studio. After all, cats couldn't adapt well in unfamiliar places. After the studio was expanded and renovated, now the studio was like a cat playground. There were many cat ladders and aisles from the corners to the ceiling. As Xiaogua said, cats also had tempers and emotions. When they were in a good mood, their eyes would be brighter when shooting. Now, Xiaogua took people to the disaster area. According to the information he posted on the homepage of the official website, it would take at least half a month. It had only been a week, and he wouldn't be back so soon. Xiaogua indeed didn't come back. When Zhang Tan entered the studio, there wasn't anyone there. Only Charlie and another staff member were there. The staff member had gone to the disaster area with Xiaogua. He was accidentally injured during the aftershock, and his physical condition wasn't very good. Therefore, he was sent back by Xiaogua. There were also a few people from the Green Wings Association with him. However, after returning to Chuhua City, they separated. He returned to the pet center, and Charlie went to pick him up. There was also a cat returning to the pet center with the staff member. It looked like it was 2 months old, and its fur was the same color as Huang. It was also an ordinary field cat, but this little yellow cat had lost its forelimbs. According to the staff member, it was injured in the earthquake. After it was rescued, it was amputated. Originally, it was thought that the kitten's immunity was poor, and after the accident and surgery, it would be difficult for it to survive. Unexpectedly, it really recovered. After the amputation, it caused inflammation and swelling. Although it had been treated for several days and the kitten had recovered, it still looked listless. Charlie and the staff member took turns to look after it every day. When it came to saving the cat, many of the people that Xiaogua had brought with him were pulled over to help save the cat. Although most of them were veterinarians, they were more reliable than the young and inexperienced volunteers. They could really help with changing the medicine, simple treatment, and care. Except for major operations, they could really help with everything else. And this kitten was sent to the place where Xiaogua and the others were resting by a volunteer. The cat was rescued by a search dog called Zai Zai. After Zai Zai picked up the kitten was immediately transferred to the hands of the volunteers. After all, the search and rescue dog still had a lot of work to do. As for how to deal with the kitten, not many people cared. Human life was the most important thing. The volunteers didn't know what to do. The kitten's 2 forelimbs were so badly injured that it looked like it was going to be crippled. They didn't know how the cat survived. The volunteers brought the kitten back and were scolded by the team leader. If they couldn't save the person, who would save the cat? Moreover, although some of them studied medicine, they weren't veterinarians and didn't have much experience. They only did simple treatment. However, after knowing that Xiaogua and the others were there, they immediately sent the kitten over. One of Xiaogua's veterinarians performed an amputation operation for the kitten. Fortunately, there were still some veterinary drugs and tools. Although the conditions were far less than when it was in the pet center and it was easy to get infected, that was all they could do. It was the kitten's luck to be able to survive. Speaking of which, there was actually no need for Zhang Tan's help. However, the kitten was also troubled after coming here because the kitten often meowed. Once it meowed, it caused a chain reaction. There was a cat here who also liked to meow, but it usually stopped meowing because the other cats didn't meow. It also meowed when it was filming an advertisement. It only got better after being beaten by Zhang Tan. Now the kitten was making more and more noise because of the kitten's meowing. Even the other cats here were anxious and couldn't be appeased. Charlie was wondering if cats also knew fear, and the fear was passed from the kitten to the other cats, leading to the current situation. He called Xiaogua to report, but Xiaogua didn't say much. He only asked Charlie to find Zhang Tan. They would stop meowing after he calmed them down. In fact, in the entire pet center, Zhang Tan wasn't the only one who could calm them down. There were also Li Yuanba and Peanut Candy. Li Yuanba, he had indeed calmed them down before, and the effect was good. This was also the reason why Xiaoguo let Li Yuanba stay here. It was a pity that Li Yuanba didn't care about anyone now. He didn't even give face to Xiaoguo. He stayed in Xiaoguo's lounge all day long. Now, he didn't even do the weekly routine physical examination. Previously, when Xiaoguo wanted to take Li Yuanba to the physical examination room by force, he almost used force on Xiaoguo. It was Xiaoguo's wife, Li Yuanba's real owner, Yinzi, who came to calm him down. Originally, they were worried that Li Yuanba's age was coming and he was beginning to age. However, after some observation, it didn't seem to be the case. Therefore, this matter was temporarily put aside. In addition, Yinzi had to take care of the children and couldn't run here every day. Xiaoguo went to the disaster area, so the people in the studio didn't dare to do anything to Li Yuanba. Peanut Candy? That would be even worse. Xiaoguo had tried it before, but the peanut candy was so rude to them that the cat that was beaten up was startled for a month and lost a lot of weight. Since then, Xiaoguo had stopped counting on the peanut candy to keep the cat in check. Therefore, there was the scene where Charlie called Jiaopa and asked him to bring Zheng Tan over. Chapter 339. When Zheng Tan first met Li Yuanba, this guy was already pregnant with peanut candies. At that time, its owner, Swallow, had just found out that it was a female cat. Thinking of the possible situations, Zheng Tan decided that he shouldn't come to the pet center for the time being. Even if he was called over, he couldn't stay here for long, especially in Xiaoguo's lounge. During this time, he absolutely couldn't go in. If Zheng Tan was right, Xiaoguo would frame him for this matter, and it would be hard to explain himself unless he did a DNA test again. In the past, the Jiaopa had done a DNA test for Zheng Tan. Considering that there was such a way to clarify himself, Zheng Tan wasn't too worried. At worst, he could ask the Jiaopa to do it. As for whose baby it was, Zheng Tan thought of what he heard from Ermao and Celestine when they went to Triumph 2 days before the 100-day celebration of Ermao's daughter. Since March, Yihao would bring the Monseigneur with him when he came over. He didn't know if it was for safety reasons or for other reasons. If that was the case, this baby was probably the Monseigneur's baby again. He just didn't know what it would look like when it was born. Also, when did the Monseigneur and Li Yuanba meet? Did Yihao know? Shaking his head, he didn't continue to think about it. Now that the cats in the studio had settled down, Zheng Tan immediately went home with the Jiaopa. Because the Jiaopa didn't have much time, if something happened in the pet center, Charlie would come directly to pick up Zheng Tan. Every few days, when there was trouble in the studio, Charlie would come to pick up Zheng Tan. Although Charlie and the staff said that it was because of the kitten, Zheng Tan thought that Li Yuanba might also be involved. Perhaps the Monseigneur had come quietly at some point. Zheng Tan was able to see how well the kitten had recovered after coming here a few more times. Just like what Charlie and the others had said, this kitten's vitality was too strong. Not only did it survive such a serious injury in the disaster, it was also in good spirits now. Although it had lost its forelimbs and jumped like a kangaroo when it walked, as long as it had vitality, it was a good sign. When Xiaoguo was free, he told Charlie and the others to take good care of the kitten. When the time came, they would make a special topic for the kitten. Not only could they collect more donations, but it would also be good for the reputation of the Green Wings Association and the Pet Center. The donations would be donated to the disaster area where the kitten was found. The donations would be used for the livelihood of the victims and the reconstruction of the disaster area. As for the kitten's name, it was given by Xiao Paparazzi. It was hard to imagine that a cat had a dog's name. Later, when Zheng Tan heard Charlie and the others' discussion, he knew why Xiao Guo had named the kitten. The search and rescue dog that saved the kitten was named Zai Zai. It was said that it came from a search and rescue dog family. Its father was a search and rescue dog with a lot of honors. Its name was King. The original name of Zai Zai was not Zai Zai, but K Zai, using the first letters of its father's name. Later, because the word K Zai involved some sensitive and prohibited things, it was changed to the current Zai Zai. The reason why Xiao Guo gave the cat this name was that the cat was saved by a dog, and the dog's name was Zai Zai, so it was directly named Paparazzi. As for the name, it was fine as long as it was called. Listen, Paparazzi was so easy to say. Besides, even Swallow could name her cat Li Yuanba, so it was not that strange to name this cat Paparazzi. Even if the cats in the studio sometimes threw tantrums, they were relatively good-natured and were not very aggressive. They treated Paparazzi peacefully, and a few cats often licked Paparazzi's fur. A new special area was opened on the Pet Center's official website. It was about Paparazzi. From the time after the operation to the current situation, there was a description of the situation. Because of Paparazzi, many cat friends donated some money again, and some even came to the Pet Center to see in person. From the day of the earthquake, the rest of May, until the whole of June, the heavy feeling had not subsided. Ajin and the others had gone to the disaster area. Now some celebrities had also gone there. Whether it was a show or if they were sincere, as long as they could help the disaster victims and the reconstruction of the disaster area, it would be fine. Xiaoguo returned in mid-June. On the second day of his return, before he could recover from the emotions accumulated in the disaster area, Li Yuanba was born. Early in the morning, Xiaoguo finished breakfast and walked into the lounge with a cup of tea. When he saw the situation on the sofa, he almost threw the cup out of his hand. Swallow heard the news and came over, full of guilt. She had been very busy for more than 2 months, especially in the past month, taking care of the children and worrying about Xiaoguo. Although she had heard that Li Yuanba was a little strange before, she did not think in that direction and did not take care of it. Now that she knew the real reason for Li Yuanba's abnormality, she was distressed and kept asking if Li Yuanba had been hungry during this time. Xiaoguo was also afraid that nutrition problems would affect the cats' bodies, but Li Yuanba did not cooperate with the inspection. It did not allow anyone except Xiaoguo and Swallow to enter the door at all. Whenever someone entered the door, Li Yuanba would roar, and its eyes would make people's hair stand on end. Because Li Yuanba was much more low-key now, many people had forgotten that this cat was actually very fierce in the past. However, Xiaoguo soon found that he and Swallow seemed to have worried for nothing. Some of the food he put in the lounge and some of the food reserves in the studio were missing. According to Charlie, the diced chicken in the fridge was missing from time to time, but they did not care at that time. Now it seemed that it had probably gone directly into Li Yuanba's stomach. Li Yuanba usually did not do things like rummaging, and no one knew that it had this ability. Maybe it did this kind of thing secretly, but it was not discovered. In the past, Zhang Tan also learned a few tricks from it to climb over the window. It could be seen that this hidden cat was actually very capable. Zhang Tan only knew about Li Yuanba's kittens on the day the studio started work. However, Xiaoguo kept his secret. Except for the people in the studio, some people in the pet store and clinic did not know about Li Yuanba's kittens. The people in the studio should have also been told by Xiaoguo, so they did not disclose the news. This made Zhang Tan very confused. What kind of kittens were born that made Xiaoguo keep it a secret? Looking at Xiaoguo, who was sitting next to the camera, but his mind was not in the studio at all, Zhang Tan's curiosity in his heart deepened. At this moment, several people in the studio who had seen the kittens, including Charlie, were also wondering who the kittens were. They could not see any other characteristics of the kittens now. They had to wait until it grew up. As for the color of its fur, thinking about the color of the kitten's fur, he glanced around the cats in the studio, but still had no clue. The proprietress, Swallow, said that it might not be a cat from the pet center. If it had that kind of inclination, it would not have waited until now. Li Yuanba also did not like those cats. Although cats may not talk about relationships like people, it was also true that there was only one peanut candy after a few years. Besides, there were quite a lot of male cats in the pet center, so the possibility of it being a cat was smaller. Finally, Charlie's eyes fell on Zhang Tan, which made Zhang Tan's beard tremble. F***CK. He was suspected again. However, Charlie thought of peanut candy. That was not right. Peanut candy had long hair, and its body shape did not match with Zhang Tan's. If this kitten also had long hair and was big enough, tapping his forehead, Charlie thought about the long-haired cats around, especially the forest cats, but still could not think of anything. When it was almost noon, Swallow came over with a lunchbox, which contained the cat food she had made for Li Yuanba. Xiaogui did not stay in the studio and went to the lounge with Swallow. Zheng Tan took the opportunity to quickly follow them, wanting to see what the kittens looked like. Charlie and several other staff members who were eating lunch stretched their necks. They were not allowed to go close to the kittens. Peanut Candy had not gone out to cause trouble for the past few days. It squatted not far from the lounge and looked over there. From time to time, it would go to the door and sniff the gap. It was not sure if it had realized that its brother or sister was inside. When other people came over, it would help Li Yuanba chase them away. Zheng Tan was still an exception. When Peanut Candy saw Zheng Tan, it did not show any intention of attacking him like it did when it saw other people or cats. As usual, it walked in front of Zheng Tan and rubbed against him, just like when Li Yuanba took it out for a walk. When Xiaogui and Swallow saw this, they originally planned to persuade Zheng Tan to leave, but now they did not say anything. They also wanted to see if Li Yuanba would chase Zheng Tan out. After the door opened, Peanut Candy stuck its head out and squeezed in with Zheng Tan, but did not get close. It squatted by the door, stretched its neck, and looked curiously at the sofa. Zheng Tan walked in a few steps. Li Yuanba let out a warning sound, but it was only a warning sound. It did not show any strong vigilance or attack like it did when it saw other people. After stopping, Zheng Tan jumped onto a chair and stood up slightly to look at the sofa. The sofa had been surrounded by Xiaogui to prevent the kittens from falling out. The floor around the sofa was also covered with a thick blanket, just in case. The sofa cushions used by Li Yuanba were padded with cushions and other things. It was convenient for Li Yuanba to change and get used to it faster. At this moment, Li Yuanba was lying on its side on the sofa. In its stomach, there was a suspicious ball. What was that? Dragon fruit? Jiaomai bought some dragon fruit in the past 2 days, so when Zheng Tan looked at the ball, he thought of the flesh of the dragon fruit. Of course, the spots on the ball were not as dense as the black seeds in the white flesh of the dragon fruit that Jiaomai had bought. Speaking of which, the fur pattern was most similar to that of the Dalmatian dog. Yes, the kitten in Li Yuanba's arms at this moment was very similar to that of a Dalmatian. Zheng Tan had seen many black and white cats, but it was the first time he had seen one with black spots like this. If it had yellow fur, it could be said that it looked like a leopard, but this one had white fur, so it was only black and white. It was all Xiaogui's fault for keeping the news a secret. He was afraid that some curious people would come over and disturb Li Yuanba. There were many rich and powerful people among Xiaogui's cat friends. Unfortunately, Xiaogui didn't sell the cat. If they were curious and insisted on coming over, Xiaogui's refusal would definitely offend them. Moreover, Yanzi had said that the cat wasn't for sale and that he would raise it himself, so Xiaogui decided to keep the news a secret. Just like the situation with Peanut Candy, Li Yuanba only gave birth to one kitten. This kitten was bigger than the average kitten. Yanzi and Xiaogui were discussing what to name the cat. Chapter 340. Maybe it was because Li Yuanba was too lazy to move, or maybe it had changed its way of educating children, or maybe it knew that this kitten's fur color could easily attract trouble. Anyway, Li Yuanba didn't take Little Sesame everywhere. Back then, Li Yuanba used to carry Peanut Candy everywhere. Now, Li Yuanba basically only stayed in Xiaogui's lounge and didn't run around. But Little Sesame was different. Just like Peanut Candy back then, Little Sesame grew very fast. It was obviously bigger than other cats of the same age, and this trend became more and more obvious as it grew. When it was a month old, this little guy showed its restless side. It ran around and was full of energy. Together with Paparazzi, they were the two most active cats in the studio this summer. Even Peanut Candy couldn't compare to them. Now, Xiao will put a cat tree in the lounge. Sometimes, Li Yuanba was annoyed by Little Sesame, so it would jump to the top of the cat tree. Sometimes it would lie on the sofa, but the sofa was too low. Even if Little Sesame couldn't climb up, it would still tease around. There was also a cat bed near the floor of the cat tree. That was where Little Sesame slept. Sometimes, Li Yuanba also slept there. Because of the mother and son in the lounge, Xiaogui also changed the resting place. Otherwise, it would be impossible to rest peacefully here. Little Sesame was too restless. At the end of July, Zhang Tan was picked up by Charlie and brought to the pet center. Today was a routine working day. The temperature had already soared to 38 degrees Celsius. Outside, especially on the streets, the temperature was even higher. Car exhaust and air conditioning emissions made the temperature of the whole city jump a few more degrees. However, no matter how hot it was, it still had to work. Fortunately, there was air conditioning in the pet center, so Zhang Tan didn't have to worry about fainting from the heat. Speaking of which, the body temperature of cats was higher than that of humans. Relatively speaking, most cats were more resistant to heat. Among the cats in the studio, there were a few that liked to soak in baths. At this time, they were even happier. When other cats saw the water, they ran over happily. It was said that Sesame was also a cat that liked to soak in baths. One day, this little guy flipped into a basin of water. When a staff member went over to wash his face, he found a cat floating in the basin. The unique spotted fur color showed that this was the cat that the boss and lady boss treasured. At that time, the staff member was so scared that his face turned pale. After all, the basin was placed there. If this cat drowned in the basin, he didn't know how to explain it. He reached out his hand. Little Sesame raised his hand and pushed the staff member's hand. Little Sesame raised its head impatiently. Then it moved its hand a few times in the basin and continued to float in the basin. It was only a 1-month-old cat, and its immune system was weak. It had to pay special attention to bathing, let alone cold water. After Xiao Guo heard what the staff members said, he immediately carried Little Sesame over to dry its fur and check its body. However, he found that this little guy was very healthy. For the next few days, there was no problem at all. It also liked to run to places with water every time. Peanut Candy and Li Yuanba also let it be and didn't care at all. There was no other way. Xiao Guo had to pay attention to this restless little guy again. Today, when Zhang Tan entered the studio, he found that the atmosphere was not right. Today, he didn't find the guy with spots all over his body. Only the paparazzi was filming at the shooting site. As for the other cats, they all looked like they were not in the right state. They looked like they were on guard, or they looked like they were afraid. There was even one that was still hiding in its nest. No matter how the person in charge of taking care of it comforted it, it wouldn't come out. After working together for so long, with Zhang Tan's understanding of it, if this cat wasn't frightened, it wouldn't be acting like this. Sniffing the smell in the room, Zhang Tan was surprised. The guy was actually here. Jumping onto the table by the window, Zhang Tan looked outside. There were 2 inconspicuous cars. When he came in from outside, he didn't notice them. Now that he looked carefully, he seemed to have seen the drivers in the cars before. Was it Master Tang the 7th or Yi Hao's driver? It seemed that someone had brought the Monseigneur here to see his wife and children. No wonder the cats in the studio were not in the right state. Even the good-tempered dogs looked like they were facing a great enemy. In contrast, the paparazzi was much more special. It was as if he didn't notice at all. When he was first rescued from the disaster area, the paparazzi was about 2 months old. Now, at the end of July, the paparazzi was 4 months old. Compared to when he was first sent over, he no longer looked weak and pitiful. He was much stronger. The 2 front legs that were amputated were only left with a short section. Usually, he spent a lot of time standing. In the beginning, he only jumped. When he jumped, he was like a kangaroo. Later, he slowly tried to walk with his 2 hind legs. The people in the pet center were always paying attention to the paparazzi's physical condition. The food was specially prepared. Apart from everyone's efforts, the paparazzi himself was indeed strong enough to recover to his current state. Usually, when the other cats ignored him, he would play with Sesame, running around the studio, or find the good-tempered dogs in the studio who often participated in the shooting. Sometimes, he would even lie down and sleep. Perhaps because he couldn't jump to high places like the other cats, and because he was saved by the dogs, the paparazzi spent more time with the dogs. The staff would also tease him sometimes. Cats that had experienced great disasters would either become more timid and would be frightened by the slightest movement, or they would become like the paparazzi now, with an especially strong resistance to pressure. Many cats in the pet center were not in their best condition because of the arrival of the Monseigneur. They had been maintaining a sense of vigilance and fear, and wished that they could hide in their nests and not come out. However, the paparazzi was not like that. Even if this guy only had 2 legs, he was still jumping around happily as usual. This was what Xiaoguo and the people in the studio were happy to see. No matter how you looked at it, a cat that was full of vitality in this state could have a positive effect if it was filmed into a video. Now, society needed some positive energy. Because the other cats weren't doing their best today, Xiaoguo let the people in the studio film the paparazzi first and let Zheng Tan cooperate. They couldn't count on the other cats. With the addition of Zheng Tan, the paparazzi, who didn't know how to cooperate, made fewer mistakes. Most of the time, it was Zheng Tan who guided his actions. This also made the staff feel relieved. After all, even if the paparazzi was full of energy, he was still a small cat, and a disabled one at that. If he was tired, they would feel bad. After the filming, Zheng Tan thought that he hadn't seen the Monseigneur for a long time and decided to go over and see if the Monseigneur had changed. Following the smell and hearing the small sounds coming from the room, Zheng Tan came to the door, looked at the door lock, and jumped up to open it. The door was not locked. After opening it, Zheng Tan stuck his head in. There were 4 people standing in the room: Xiaoguo, Swallow, Master Tang VII, and a person who followed Master Tang VII. The 4 cats: Monseigneur, Li Yuanba, Peanut Candy, and Sesame. The Monseigneur was still the same. For years had passed, and he still looked the same as he did 4 years ago. Many people said that when cats were kept in captivity, they would lose some of their original wildness, just like the cats in the pet center, who were relatively good-tempered. The Monseigneur had been with Yi Hao and Master Tang VII for 4 years, but his murderous nature had not disappeared. Zheng Tan could feel that he could kill people in the past, and he could do the same now. Perhaps he had already killed again. After all, he was with Yi Hao and Master Tang VII now, and it was possible that he would encounter a dangerous situation again. However, whether or not he was a ferocious cat, the Monseigneur treated Li Yuanba, Peanut Candy, and Sesame quite well. He lay next to Li Yuanba, and Peanut Candy and Sesame surrounded him, biting and scratching his paws. Xiaoguo sat with Master Tang VII and told him about the 3 cats. Master Tang VII sat on the sofa with a smile, leaning on his crutches, and listened. When he saw Zheng Tan, Master Tang VII even greeted him. He knew Zheng Tan. As for Li Yuanba and the others in the pet center, Zheng Tan guessed that Master Tang VII had probably investigated the Monseigneur when he kept it by his side back then. Perhaps Master Tang VII had allowed the Monseigneur to come here many times in the past 2 years. However, just like what Jiaopa had said, the Monseigneur's bloodline and origin were destined to be different from ordinary cats. At the same time, it also led to a low fertility rate. In the past few years, Li Yuanba had given birth to 2 cats, but both of them were premium. Peanut Candy, needless to say, was very strong. Just ask the cat owners in the area, and you would know how strong she was. She had expanded her range of challenges, and her reputation for daring to fight with dogs was very well known. As for Sesame, who was still in its infancy, its body was also very strong, and its spirit was not bad. It even had a unique fur color. As the saying goes, quality is more important than quantity. This was the case. Master Tang VII once again mentioned the matter of buying Sesame, but Xiaoguo politely rejected it. Master Tang VII was not angry. He just said that if it worked, they could get another one. If it didn't work, then forget it. It didn't matter. Having 1 cat like this was enough. Anymore, and it would be easy for accidents to happen, and it would be difficult to control. Since they were having a reunion, Zheng Tan did not go over to join the fun. Just as he was about to walk out, Xiaoguo stopped him. "Black Charcoal, come over here for a moment." As Xiaoguo spoke, he walked out and brought Zheng Tan to another room. That was his resting room now. In the past few years, Xiaoguo was used to speaking directly to Zheng Tan. He did not treat Zheng Tan as an ordinary cat. "Director Yang gave me a call last week. It's Director Yang, E from Yixing Culture. You know him. He said that the documentary is already out and it will be broadcasted on CCTV this week. At the same time, they're also planning to make this documentary into a series. The second part will be filmed in Pearl City. He was thinking that if there's a need, he might need your help. That documentary is out? Speaking of which, Zhang Tan thought quite highly of that documentary. Although it was just a documentary and could not be shown in prime time or on the big screen, it was the first documentary that Zhang Tan had participated in. It was not a pet advertisement or a pet promotional video. It was an official, formal documentary. He had put in a lot of effort, and even his makeup and hair had dried. He just did not know what kind of response the documentary would have and what the reviews would be. I'm thinking that the person surnamed Yang is probably still thinking about you. His company seems to be investing in a few documentaries that involve animals. If the response to this documentary is good, he might ask you to film other documentaries. Well, the ones on the big screen. After a pause, Xiaoguo was afraid that Zhang Tan would lose his temper, so he added, "Of course, the most important thing is still your mood. I won't interfere with what you and your cat father decide to do. The salary of those documentaries is at most 100,000 yuan. But the person surnamed Yang owns a big company, so we have to be tactful in rejecting him. Don't make a fuss. If one day you are as successful as Crystal, that Capuchin monkey, then it will be a different story. You can do whatever you want, and we will have to suck up to you." Xiaoguo laughed. Chapter 341. Monseigneur stayed in the pet center for a day and then left with Mr. Tang VII. However, Mr. Tang VII seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with Xiaoguo. Zhang Tan had a feeling that he would probably see Monseigneur more often in the pet center in the future. At least, it would not be as rare as before. Peanut Candy and Sesame still stayed in the pet center with Li Yuanba. They lived a good life here, mainly because Li Yuanba was here. Peanut Candy had already gotten used to the life here. As for Sesame, it was still young, so Xiaoguo and Yinzi were reluctant to give it away. Zhang Tan had secretly looked up the Capuchin monkey Crystal mentioned by Xiaoguo on the internet when he was alone at home. He knew that this guy was a comedy star with a high salary and was very rich. No matter whether it was in TV series or on the big screen, this guy could be seen everywhere. Some of the cats from Xiaoguo's studio had also appeared on the big screen, but they had only appeared for a few seconds or no more than 2 or 3 minutes, which was different from the real animal celebrities. Of course, Zhang Tan did not want to compete with the animal stars. Different countries had different social rules and animal welfare. Besides, Zhang Tan himself was a special case. It was impossible for him to compete with the animal stars. Jiao Pa had said that he had to keep a low profile. Therefore, although Zhang Tan was interested in the big screen that Xiaoguo was fascinated by, he did not think too much about it. After all, everyone had their own way of living. As for competing with Crystal on the same stage, this difficult task would be left to Chi Dada's macaque monkey. After all, they were both monkeys, and they both walked the same path. On the day of the broadcast of the documentary, the Jiao family who had heard the news sat in the living room at night. No one went out. Jiao Pa did not go to the yard either. The family of 4 people and 1 cat all stared at the screen. Zhang Tan looked at the 4 people who were staring at the screen and did not show any impatience. Suddenly, he had some thoughts. It was just a documentary, but the whole family was already waiting in front of the TV. Jiao Pa even canceled a meeting that night. Even though the Jiao Pa had told Zhang Tan to keep a low profile, at this moment, the 4 members of the Jiao family couldn't contain their excitement and pride. Would the 4 members of the Jiao family be even more excited if it was a TV series or a movie on the big screen? After all, in most cases, documentaries did not have as much influence on the public as TV series and movies. What Zhang Tan filmed in Xiaoguo's studio could only be considered a small fuss to please some online viewers. Should he develop it further? While Zhang Tan was thinking, Jiao Yuan said excitedly, "It's starting. It's starting." Zhang Tan raised his head and looked at the TV. The title of the documentary was displayed, City People, Cats. There was also a subtitle at the end of the article, Capital Cat Affair. Looking at the title, it was obvious that Yang Yi had been wanting to make a series for a long time. This was the capital episode. The next one was the Pearl episode. Who knew which city would be next? Was Yang Yi going to film all the major cities in the country? Probably not. The documentary wasn't long. The commercials didn't even add up to an hour. When Zheng Tan was in the shot, the Jiao family was very excited. Even though Zheng Tan's fur was dyed, to the Jiao family, black charcoal was still black charcoal. The four of them even commented on Zheng Tan's role and acting in the film. Of course, the other cats also discussed it, including Big Amy and other cats. From the old capital city to the modern skyscrapers of the capital city, the different sceneries, the people who live there, and the lively figures who were active in various places were presented on the screen one by one. Domesticated, homeless, living in luxurious mansions, squatting in alleyways, noble, country bumpkin, serious, crazy. But no matter what kind of cat, Yang Yi wanted to show the aura and ruffian spirit that belonged to the cats of the capital. In the beginning, to Zheng Tan, the cats there weren't anything special. But after editing the film, it gave off a completely different feeling. No wonder people said that it was different when you were on the screen. Zheng Tan looked at himself on the screen and felt that he had become artistic. Different stories, different scenes, accompanied by different music, the audience reminisced along with the documentary. Some people reminisced about the old alley of Hutong. Some reminisced about the blurry little figure in their memories that could only be seen in some old photos, and some reminisced about the people and things that had once lived there and were related to it. When he first participated in the filming, he didn't think much of it. But when it was actually produced, Zheng Tan found that the film was very moving and resonated with many people. In the few memory scenes that Zheng Tan participated in, there were photos of the cats that Yang Yi's grandfather took when he was alive. Each photo recorded the city of that era, the people of that era, and the cats that were active in that era. At the end of the film, there was a quote from an editor of Pet Word magazine. "We may live in different cities, see different sceneries, live different lives, pass different strangers every day, and open the door with different feelings. But what greets us is the same kind of happiness. When you hug the cat's warm body and quietly observe the city, do you know how many stories here are related to cats? Do you know what is happening in other cities? Do we fall in love with this city because of the cats? Or do we have cats because of this city?" After watching, Jiao Pa went to search the official website of the film. Since he planned to make it into a series, Yang Yi also created an official website. There were some new promotional videos that had already been edited. There were some clips that were currently being filmed in Pearl City. How was this planning to film? They had clearly started work a long time ago. It was even possible that the filming was almost done. Zheng Tan thought that if he really wanted to participate in the film, there would be someone who came to talk to Jiao Pa about it. It seemed that Zheng Tan might not be needed for the next few series. There were quite a lot of people who posted on the official forum. Most of the people who resonated with the Beijing chapter had lived in the old capital or were currently living in the capital. With the Beijing chapter as a precedent, some people in Pearl City were also looking forward to the filming of the Pearl City chapter. 10 miles of the ocean, the pearl of a century. Some people compared the cats of Pearl City to the pretty girls of a humble family who had walked out of the village. They were a little beautiful and enchanting. They were leisurely and relaxed, making people unconsciously moved. In the flickering lights and passing shadows that made people unable to stop themselves, the cats here were like the beauties of that era. In the depths of the mortal world, in the old dreams of the old Pearl City, they appeared and disappeared but never left. Looking at the meaning of the promotional video, it was going to replay decades of the past. The beauties of that era brought their cats to reenact those glorious and lonely old dreams. Maybe the characteristics lived in the era, or maybe it was just the presentation method and focus of the film. The cats of each city would integrate the characteristics of different eras in that city. It was exaggerated art, but it was quite comfortable to watch. It was just that he didn't know when the film would be filmed in Chuhua City. In terms of historical significance, Chuhua City was also an old city. However, strictly speaking, Zheng Tan wasn't a native of Chuhua City. If the film was really filmed here, would Zheng Tan participate in it? Sigh. He would talk about it when the time came. It was still too early to talk about it. In the next few days, when Zheng Tan was alone at home, he would specifically go to the film review and related areas of the major forums. Most of the reviews of the documentary were very good. In some pet forums, in the pet cat section, the documentary was promoted again and again. Every time he saw someone promote the documentary, Zhang Tan couldn't help but be happy. Although no one could recognize him, it couldn't stop Zhang Tan's good mood from seeing the good reviews. In the forum, there was a post called 10 Expressions of the Cats in the documentary. Out of the 10, Zhang Tan occupied 3, Dammy occupied 1, Xiaomi another, and the other 5 were other cats. However, the first cat wasn't Zhang Tan, but Dammy. The scene of Dammy squatting on the wall and laughing down below was forwarded by many people with different funny subtitles attached. In some chat software, netizens cut that scene and made it into a GIF and posted it everywhere. Thus, Dammy became popular on the internet. Far away in Beijing, Fong Xiaokong sat in his office and flipped through the posts about Dammy and laughed for a long time. Just when Zhang Tan thought that he was using all his energy to film the documentary series, the Jiaopa received a call from Yang Yi. Yang Yi said that there was a film that he wanted Zhang Tan to act in. The Jiaopa didn't reject him directly. He went home and asked Zhang Tan for his opinion. During this period of time, Zhang Tan had been thinking if he had the chance to act in a film. He didn't want to be the main lead. Just a minor supporting role would be enough. Appearing for 5 minutes would be enough. Even a cameo would be fine. When the time came, the Jiao family would definitely go to the cinema to watch it. Now that he heard the Jiao Pa's words and deduced from Yang Yi's words, it was a relatively important role. Act. Why not act? If he could get paid and appear on the big screen, he wouldn't be a cat in vain. As for the low profile that the Jiao Pa mentioned, as long as he hid his identity, he could sign an agreement with Yang Yi. However, it was another film about cats. Was Yang Yi going against cats? A week later, on the weekend, Yang Yi brought his classmate and came straight to his door. Because he had called in advance, the Jiao Pa was waiting at home. The person that Yang Yi brought over was his high school classmate. He was now a director called Kong Han. He looked like a good person. The film that Yang Yi told the Jiao Pa about was the one that Kong Han was going to direct. However, this film was a little special. Therefore, when Yang Yi saw the script, the first person that came to mind was Zhang Tan, who he had worked with before. Kong Han originally didn't decide to act in this film. If he did, it would probably take a lot of effort and trouble because it involved animals. The final result might not be as good as he wanted. However, after Yang Yi saw it, he told him that there was someone who might be able to help. Therefore, the two of them were sitting here now. Kong Han looked at the black cat lying on the sofa. It seemed to be looking at him too. Its gaze was just like a human's. It was just 2F* king fitting of the image in his mind. Zhang Tan felt that the young director's gaze was a little strange. However, after listening to Yang Yi's conversation with the Jiao Pa, it seemed that when he was talking to Xiao Guo on the phone, he wasn't talking about the documentary. Instead, he was talking about another film that their company had invested in. Yang Yi was no longer with the documentary crew. All right, the script you mentioned on the phone, what's it about? When the Jiao Pa picked up the phone, the surroundings were a little noisy. Moreover, Yang Yi's words were vague, so he didn't hear what it was about. Yang Yi didn't say anything. He looked at Kong Han and let him, who knew the script better, speak. Kong Han smiled and said, "It's not complicated. It's about a man who suddenly turns into a cat." Zhang Tan. Chapter 342. Upon hearing Kong Han's words, Zhang Tan's body stiffened. Damn it. I'm breaking out in cold sweat. I suddenly feel very guilty. Zhang Tan turned his head to look in another direction and stopped looking at Kong Han. However, his ears were still perked up for fear that he would miss the latter part of Kong Han's words. Professor Jiao, your cat can be considered as half of the main character of this film, Kong Han said with a smile. Usually, the term main character was very attractive to actors. As for why it was considered half of the main character, it had something to do with the plot. Can you be more specific? The Jiao Pa asked. If he could let his cat act as the main character, he wouldn't mind playing a supporting role. However, half of the main character sounded quite important. As I said just now, the plot is about a grown man waking up to find that he has turned into a cat. Kong Han explained unhurriedly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tan was speechless. Waking up from sleep? Did no one really find out about my past? Fortunately, when Kong Han continued, Zhang Tan discovered that the main character in the script was a white-collar worker and not a university student. Turning into a cat also didn't mean that he would return to the past. Furthermore, his cat form and human form would alternate. In other words, the main character would sometimes turn into a cat and sometimes remain human. Zhang Tan heaved a sigh of relief because the script was different from Zhang Tan's situation. However, to a certain extent, Zhang Tan could be considered to be acting as himself in this film. Other than Zhang Tan, no other cat could act as well as Zhang Tan. After hearing Kong Han's brief explanation, the Jiao Pa nodded in agreement. He could roughly guess what was going on, but he still waited quietly for Kong Han to continue. The male lead in the film has turned into a cat. Hence, Professor Jiao, your cat, and the popular young actor Shi Xiaotian have shared the lead roles. However, strictly speaking, your cat has more scenes than Shi Xiaotian. Zhang Tan had heard of Shi Xiaotian before. Many of the girls in Little Pomelo's school were die-hard fans of Shi Xiaotian. Shi Xiaotian was also one of the people who stood out after Gong Zizhao's incident. Zhang Tan didn't know what Shi Xiaotian's personality was like for the time being. Where's the female lead? Oh, sorry, I'm just asking. If it's not convenient, you don't have to tell me, Jiao Pa said. That's fine. The female lead has already been decided. Have you heard of Wei Wen? I've acted in a palace drama and an idol drama. Kong Han didn't try to hide too much. There weren't many actors that had been confirmed, and there were still a lot of variables. However, Yang Yi said that he would try his best to answer Professor Jiao's questions. After all, it was rare to find such a cat, and Professor Jiao didn't seem like a chatterbox. Wei Wen, that girl was not bad. She had a good face and a good figure. She was the object of many people's fantasies. However, Zhang Tan remembered that Wei Wen would only become popular in another 2 years. As for now, she was not among the celebrities who were bursting with popularity. Could it be that the upcoming movie wasn't good or popular? Zhang Tan shook his head. Everything was unknown. He hadn't heard of such a movie back then. Jiao Pa wasn't a fan of celebrities and hence, he didn't have much of an impression of Wei Wen and Shi Xiaotian. He made a mental note of their names and planned to check up on them later. After all, his cat was going to be filming with those people, and the personalities of those people would affect his cat's treatment. Although he had never acted before, he had heard of all sorts of underhanded means on set. If he wasn't careful enough, he might even get backstabbed. His cat wasn't human. Even if it was wronged, it wouldn't voice it out. Kong Han and Yang each chatted with Jiao Pa for a while. They heaved a sigh of relief after Professor Jiao Pa nodded. They then took out the contract that they had drafted beforehand and showed it to Jiao Pa. In the past few years, they had signed plenty of contracts because of Zhang Tan. Hence, Jiao Pa had also gained some experience. Hence, he carefully read the terms and conditions of the contract. There weren't any traps in the contract either. Just like what Yang Yi had said over the phone, Jiao Pa wouldn't let his cat suffer any losses. There's nothing wrong with the contract, but Jiao Pa didn't sign it immediately after reading it. Instead, he looked at Yang Yi and said, I hope you can add another clause or sign a supplementary agreement. Yang Yi nodded and gestured for Jiao Pa to continue. As long as the supplementary agreement wasn't too overboard, everything would be fine. The supplementary agreement that Jiao Pa had proposed was actually a confidentiality agreement regarding Zhang Tan. Just like before, even though Father Jiao had agreed to let Zhang Tan play the role, he knew some business tricks. If his cat really became popular, there would be benefits, but there would be more trouble. However, it was impossible to prevent Zhang Tan from really hiding his identity. If he couldn't use his real name, then he would use a fake name. To put it mildly, it was called a stage name. Zhang Tan's stage name was Black Sea, or BC for short. This name was already quite famous in certain circles on the internet. However, if he were to use it, Yang Yi and the others wouldn't even need to hype it up. The internet would be able to dig it up, and it would still attract more attention. It was said that celebrities wore glasses and masks when they went out on the streets. Would Jiao Pa have to worry about his cat being surrounded when he went out for a walk? Even if the movie didn't become popular, Jiao Pa still didn't want to take the risk. Hence, some things had to be prepared in advance. Changing his name again, after listening to Jiao Pa's explanation, Yang Yi didn't understand why this family had such an attitude when everyone else wanted to be famous. Keeping a low profile? Why? Yang Yi could say with certainty that as long as the publicity was good and the right operations were done properly, this cat would definitely become popular. Its value might not be comparable to that of the best actors and actresses, but it might be comparable to that of a small celebrity. After all, there weren't any famous animal celebrities in the country. Even a monkey named Big Brother Chi, who was active in the TV series recently, couldn't compare. However, on the other hand, this family was really good to the cat. This was also for the cat's sake. Of course, no matter what Yang Yi thought, the supplementary agreement still had to be signed. This agreement wasn't too much. Even some celebrities had changed their stage names a few times. As long as the cat could understand it, it would be fine. It would be troublesome if it didn't understand when they arrived at the set. After thinking it through, Yang Yi nodded. Okay, Professor Jiao, what stage name do you think Black Charcoal will change to? ZT. The letter Z and the letter T, said Jiao Pa as his finger drew the shape of two letters in the air. ZT? Yang Yi and Kong Han were puzzled. Why did it sound like a simplified name? That's right, said Jiao Pa. He couldn't do anything about it. He wasn't the one who came up with the name. He had always been very democratic. ZT was the name Jiao Pa. After Jiao Pa said that he wanted to change his stage name, Zheng Tan directly typed it on the keyboard in front of Jiao Pa's computer. Jiao Pa even asked Zheng Tan what it meant. However, Zheng Tan pretended to be ignorant. Jiao Pa didn't ask further and just treated it as a random letter. After everything was settled, Kong Han and Yang Yi left. They rejected Jiao Ma's invitation to stay for dinner. They still had something to do at night, and there were a few people here who needed to go over to meet up. The four members of the Jiao family knew that Zheng Tan was going to act in a movie. However, Jiao Pa said that they should keep it to themselves and not spread it around. Jiao Yuan and Little Pomelo had dealt with similar situations many times. Naturally, they understood the meaning behind it. However, when they knew that their cat was going to act in a movie, the two children couldn't hold back their excitement. They often gathered together to discuss it. Xiaoma sometimes joined in the discussion as well. It was obvious that they were looking forward to Zheng Tan's performance. This made Zheng Tan even more confident. The decision was right. Yang Yi said that the movie would start shooting in September. It was still early, but the four members of the Jiao family and the cat should take advantage of the summer vacation to gather together. When September came, they would probably be separated from Zheng Tan for a period of time. It would definitely be longer than last year's documentary. Since Zheng Tan had decided to make a movie, Xiaogua had to give him a heads up. Before Zheng Tan left Chuhua City, Xiaogua asked Zheng Tan to work overtime a few times. Of course, overtime pay was indispensable. Therefore, in August, Zheng Tan came to the pet center more frequently to work overtime. At the same time, Yang Yi's documentary gave Xiaogua an idea. Since Zheng Tan would be absent for a period of time, Xiaogua wanted to make a different documentary. Since Yang Yi had already made a regional documentary, Xiaogua wanted to make a documentary about the age of the cat. Xiaogua wanted to make a documentary about Tomcat. Tomcat's standard was that even though 7 or 8 years old was considered old in many people's eyes, there were still quite a few cats over 7 years old in the pet center's treatment records and some pet files. Therefore, Xiaogua changed the age limit of the documentary to 10 years old and above. Wasn't it a time to promote harmony and positive energy? This was not bad. He wanted to use documentary techniques to record some touching stories between humans and cats. Being able to live with humans for more than 10 years meant that the relationship between them must be quite deep. Xiaogua thought, I'm not as generous as Yang Yi. I don't have the same level of hardware and manpower. I can't make something too artistic, but I can go for nature's novelty. Close to life. Filming this documentary about Tomcat would take a long time. Even if Zheng Tan was absent, there would be something to attract customers and viewers. It would avoid the impact of rumors on the official website like last year when Zheng Tan was away filming a documentary. Xiaogua didn't want to be blocked at people's doorsteps again. Now, Xiaogua was preparing for the filming of Tomcat. First, he had to contact customers who had cats of the right age. If they refused to cooperate, Xiao Guo wouldn't force them. Of course, most of the customers' families were very happy about this. However, there was a problem. Most of the customers contacted were from better families. These people often came to the pet center to have their cats checked. Xiao Guo naturally knew about this. The pet center had detailed records, but there was little information about ordinary families. These families basically didn't bring their pets for injections. They probably hadn't even had their pets vaccinated, so there would be no treatment records. Xiao Guo wouldn't know about this. He didn't want to choose all the customers for better families. The film had to be more down-to-earth and approachable. So, one day after working overtime, Xiao Guo casually mentioned this to Zheng Tan in the lounge when he was giving him overtime pay. He said that Zheng Tan often walked around, so he must know some old cats. Zheng Tan really did think about it. The child named Wang Xing often came to Tsinghua University to pick up bottles. There were a lot of bottles in the summer, so the child's harvest seemed to be good. His family's cat fit the bill. Zheng Tan brought Xiao Guo to the old neighborhood. Xiao Guo followed Zheng Tan's line of sight and saw the cat lying on the second-floor windowsill. Wang Xing's family was easy to persuade. For them, they could pay for the filming and give free treatment to the cat. Why not? After the matter was settled, Zheng Tan brought his people to the set. They were still the same people who filmed the documentary last year. Charlie naturally continued to act as an assistant. Knowing that Zheng Tan was going to change his stage name to ZT, Xiao Guo especially went to get a set of clothes. The hats and t-shirts that he gave to Zheng Tan's followers all had the letter Z on them. Chapter 343. Well, this is where you'll be staying for the next 3 months, a receptionist said as he opened the door and led Zheng Tan and the others into the house. This person was sent by Yang Yi. Yang Yi had already arranged the accommodation. It was 3 rooms and a living room, enough for Zheng Tan and the people he brought over. Is there anything else you need? The man asked. Charlie looked around, especially the room arranged for Zheng Tan. As an assistant, Charlie had served Zheng Tan for a few years. He was very familiar with Zheng Tan's preferences. He could tell at a glance whether it was suitable or not. Obviously, Yang Yi still valued Zheng Tan very much. Charlie was very satisfied with the arrangement of the room. When arranging the rooms, Yang Yi had asked Charlie and Jiaopan naturally. There were some things that Zheng Tan disliked, such as food, certain smells, etc. The windowsills were also newly installed with protective nets to prevent accidents. Not for now, Charlie said with satisfaction. Well, if you need anything, just give me a call. The man exchanged contact information with Charlie and left after talking about the daily arrangements. He had to report to Yang Yi and arrange the follow-up matters. Even though he was very curious about the black cat, he still held back. As one of Yang Yi's confidants, he knew what to ask and what not to ask. It was okay to be curious, but you had to know your limits. This time, besides Charlie, there were 4 other people who came with Zheng Tan. Not all of them were here to serve Zheng Tan. Charlie was enough. They came at the request of Yang Yi and Kong Han. Some of them were working as lighting engineers in Xiao Guo's studio, and some were working as sound engineers. No matter what, they were experienced in shooting cats, so they knew which lights would affect the cat's mood during shooting, which sounds would interfere with the cat, and so on. They also studied cat calls. In Zheng Tan's view, a lot of them were superfluous. However, they were sent by Yang Yi and Kong Han, and by Xiao Guo's personal order. Zheng Tan didn't care too much. Anyway, he wasn't the one who paid the salary, so he didn't need to worry too much. Even though their current profession was pet photography, most of the people in Xiao Guo's studio had professional backgrounds and were very familiar with this industry. Now that the movie had not started shooting, the few of them were sitting on the sofa watching TV and discussing. Zheng Tan occupied a sofa chair and listened to their conversation. This city was close to the sea and was quite prosperous. It was said to be Kong Han's hometown. The choice of filming location was decided by the scriptwriter and director, Kong Han. Some time ago, someone had criticized the phenomenon of writer-director, saying that it would cause movies to have no depth and low creativity. In fact, this script wasn't considered innovative. Some comics and novels had similar plots, but Kong Han seemed to have his own obsession. Just like Yang Yi's documentary, They only needed an opportunity to pick up this obsession that had been suppressed in the bottom of their hearts. Rumor had it that Kong Han was also a cat keeper back then. He had been raising cats since he was a child. Another person with a story. Yang Yi had arranged for people from the 18th floor to the 20th floor of the residential area so that they could see the sea. Zheng Tan and the rest were on the 20th floor so they could see the sea from the window of the living room. Zheng Tan looked at the window next to him. The sky outside was bluer than Chuhua City. Obviously, the environment and air quality here was much better than Chuhua City. Charlie and the others were discussing what they knew. The actors for this movie had been roughly decided. When they were in the elevator just now, they had seen a guy who seemed to be an agent and instinctively recognized him. "Hey, do you guys think Wei Wen has arrived?" A person about the same age as Charlie asked expectantly. When the few men gathered together, the first thing they discussed was naturally the women. Wei Wen, as the main lead, was naturally one of the main points of their discussion. Other than Wei Wen, they also discussed a few female supporting roles. I didn't see Wei Wen, but when I went to park the car, I saw a girl who could cause a commotion just by moving. The person who spoke even reached out his hand and gestured in front of his chest with a wretched expression. "Is she also from the crew?" The others asked with bright eyes. The person shook his head. "She doesn't look like it." The others immediately became listless, but they quickly became excited and started to discuss the other actors. As they were talking, the doorbell rang. Charlie, who was closest to the door, looked through the peephole and gestured to the people on the sofa. The few of them looked at each other and moved quickly. There is no trace of the wretchedness they had when they were discussing the topic that was not suitable for children. They had no choice but to be cautious. If there was a problem, they would have to pack up and leave immediately. Before they came, Xiaoguo had told them that the crew was not their working group, nor was it the group that made the documentary. There might be a lot of tricks involved. A cat could not guard against anything, so naturally they would have to deal with it. It was not that they were malicious. The human heart was unpredictable, and it was always good to be cautious. No one wanted to build a ladder for others and harm their own interests. The person who came in was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. Women always made men less vigilant. The woman was wearing casual clothes and had shoulder-length black hair. Although she was not very beautiful, when she smiled, her eyes curved and she looked very likable. "Sorry to disturb you. I live downstairs. My surname is Yang Huaishi from Ishin culture. May I ask if you are also from the crew of Black Cat?" The woman with the surname Yang introduced herself. She was the manager of the few actors downstairs, and she was just here to visit. She did not talk much. After chatting with Charlie and the others for a while, she put down the gifts and left. After closing the door, Charlie and the others started to discuss again. "She brought gifts when she visited? It's high-end tea. She's probably here to find out the truth. She has the same surname as the big boss of Ishin culture. Probably not related. Why would she need to come here personally to find out?" "That's true, but it's better to be careful. I think someone downstairs wants to use our black ZT to make a name for themselves." Zheng Tan only listened to Charlie and the others' discussion. The sofa was facing the window, so when Yang Huaishi came in, she did not see Zheng Tan due to the angle. Zheng Tan did not care about those people. He was thinking about what the Jiaopa had told him before leaving Chuhua City. When they were filming the documentary, the Jiaopa had said that they could not be too smart and that they had to make mistakes. Filming a movie required a lot of technical skills, so Zheng Tan was thinking about how to make mistakes as natural as possible. Compared to Zheng Tan, who was leisurely thinking about how to make a mistake, the main actors and supporting actors were much more nervous. This was especially true for the newbies who had been selected this time. They were afraid that something might go wrong. A single mistake could ruin their good impression of the director and the big boss. Of course, being on good terms with the crew, especially the more important ones, was also very beneficial for the small actors. Otherwise, Yang Huaishi would not have come up to ask about the situation. While they were testing each other in the temporary residence, Yang Yi was chatting with Kong Han after listening to the report from his subordinates. Although Kong Han had not acted in many movies, the response was not bad. It was just that he was young and did not have a satisfactory reputation in the country. Kang Han liked to use newcomers. This time, the main lead of the film was not considered a real big shot. The so-called popular young actors were just a joke to many people in the industry. There were many who were short-lived, not to mention those who were famous on the path of idols. There were also a few important supporting roles that people had never heard of before. There were also a few who were newly signed. Of course, most of them were from Yixing culture. Young, he was rich. No one would say anything if he invested money to promote his own people. As for who he would promote, it would depend on their performance. There were no superstars in this movie. Yang Yi, the big boss of Yixing culture, was here to watch the filming. The actors and actresses of Yixing culture knew what this meant, so they were nervous. Kang Han and Yang Yi were both people with high standards. Kang Han felt that the computer special effects in the movie made up for the actors' inability to perform difficult or dangerous actions to a certain extent. However, they would never be able to perform the actors' unique and charming expressions. Many famous actors and actresses often relied on a smile or a look to reach the realm of perfection and leave a deep impression in people's hearts. Therefore, Kang Han always felt that it would be more effective to use a real cat in this movie and not use computer special effects. As for Yang Yi, his focus was not on this movie. It was different from the documentary, where he really put his heart and soul into it. This movie was just a channel for him to give his actors and actresses a chance to perform. Yixing culture couldn't compare to the big shots of the entertainment industry with some history. Therefore, Yang Yi wanted to create a superstar of Yixing culture. At the top of the pyramid of professional actors and actresses, there were very few superstars. There were many stars in the country, but the number of real movie stars was very small. Superstars who could bring investment trust and box office returns were few and far between. In the domestic movie market, there were very few real superstars who could attract audiences to the cinema. There were no more than 10 of them, male or female. Moreover, this was the overall lineup of the Chinese movie market formed by combining the resources of the three countries on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Other actors and actresses, although famous, could not guarantee box office returns. This included many names that the audience was familiar with. At the moment, the value of superstars was more reflected in the investment problem. When a movie had a truly luxurious cast, the investment problem was immediately solved. When a movie had a group of superstars, the future box office could be predicted. The investors would calmly invest a huge amount of money, not only to pay the actors and actresses, but also to use the scenes, special effects, equipment, and other aspects. Therefore, when a commercial film attempted to create some creative possibilities, it needed the protection of these big stars. For directors, this was often a very helpless reality. Kang Han was one of the few people in the circle of directors, but it was hard to say what would happen in the future. This was the rule of this commercial era. Only superstars could make Yixing culture rise to prominence in this industry. Once, when he was filming Cats in the City, Yang Yi wanted to make Zheng Tan into a superstar. Sometimes, as long as it was done well, animals could attract more box office returns than humans. Just because it did not happen now did not mean it would not happen in the future. Unfortunately, his wish did not come true. It could be seen from the reaction of the Zhao family during the documentary. This time, when they signed the contract for the movie, Yang Yi immediately dismissed the idea. "So, you want to see those seedlings perform?" Kang Han looked at the person across the table. Yang Yi laughed and said jokingly, "Actually, I'm more looking forward to seeing those seedlings perform with a cat. Don't think that cat will only follow the instructions.